Hello, welcome to the Fanfic Majesty. If you want more content, you can follow me on Patreon. I will be uploading more content on there that will be exclusive. The link is in the description. Please support me. 5 up. 171. Who is the Marshal? Who is Admiral? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. World Government Headquarters. Marine Marshal Buddha Sengoku and Army Marshal Sengoku sat opposite each other. Sengoku, you mentioned the relocation of the Marine headquarters and filling the vacancy of the 7 warlords of the sea. The 5 elders have also thought about it and agreed to your plan. Sengoku said. Sengoku nodded. Let the next person deal with these troublesome matters. My main purpose today is to resign. Resign. Sengoku looked at Buddha Sengoku in shock. Sengoku, you want to resign? Are you unwilling to be Marine Marshal? Yes. Sengoku nodded seriously, and after careful consideration, he made his decision. Why Sengoku? Kong Ji-yu looked at Buddha Sengoku in confusion. You have been a marshal these years, but you are more qualified than I was before. Why do you want to resign? Because of this war. It's too easy to relate to. Kongu instantly thought of the battle on the top that had just passed. Sengoku, Marine won this battle, and it was a great victory. Although the losses were heavy, how could there be no losses in the battle? You have no fault, but you have merit. You will not feel guilty and resign because Marineford was destroyed, right? Totally unnecessary. Sengoku smiled and said. That's not the case, it's just that Marine doesn't need outdated people to lead. This battle made me understand that Marine can make the sea stable without me. Even better, we must trust the younger generation. Sengoku, have you decided? Kong Ji-yu asked seriously. Sengoku nodded firmly. Advertisement. After a long silence, Kongu smiled helplessly. For a person of this level, once he made up his mind on something, it was almost impossible to change it. Of course, Kongu understood that excessive persuasion would only embarrass the two of them. Sengoku, your departure has caused a great loss to Marine. Sengoku requested. So I ask you, Sengoku, even if you are not the Marshal of Marine, please stay in Marine, even if you are coaching recruits. Okay. Sengoku nodded. I agree. After you resign, Sengoku, who will succeed the vacant Marshal Marine? Sengoku asked seriously. Marine Marshal is related to Marine's future for decades. Must be cautious. Sengoku, which one of the 3 admirals do you like most? Sengoku asked. Every Marine Marshal must be selected from among the current admirals. This is an iron rule. It is impossible to be airborne. Even if the airborne commander is as strong as the admiral, he does not have enough qualifications in the Marine and it is difficult to convince all Marines. Kizaru's character is not suitable to be Marine Marshal. Kong Ji-yu nodded in agreement. Admiral's strength is not much different. Strength is not the main reason for becoming a marshal. What is more important is wisdom and character, whether he can lead Marine to a higher future. As for Akainu and Qingji, I recommend Qingji. Sengoku chose Qingji. Are you young? Kong Ji-yu nodded in approval. But Marshal Marine still needs the approval of the 5 elders to accept his fate. This matter needs to be discussed with the 5 elders. Understood. I would also recommend Qingji to the 5 elders. No matter who becomes the Marshal in the end, Qingji or Akainu, the Admiral position will be vacant, and the Admiral is also important. If the Marshal represents Marine's mind, then Admiral represents Marine's hands and feet, which is the highest combat effectiveness. Since Sengoku is the Marshal and knows Marine best, is there a suitable candidate? Sora asked. Of course. Sengoku had already thought carefully about it. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Kongu's eyes lit up. Yes, he is indeed strong enough. It seems that it is difficult for other competitors to appear in Marine. The 5 elders will agree. To become an admiral, qualifications or merit are not important. Admiral represents the highest combat effectiveness. The most critical or even the only criterion for becoming an admiral is strength. Depends on strength. Let's go. These important matters need to be discussed with the 5 elders. Sengoku and Sengoku walked towards the 5 elders' office. Representing the dialogue between the top leaders of world government and Marine, this is the most powerful meeting in the world. This meeting. It took a full day and night to discuss. Buddha Sengoku's resignation is a foregone conclusion, but the position of Marshal has no answer. The five elders value Akainu more. But Sengoku and Kongu are more optimistic about Shinji. Even the five elders cannot ignore the opinions of Sengoku and Sengoku on such a major matter. There is no decision yet on who will become the marshal. As for other things, both parties have reached consensus and settled down. But there are also some things that are not decided yet. Buddha Sengoku left the meeting with a somewhat heavy expression. Quote, Sengoku, please contact Trafalgar Law as soon as possible and pass the news to him. Five elders gave instructions. Advertisement. Buddha Sengoku nodded silently and left the world government headquarters. On the warship, have Marine contact Trafalgar Law on the phone. At this time, the warship Luo was heading to Sabayati Archipelago. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, Marshal Sengoku's phone number. After receiving the phone call, Luo couldn't help but smile. Have you got the position of Admiral? Luo, please return to the Marine headquarters immediately. There is important news and a major task for you. What news? This matter is of great importance. Please return to Marine headquarters immediately. Well. Luo frowned. The war is over. What big thing can happen? Is it because of the dispute between Shinji and Marshal Akainu? Luo is not interested in these things. Now chasing Straw Hat Luffy is the priority in Luo's heart. Sorry, I'm not available at the moment. Please call me directly. ? Quote. That's what I said, you must be mentally prepared. Sengoku's tone was serious. Explain. 172 Become a pirate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sengoku, the Buddha on the other end of the phone, was silent for a long time. It's as if he was carefully arranging his words. After a long time, his voice was low. Trafalgar Law, are you going to be a pirate? What? Hearing Trafalgar Law's surprised rhetorical question, Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but smile bitterly. Sure enough, he would react like this. He knew that it would be difficult for anyone to remain calm when suddenly faced with such a problem, even himself. Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but recall that he had the same horrified reaction during the previous dialogue meeting with the five elders. Five elders, Army Marshal Sengoku, Marine Marshal Sengoku. The top conference. In the conference room. Advertisement. It seems that they can only decide who will be the marshal, Shinji or Akainu. Five elders said helplessly. When Shinji and Akainu have the same ships, the final key to victory or defeat still depends on strength. Marine's relocation is decided internally by Marine itself. For the 7 warlords of the sea member election, the world government has begun to screen pirates from all over the world, and the results will be available soon. The results of various major 203 events were discussed. Finally, the five elders looked at Buddha Sengoku with a heavy expression. As for Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, he is indeed capable of becoming an admiral, but the five of us do not agree with him becoming an admiral. Why? Buddha Sengoku asked puzzledly. No one is more suitable to be an admiral than Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. There are many Vice Admirals inside Marine. Many elite Vice Admirals have higher qualifications than Luo, but there is still a big gap between the strength of those elite Vice Admirals and Admirals. Should Garp ask Crane to become an admiral? Impossible. Looking around, Buddha Sengoku only sees Trafalgar Law qualifying as a new generation of admiral. Yes. Five elders agreed and nodded. But Trafalgar Law, he has a more important task. Advertisement. What mission? Although he has resigned, Buddha Sengoku knows the internal situation of Marine. The biggest mission of Marine now is to rebuild and reorganize Marine. And Admiral is heavy. Let's not talk about the mission for now. The five elders, CCAG, took the guesswork and looked at Buddha Sengoku and asked. Sengoku, you have led Marine for more than 10 years and understand the structure of all forces in the sea better than we do. What do you think? How can we completely make the sea peaceful? As the sea peaceful? This is Marine's responsibility. As Marshal Buddha, Sengoku has been thinking about this question. He already had the answer in his heart and immediately answered. Although there are many pirates in the sea, to be precise, what really hinders the sea is the reason for complete peace is 4 emperors. Continue. Most of the 4 emperors no longer want to destroy the world at will, but the strength and power of the 4 emperors are too intimidating, making it impossible for Marine to completely wipe out the foundation of the pirates. As long as they are around, the pirates will continue to exist. If they are not completely eradicated, there will be no peace in the sea. One Piece is the past tense, just a flag, and now the four emperors are the pinnacle of pirates. That's right. The five elders nodded in approval. The world government formed the seven warlords of the sea just to create a balance of forces in the sea, and to have certain constraints on the four emperors, so as to temporarily calm the sea, but this is just a passive approach. The four emperors are a cancer, but unfortunately they are too powerful and Marine cannot eradicate them. Buddha Sengoku said helplessly. No matter how strong Marine is, there is no way he can face the entire four emperors at the same time. Although the single four emperors force is strong, in the battle at the top, Marine has proven that Marine has the strength to defeat any four emperors. Five elders said confidently. This big victory made the five of us determined to implement this plan. Advertisement. Do you want Marine to defeat the four emperors one by one? Buddha Sengoku asked in shock. No. Hastily analyzed. Although Whitebeard has been killed in the battle, the power of the Whitebeard pirates has been greatly reduced, but there are still three people, Red Hair, Kaido of the Beasts and Big Mom. Although the three are competitors or even enemies, they are not stupid. If Marine rashly goes to New World to invade either party, the other two parties will not sit still and wait for death. This time, there have been so many changes in attracting Whitebeard from New World to Marineford. If there is a large-scale invasion of New World, there will be even more changes. But now that Whitebeard is dead, there are loopholes in the four emperors, and there are many territories left by Whitebeard, which is fat. Buddha Sengoku still shook his head. With the loss of Whitebeard's pirates, Marco and the others alone do not have the power to keep all the territory of the Whitebeard pirates. With the sudden appearance of the Blackbeard pirates, New World will indeed be in chaos. But intelligence has learned that although the red-haired Kaido of the Beasts and others also participated in seizing some territories of the Whitebeard pirates, they were doing so in a small way, and there was no conflict between them. Buddha Sengoku has studied the relationship between the four emperors many times, and has planned countless ways to defeat the four emperors in his mind. He is the person who knows the four emperors best in Dahai. He continued. In the last era, Golden Lion, Whitebeard and Roger stood at the top, often fighting each other, giving Marine many opportunities to defeat each other, and forcing them into desperate situations many times, but this is not the past era. Four emperors have learned lesson learned, even the crazy Kaido of the Beasts did not lead the entire pirate group to fight with the other four emperors. There was little fighting between the four emperors, but everyone restrained each other, and there was no real bloodbath. They were just afraid of giving. Marine defeated every opportunity. Go to the New World and attack any four emperors. Although the other forces may not come to help, they will definitely take the opportunity to harass Marine. If you are not ready to face all the four emperors at once, it is unwise to go to the New World to invade any four emperors. Buddha Sengoku completely denied it. He doesn't think that taking action directly is a good idea. That would be counterproductive. What's more, Marine has just suffered a heavy blow. Are the five elders blinded by victory and thinking that by killing Whitebeard, they can hope to completely destroy the four emperors? It's too risky. The five elders looked cold. There is also a secret revolutionary army in the New World. It is indeed unwise to invade the New World on a large scale and invade any party. We understand what you said, Sengoku, so we have to send Trafalgar Law new mission. 173 Order you to become a pirate. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What mission? Buddha Sengoku asked curiously. Invading New World directly and encircling the four emperors on a large scale is very difficult for Marine to do with all its strength. Even if it succeeds in the end, it will be a miserable victory. There is still a revolutionary army that has been eyeing it secretly. The world government will not allow Marine to be defeated. The revolutionary army is more harmful than the pirates. The five elders looked cold and continued. The revolutionary army is too well hidden. Most of the forces are also in the New World. If we want to destroy the revolutionary army, the four emperors are also an obstacle. Whether we want to calm the sea or send troops to the revolutionary army in the future, the four emperors will be an obstacle. Buddha Sengoku looks heavy. Is the world government really going to take action against the four emperors? As a former Marine Marshal, he carries the burden of justice. Of course he hopes to see the four emperors wiped out. But after analyzing so many interests, will the world government still take action? Isn't it afraid that the order of the sea will completely collapse? But Marine cannot invade directly. Five elders said helplessly. so we can only adopt roundabout tactics. A roundabout tactic. Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but lean forward. What plan do the five elders want to implement? Is it related to Trafalgaro? Since Marine cannot directly invade on a large scale and directly affect the new world's power structure, we can only let others participate. The eyes of the five elders flashed with wisdom. Could it be? Advertisement. Sengoku, the Buddha known as the resourceful general, was not stupid. He understood something instantly and his pupils couldn't help but dilate. It seems that you have already thought of it, Sengoku. Yes, we refuse Trafalgar Law to become admiral, not because he is not strong enough, but because he has a more important task, which can only be carried out by him. You want Trafalgar Law to become a pirate? Buddha Sengoku looked solemn and solemn. Yes, it is difficult for Marine to cause complete chaos in the new world, let alone to make the four emperors fight each other, because Marine is completely opposite to the identity of a pirate and cannot penetrate it, and if it is the identity of a pirate, then it is much simpler. But, let Trafalgar Law become a pirate. Buddha Sengoku still shook his head. I think it is better for Trafalgar Law to be an admiral. His strength is no less than any admiral at this time, and his deterrence will be stronger in the future. More bats. It is precisely because he will be stronger in the future, and precisely because he is strong enough, that he is the best candidate. If he is not strong enough, he will not be qualified to control the struggle between the entire New World forces. Five elders said solemnly. The five of us have been witnessing the battle. The strength of Trafalgar Law has given us a great surprise. It is precisely because of his strength that the five of us have such a plan. Quote. Trafalgar Law is powerful and can change the pattern of the New World. What's more, he has many connections with the major forces in the New World. He has grievances with the Red Hair Pirates, the remnants of the Whitebeard Pirates, and the Blackbeard Pirates. Vice Admiral Garp also reported that he has a significant relationship with Kaido of the Beasts. Garp. Buddha Sengoku's expression darkened. Garp actually passed these baseless news directly to the world government. That bastard Garp, doesn't he know that this may destroy a person? Various connections make it easier for Trafalgar Law to completely disrupt the New World. Moreover, he also has major connections with many members of the Seven Warlords of the Sea, and even the Revolutionary Army has enmity with him. Five elders said. His strength and excellence, coupled with his connections with various forces, made the five of us completely convinced that he would be the best and only person to execute this plan. Buddha Sengoku rubbed his temples in distress. Looking at the expressions of the five elders, Buddha Sengoku knew that they were determined in their hearts to implement this plan. Advertisement. D.A. Trafalgar Law appeared in Buddha Sengoku's mind. Thinking of his character, he believed that he was very accurate in judging people, and thought to himself, with Trafalgar Law's character, although he will not take the initiative to do anything to harm Marine, he is not someone who surrenders and obeys. Man, let him carry out this task, and in the end the world government may lose both his wife and his troops. Sengoku failed to see that Trafalgar Law was determined to die for the world government. It's too risky. Buddha Sengoku denied in disguise. If Trafalgar Law leaves, who will fill the vacant admiral position? Please give me flowers. How come Marine has no other candidates because he can't be drafted by the world? But Trafalgar Law should refuse such a mission, right? Buddha Sengoku was sure of this. He is a soldier, and it is his duty to obey orders. Five elders said forcefully. Buddha Sengoku shook his head helplessly. With his character, mandatory orders will only backfire. But he knows that saying this will always make the current situation more troublesome. You know how successful this plan is, maybe within the next 100 years, the sea will be completely peaceful. Five elders said excitedly. Point 0. They are the top controllers of world government. Advertisement. More than anyone else, I hope that any opposition forces will disappear. What if it fails? What if Trafalgar Law, there are some words that Buddha Sengoku did not say clearly. But the five elders understand. Five elders said coldly. If it fails, Marine will lose at most one admiral. At worst, it will continue to recruit soldiers from around the world, but if it succeeds, it will be 100 years of benefit. 11. I'm afraid the probability of success is too low. Buddha Sengoku muttered in his heart. Buddha Sengoku, convince Trafalgar Law. This is the last task before you remove Marshal Marine. It must be completed. Remember, Trafalgar Law can agree to any conditions, and he can make any request, as long as he executes it perfectly. Task. The task is given to Buddha Sengoku. Distressed and having a headache, he left the Marine headquarters with a heavy heart. After struggling for a long time, he finally called Trafalgar Law. Trafalgar Law, can you agree? Buddha Sengoku couldn't guarantee it. This matter cannot be forced. Forcing will only be counterproductive. What can we do about it? P.S. Today's update is a bit late, because today's plot twist is too big. If you are not careful, all the subsequent plots will collapse. After thinking for a long time, I have clarified the following plots. I just dared to put pen to paper, and I apologize for being a bit late. Keep coding people. 174 I refuse. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law. Want to be a pirate. What? Luo was surprised. Be a pirate. Is this going to kick me out of Marine? Why? Luo's tone slowly became a little cold. He didn't understand why Buddha Sengoku said this, but since he said it, it must not be a joke. Is this direct expulsion? Why? Luo wanted to know the answer. It's impossible to offend Garp and you will be expelled from Marine. Luo smiled disdainfully. In the original work, Akainu killed Ace directly, which was more outrageous than what he did. But in the end, apart from a few cruel words, Garp also did what happened. Akainu also became a marshal. Is it because his relationship with Kaido of the Beasts was exposed? Luo knew that Kaido of the Beasts was involved in the battle at the top. Many details may make interested people feel that he has a close relationship with Kaido of the Beasts. But to fire a strong admiral just because of that? Unless the Marine world government is a fool. A world where strength is respected. With the power of Admiral, it is impossible to be expelled from Marine unless he does something outrageous and unforgivable. Akainu directly destroyed everyone on an island. Is there anything wrong? Shinji's buster call to Spandam caused the Enies lobby to be completely destroyed. Is something wrong? Advertisement. With a smile, Fujitora completely tore off the hypocritical mask of world government. Is something wrong? In comparison, these little things that Luo did were not important at all. Don't be excited. Buddha Sengoku said hurriedly. Trafalgar Law, are you sure there is no one around? What happens next must not be known to others. Explain. There was no one around Luo standing at the bow of the boat. Sengoku quickly explained Five Elders' plan. As that's so. Luo frowned. He didn't expect that Five Elders would have such a plan. The original work has never been published. Has the future been changed as shown by the battle on the top? Trafalgar Law, will you accept this assignment? I refuse. Luo refused directly. The pirate marine was just an identity in his mind, and he didn't have much intention to resist. But Luo has no idea of dedicating himself to the world government. This task is too tiring and requires too much planning. It is not as easy as being an admiral. In his previous life, he climbed up from the bottom and played too many conspiracies. Luo has long been bored. Now he hates conspiracies and tricks from the bottom of his heart. He hates playing tricks. Now he prefers to speak directly with strength and crush with strength. This is what Five Elders means. Sengoku said with a wry smile. Sure enough, Trafalgar Law would refuse, but for this task, Buddha Sengoku also had no say in it. Don't be too busy to refuse, Trafalgar Law. You don't have to feel any pressure. Even if you fail in this mission, it doesn't matter. Your identity is always Marine. Pirates are just your superficial identity, and Marine and the world government will help you secretly. Will also meet all your conditions. If you have any requests, you can make them. Buddha Sengoku persuaded, and even used the provoking method. With your strength as Trafalgar Law, it's not difficult to enter the new world alone, isn't it? It's not dangerous, right? Advertisement. Too much trouble. Buddha Sengoku, who has a headache, rubs his temples. I couldn't help scolding my mother. I couldn't help but complain that Five Elders was too whimsical. How can Trafalgar Law agree to this kind of plan? How can the butcher repay it if I still ask? What can we do if we are more angry and dissatisfied? Buddha Sengoku still tried hard to persuade Luo. Don't bother too much. Become a pirate, Trafalgar Law. You don't have to be too deliberate to perform the task. Just do whatever you want. You just need to make New World more chaotic. Let a scuffle broke out among all the forces. Causing trouble. Yes, That's what it means. Buddha Sengoku nodded hurriedly. But how to change your identity as Trafalgar Law is still a difficult problem. Marine becomes a pirate. The best way is to rebel, but your identity as Trafalgar Law is unique and too sudden. The rebellion is hard to believe. Buddha Sengoku is troubled. The strength of Trafalgar Law has been recognized by the whole world, and it has just made great achievements. Under this premise, under normal circumstances, who would believe that Marine, who had just made a name for himself and had an unlimited future, would rebel? Too deliberately rebellious, too fake, no one is an idiot. What reason should be used to make the whole world believe that Trafalgar Law is really a traitor? Buddha Sengoku thought in distress, spreading to the outside world that Luo was treated unfairly in Marine. He was therefore dissatisfied with the rebellion. Sengoku shook his head. Who but an idiot would treat Marine, a top powerhouse with an unlimited future, unfairly? So what reason should be used? For the time being, Buddha Sengoku has not thought of a perfect plan. Trafalgar Law, if you think about it carefully, if you agree, if you leave Marine, you can make your own decision. Any method will do. The bigger the sensation, the better. Buddha Sengoku said a few more words. Just hung up the phone bug. Advertisement. Can you agree? Buddha Sengoku shook his head uncertainly. I'm afraid that Trafalgar Law won't agree, and in the end it will cause a rift between him and Marine, and the gain will really outweigh the loss. Are you going to be a pirate? Luo looked at the dead phone in his hand. The expression is profound. Is it an order from the five elders? Although Buddha Sengoku didn't say it clearly, and although his tone was gentle, it should be a mandatory order from the five elders, right? Luo's eyes slowly turned cold. He was not in the mood to participate in these troublesome matters. But now it seems there's no way to get rid of it. Can't Admiral get it? Luo Qing took a breath. Luo has no detailed plans for the future. His plan is to become an admiral and continue to improve his strength, eventually becoming the strongest person in 2.8 immortality. Chasing and killing Luffy is just a matter of whim. Presented at the beginning of the plan. Can't we get the admiral, or even continue to be a marine? Luo sneered. He had never taken his marine status too seriously. Even if he was a marine admiral, in Luo's heart, he just felt that the Vice Admiral was not worthy of him, so he just wanted to become an admiral. Never mind. Luo smiled easily. It's important to continue chasing Luffy, pirate marine, is there any difference? Anyway, Luo has no intention of changing himself, nor his own character or behavior, nor does he have any intention of dedicating himself wholeheartedly to anyone. Struggle for world government. No interest or possibility. 175 Sabayati Archipelago. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The warship continued towards the Sabayati Archipelago. A few hours later, the warship did not dock at the Sabayati Archipelago Marine Base, but randomly stopped at an island port, number 48. Call out. After receiving the order, the CP9 members quickly came to Luo's side. Sir Trafalgar Law, we searched all the coating factories and all the bars in the Sabayati Archipelago and found no trace of Pluton Rayleigh. We also searched extensively on other islands and found no trace. Didn't you find it? Luo stepped forward and thought to himself. Because Pluton Rayleigh is too strong, CP9 is not qualified to find his traces. Or is it because he is no longer in Sabayati Archipelago? On which islands are shipbuilding factories and coating factories probably concentrated? Islands 50 to 59. Lead the way. Yes. Soon we came to island no. 50. Room. A huge room space with a diameter of 6 kilometers, covering more than half of the area of island number 50. The Sabayati Archipelago is huge. There are 79 islands, 22 of which have an overall area larger than ordinary large islands. However, individually speaking, the area of each island in Sabayati Archipelago is not large, and they are all small islands. No. I quickly scanned all the situations on island number 50 and found no Pluton Rayleigh. Advertisement. Walk towards island no. 51. It didn't take long. Luo checked all islands 50 to 59 and found no Pluton Rayleigh. But in a small bar, Shaki was discovered, the woman known as Shaki. She is here, but Pluton Rayleigh is not. Luo did not go directly to look for Shaki. It is estimated that she does not know the real whereabouts of Pluton Rayleigh. Even if she knew, it would be difficult for such a woman to get an answer by force. Have you checked the population auction on Island No. 1? Luo asked. Well, all members of CP9 shook their heads. That was a human auction, how could it be related to the legendary Pluton Rayleigh? Could it be that the vice captain of the Pirate King's ship would become a slave? It's a fantasy, right? Go to island number 1. Yes. The puzzled CP9 led the way. Behind Luo were Hancock and Ain. What's wrong with her? Ain looked at Hancock, who suddenly turned pale next to him strangely. Although the population auction is scary, you are the Empress, are you still afraid? The other side. Buddha's Sengoku also returns to the shattered Marine headquarters. Ask all officers at school level and above to hold a meeting immediately. Yes. All middle and high-level officers at the Marine headquarters quickly gathered. The Marine building was shattered, the conference room collapsed, and the empty recruiting camp in the rear city temporarily became a conference venue. Advertisement. An endless stream of officers gathered here. Walking into the gate, the eye-catching recruiting camp record stone is so dazzling. As expected of Mr. Trafalgar Law, he was so strong during the recruiting camp. Yes, we Marine are lucky to have Lord Trafalgar Law here. More officers also whispered, discussing the reason for such a big meeting today. All officers at the school level and above are equivalent to fully representing all the combat capabilities of the middle and high-level Marines, and can fully represent the entire Marine. I heard that Marshal Sengoku of Buddha resigned. I guess the position of the new Marshal will be announced, right? No way. Marshal Sengoku of Buddha resigned. Is it true or false? Who is the new Marshal? Kizaru, Qingji or Akainu Admiral? That's not clear. It should be Qingji Admiral, right? Then who will fill the vacant Admiral position? A Vice Admiral had excitement in his eyes. Admiral is almost every Marine's dream. Don't dream. Admiral is not what we can imagine. If you don't have the strength, you are not qualified to sit in the position of Admiral. It should most likely be Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Many Vice Admirals who had ambitions for the Admiral position were instantly discouraged. I don't even have the courage to compete. Everyone be quiet. Standing on the high platform, Buddha Sengoku glanced at hundreds of mid-level and high-level officers. I asked everyone to come today. I think everyone has heard the reason. I have resigned, there is nothing to make a fuss about. The somewhat uproaring crowd fell silent instantly under the command. I have resigned. Let's not talk about the past. Today is only about one thing. Who is the new Marshal? This matter is related to the future of Marine and everyone present. Buddha Sengoku glanced at everyone and gave his last glance concentrated on the two of them, Qingji Akainu. What a scary two people. Kizaru moved slowly, leaving Qingji Akainu and Akainu who were exuding a terrifying aura at this time. Advertisement. Qingji and Akainu were both candidates for Marshal, but Kizaru gave up on his own initiative. Of course everyone knows this is an excuse. What's going on? In the past, when the Marshal was appointed, wasn't it done directly by the previous Marshal after discussing with the world government? There must be differences of opinion among the higher-ups, right? Marine lowered his head in disgust. Quiet. Buddha Sengoku said seriously. Qingji and Akainu both have the qualifications to become marshals. Who do you support to become marshal? Please write it down on paper and give it to me. Maybe the final decision lies in your hands. Let us choose. Many Marines immediately paid attention, but there were also many who looked at the two admirals hesitantly. Qingji and Akainu were facing each other. The eyes were fighting in the air, seeming to sparkle. We're probably going to have a fight. Kizaru looked as if he was watching a show. Unless everyone chooses to be one-sided and one side completely crushes the other, the final answer will be determined directly through elections. But it is not difficult to see that there should not be much difference between the supporters of both sides. Cannot play a decisive role. Then the final result still depends on strength. Tisk, 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 that's interesting. Kizaru is not afraid of big things when watching a show. He is the most leisurely. He is more concerned about another point than who is the Marshal. Mr. Sengoku, no matter who becomes the Admiral, Akainu or Qingji, it seems that there will be a vacancy in the Admiral. Who will make up for it? Trafalgar Law. But definitely not that guy from Trafalgar Law. He made all three requests, so. Kizaru thought wretchedly. No matter how strong he is, I am an Admiral, and he is only a Vice Admiral, so I am ready to vent my anger. Using Admiral's identity to crush Vice Admiral's identity can at least vent his anger. But if Trafalgar Law also becomes Admiral, it will be the same level. It's possible. Buddha's Sengoku answered ambiguously. The mission Luo was about to perform was a top-secret mission that even Admiral could not know about. 176 Celestial Dragons backing down. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Island number 1 population auction. You can leave now. Luo ordered CP9 to leave. Then he held Hancock in one hand and Ain in the other, and walked into the oral sex club. Do not be afraid. Luo gently held Hancock's little hand and felt her delicate body trembling slightly, which was a shadow deep in her soul. Walking into the lively auction, the auction had already begun. At this time, a burly pirate was being auctioned by the nobles below on the auction table. Luo took the two girls and sat in the last row. Only the last row had free seats, so it didn't cause much of a sensation. Everyone's focus is on the auction stage. The next one is auction item No. 18. A cute loli, with fearful and cute eyes flashing with tears. The low price is 10,000 Baileys. So tender, I like it. A richly dressed aristocrat with a fat head, big ears, bad teeth, flashing obscene eyes and a pervert smile said, 20,000 Baileys. Loli. It seems good to be a maid. A guy with a pale face and obvious kidney failure also showed a pervert smile, 30,000 Baileys. Quote. There are many such disgusting perverts here. Soon the price climbed steadily, reaching 100,000 belly. But there are still several people competing fiercely. 200,000 belly. Suddenly there was a bid, doubling the price, and the scene instantly became quiet. 200,000 belly, the price is too high. When everyone looks at the unique seat in the front row. Advertisement. Silence fell. The man with the fat head and big ears who was the first to bid for the price sat down again in a huff. It's actually Lord Celestial Dragons. All the competitors smiled helplessly, and no one dared to bid any more. For these nobles, 200,000 belly was not impossible, but they did not dare. This small figure is not bad. The Celestial Dragons in the front row, who was also fat and had a vulgar look on his face, also had a disgusting and obscene look in his eyes. Go and send her to me. I won't come. Yes. The servant behind him walked directly to the auction table. Becoming a slave to the world's nobles is destined for life. Many people looked sympathetically at the little girl who was curled up in fear. But no one dared to have the slightest opinion. Lo. Hancock trembled slightly, and Luo could feel her straining because she lost control of the arm she held. Looking at Hancock, who looked slightly scared and weak, Luo knew that the pain deep in her heart was reappearing, and the dust-laden memories were devouring her soul. Sympathy for the scared little girl looking at the auction table reminded her of her own painful experience. His big watery eyes looked at Luo like this. I know. Luo knew what Hancock wanted to say. Raise of hands. 1,000,000 Baileys. What surprised everyone was not the terrifying price, but shock. Someone actually dared to compete with the world's nobles. Did they want to die? Everyone looked back at the last row. Advertisement. In the darkness, most people couldn't see clearly who was speaking, but the people in the last few rows could still see clearly, and their pupils couldn't help but dilate, and it turned out to be. These rubbish. How dare you snatch slaves from me, the noble me? Celestial Dragons, whose noses were bubbling, said coldly, go and kill him for me. Without looking back, he directly ordered the servants. What does a human life mean to the Celestial Dragons? Sir, this is the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. The servant looked at Luo in the last row behind in horror. This was not an ordinary person, but a Vice Admiral. So what about the Vice Admiral? But since he is the Vice Admiral, then don't kill him and shut him up. Celestial Dragons was still disdainful. My lord, Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, his strength is not inferior to that of Admiral. But he is a monster that can fight with the 4 emperors. The servant reminded carefully, such a person is not easy to mess with. Oh, Celestial Dragons are not made of pupil dilation. Even the world's nobles would not dare to humiliate Admiral at will. Then, let's give this auction item to him. Celestial Dragons took one last look at the lovely loli, but tell Trafalgar Law, the noble slave behind me. He can't steal any more, otherwise it will be useless no matter what his identity or strength is. Quote. Yes. The Celestial Dragons gave up, and so did everyone else. It's terrible. It actually made the celestial dragons regress. It is indeed the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Is this the status that absolute strength brings? Too many people looked at Luo blankly, an unbelievable scene. Quote. It seems that celestial dragons trash is not all stupid, right? Luo glanced at the back of celestial dragons in a funny way. The auction continues. Auction number 23. Advertisement. An old man with white hair and vicissitudes of life. This aroused everyone's disdain. You are so old, should you buy it back for him to see him die? That's right. All the nobles said dissatisfied. 10,000 Baileys. Luo bid because the old man on the auction stage who was despised by everyone was Pluton Rayleigh. Damn it, old man, does anyone else want it? Pluton Rayleigh on the stage, drinking wine leisurely, couldn't help but look towards the last row, the leisurely expression suddenly condensed. Him. This is not good. Is there anyone else bidding? The host kept asking. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, how dare we rob someone who is important to us? Besides, who wants such an old man? There was definitely no bid. 10,000 Baileys once, 10,000 Baileys twice, Zhao Qian Zhao 10,000 Baileys 3 times. Bang. Lot 23, belongs to Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. Luo looked at Pluton Rayleigh, who had a frozen expression on the stage, jokingly, you are my slave. Lot number 24. A strong pirate. The auction continues. Auction paper no. 38. As soon as number 38 came on stage, everyone was excited. All the wretched men below looked at the beautiful woman above with lust, especially the turbulent waves on her chest. He is mine. The wretched celestial dragons stood up directly and pointed at number 38 domineeringly. Everyone was instantly discouraged, so what if they were unwilling? Luo. Hancock looked at Luo pitifully. She didn't want to see other people suffer the same pain. 177 Begging for mercy. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Only after experiencing it can we understand the pain. Looking at the shivering girl on the auction stage, Hancock bit his lip. Only at this moment will she show rare sympathy and mercy, and put away her strength and coldness. Hancock knew that if she became a slave to the celestial dragons, she would end badly. Luo. Hancock looked at Luo with his big black eyes. Everything is unspoken. She belongs to me. Celestial Dragon's domineering and arrogant voice echoed throughout the auction, and no one dared to refute it. Luo nodded to Hancock and raised his hand. Luo. Hancock suddenly grabbed Luo's raised arm and hugged her tightly. She bit her lip and shook her head. That's a world noble, forget it. Hancock's eyes could not conceal his hatred and murderous intent towards celestial dragons. But deep down, the fear could not be concealed. This has nothing to do with strength. The deepest nightmare and the deepest shadow have always been difficult to take a step out of my heart. That's the world's nobility, and Hancock understands the power of the world's nobility better than anyone else. Although I pity the girl on the auction stage. But Hancock didn't want Luo to take the risk. Anyone who offended the world's nobles in history would never end well. There would never be a good end. Don't worry. Luo gently pulled Hancock's hand away. It's just celestial dragons. Advertisement. Raising his hand, Luo just raised his hand calmly. It was so dazzling at the auction where everyone bowed their heads. Special. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, bid. The host was sweating profusely and his legs were shaking. Is Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral really going to compete with celestial dragons? This is not good. No one in the auction can afford to offend. Although the population auction on island number 1 has a big backstory, so what? What? The fat celestial dragon stared at Trafalgar Law angrily. The anger could no longer be hidden. Damn Vice Admiral, I just gave you up once, and you don't know what to do. As a world noble, he has always been aloof, but now he feels that his noble status has been trampled on. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, is he determined to go against the celestial dragons? Definitely not a coincidence. Everyone at the auction looked at Trafalgar Law in horror. Wherever the celestial dragons bid, he made the bid. This was clearly aimed at the celestial dragons. Why? Everyone looked at Luo in confusion and horror. As a vice admiral, it is impossible to understand the status symbol of the world's nobility. Why would he target the celestial dragons? Something big is going to happen. Many of the nobles have already carefully planned to retreat outside. When gods fight, mortals suffer. Kid, Let's take this opportunity to leave. In a corner of the auction, Hira, wearing a mask with many holes, whispered to the arrogant-looking pirate next to him. This year's supernova has a bounty on the top kid. Advertisement. But there is a good show, why would you leave? Kid said arrogantly. But the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral is here. If we are accidentally discovered, it may be difficult for us to leave. What are you afraid of? 100,000 Baileys. Luo said calmly, casting a cold glance at the furious celestial dragons. If you want it, then make a bid. Celestial Dragons was so angry that his fat face was trembling. 1 million Baileys. Can you still be richer than the world's nobles? 100 million Baileys. Luo Moran said. He did it on purpose. Celestial Dragons stared at Luo angrily. How could anyone increase the price like this? Even if the girl in front of them is very beautiful, she is just an ordinary person. How can she be worth 100 million? This is obviously looking for trouble. Everyone can see it. Is it great to think that you are a Vice Admiral? Celestial Dragons was completely, unable to suppress the anger in their hearts and was so shameless. Master, calm down and let me talk. The servant said in a hurry. Trafalgar Law is not an ordinary Vice Admiral, but with the strength of an admiral, it would be unwise to have conflicts here. Tell him to shut up, otherwise the identity of Vice Admiral will not protect him. Celestial Dragons are arrogant and arrogant. Yes. The servants rushed towards Trafalgar Law in a hurry. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, my master said. Advertisement. Let him speak in person. Luo Guan glanced at the servant, and one look was enough to make him shut up in horror. What a scary look. The servant was so frightened that he sat down in the aisle. Shameless guy, do you really think Vice Admiral is great? Don't you know that I am a noble of the world? Don't you know that the entire world government serves the Celestial Dragons? And you Marines are just that. It is one of the affiliated organizations of the world government, and is just a domestic slave of our world's nobles. Celestial Dragons, who could not suppress his anger, pointed at Trafalgar Law and cursed. Something big is definitely going to happen. Many people fled out of the auction in fear. But more people chose to stay, because they would definitely not really have conflicts, and they all looked at Luo. Although Trafalgar Law is very strong, after all, it is impossible for Marine to really have conflicts with the world's nobles, right? Marine is definitely also this will not be tolerated. Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral should choose to be patient, right? Facing the world's nobles, what's the use of being stronger? Now shut up and get out, and present the auction items that you just snatched from the noble me. I can forget about it, otherwise first we'll let Marine punish you severely. Celestial Dragons said arrogantly. Suddenly he saw Hancock and Ain beside Luo. The beauty of the two women is more beautiful than any of the beautiful girls on the auction stage. They are stunners in the world. There was a lewd look in his eyes. Luo smiled. Stood up. You really want to give in and leave? Everyone looked at Luo. Wait a minute, I have new conditions now. You can leave, but you can only. Ha! He stepped forward, not toward the back door, but forward, toward the front row. Are you here to beg for mercy? Celestial Dragon's eyes showed mockery and contempt. No matter how strong Marine is, so what? He's not our house slave yet. 178 Nothing. Just killed a Celestial Dragons. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Interesting. Pluton Rayleigh, who was sitting casually in the corner with handcuffs, was drinking leisurely and watching this scene with interest. My ears were filled with everyone's comments, and they all agreed that Luo should give in. But Pluton Rayleigh laughed. The temperament he embodies is not like someone who would give in to others. Luo calmly walked to Celestial Dragons. Behind Hancock was so nervous that he couldn't help but grab the gauntlet with both hands. Luo, what will he do? Hancock doesn't know. But I care. Luo, you will not let me down, right? Hancock looked at Luo expectantly. Yes, Luo, he will not let me down. But she was afraid of Luo Chongchen, and she knew the consequences of this matter. I was in a dilemma inside. Of course she hopes that the man she loves most can be unafraid of the most disgusting celestial dragons, but she is also afraid that the man she loves the most will be in danger. Walk up to the celestial dragons. The short and fat celestial dragons wanted to show a noble posture of looking down, but with their short stature, they could only look up at Luo. His so-called nobility is more funny and artificial than a clown. Do you know Marshal Marine's phone number? Luo asked calmly, taking out the phone bug from his arms. Have no idea. I know. Luo slowly dialed the number, which was directly connected to the phone bug Sengoku carried with him. Advertisement. Do. The voice was very soft, but it was so clear in the room that everyone's heart couldn't help but clench. What exactly is the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral going to do? Contact Marshal Marine. Why? Many people looked at Luo in confusion. Do you want Marshal Marine to move out and plead for mercy? Celestial Dragon smiled disdainfully. Marshal's plea for mercy is useless unless the two women are obediently presented. Trafalgar Law. Came the confused tone of Buddha Sengoku on the other side of the phone. Buddha Sengoku, who had just finished the meeting, was surprised by Luo's call at this time. Has he figured it out? Are you willing to accept the mission? Marshal Sengoku, I have thought of a perfect way to leave Marine. Luo said calmly to the phone bug. Really? Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but asked in surprise. So, is Trafalgar Law willing to take on the task? Although he has resigned from the position of Marshal Marine, Buddha Sengoku's concern for Marine has not diminished. The reason why the five elders resisted the plan at first was because Sengoku believed that it would be impossible to convince Trafalgar Law, and that it would cause Marine to lose an important combat power. But if Trafalgar Law takes the initiative and is willing to accept the task, Buddha Sengoku believes that this mission is still very likely to succeed. Even if it does not achieve the most perfect result, it will definitely be beneficial to Marine in the future. With Trafalgar Law's strength and mind, it may really be possible to succeed. The excited Buddha Sengoku ignored the curious eyes of Kizaru, Garp and others beside him and asked excitedly, Trafalgar Law, what solution do you think of? Buddha Sengoku was curious. There is no way to make Trafalgar Law rebel against Marine without arousing anyone's suspicion. Advertisement. Buddha of Sengoku knows that he has not thought of the perfect solution yet. Has Luo already thought of it? Listen. Buddha Sengoku tilted his head to listen to the voice coming from the phone bug. What did he hear? He wondered if he heard it wrong. Call out. Take action instantly. Luo grabbed the arrogant celestial dragons next to him and lifted him up forcefully. The short limbs were struggling crazily, like a disgusting huge meatball humming. Asshole, let me go. You dare to attack me, are you looking for death? Celestial Dragons is not qualified to say these roaring words. He was choked and his face turned red. These were just the roars in his heart. Everyone at the auction was frightened by the sudden turn of events. Looking at the celestial dragons being forcibly lifted up with horror, is this hurt? Once the celestial dragons are offended, the admiral of the naval headquarters must devote all their military might to its defense. Now this is not simply offensive but hurtful. Something serious has happened. For a moment, the nobles who were trembling with fear couldn't help screaming, but Luo's eyes froze, and before those howls could be heard, Conqueror's Haki forced them to fall into coma. Please give me flowers. Conqueror's Haki. Trafalgar Law is a Marine, right? How could he have Conqueror's Haki? And such a level of Haki is not just awakened. Pluton Rayleigh, one of the people who was not unconscious, looked at Luo in shock. Marine has Haki. Is this definitely true? Advertisement. Phew. Hancock stood behind Luo in an instant, facing everything with Luo without saying anything. There are too many emotions in her eyes. Shocked and moved the most. For the I family. Hancock's eyes were full of admiration, and at the same time he glanced at all the unconscious people at the auction with a cold look. They are all garbage. For Luo's safety, they cannot be kept. 0. What are you listening to? On the other side of the phone, Buddha Sengoku asked, not knowing why. Buddha Sengoku, save me quickly. Celestial Dragon struggled crazily, and his wails and pleas for help could only be howled in his heart. Wrong. Celestial Dragon suddenly realized something. The fear in his eyes disappeared instantly, and the lofty eyes appeared again, scorning Luo. The noble me is a noble of the world. Who dares to hurt the noble me? Does he dare? Dare. Boom. Shinra Tenjang. As soon as he let go, the fat celestial dragons flew out instantly like bullets, crashing into the wall, smashing several layers of walls, and fell into the ruins. Covered in blood, the dying celestial dragons looked at Luo in horror and disbelief. A mouthful of blood spurted out, his head tilted, and he was out of breath. What happened? Buddha Sengoku asked in shock. It's nothing. Just killed a celestial dragons. Luo raised his hand casually, and the water cup in the distance instantly floated above Luo's palm. He poured the water and washed his hands because it was dirty. At the same time, he said casually, "This method is very good, right? Martial Sengoku!" Exclamation mark question mark quote. 178 Straw Hat Where is Luffy? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What? Buddha Sengoku suspected that he heard wrongly. Celestial dragons. Based on my visual inspection, it would be difficult for him to withstand this move. Quote. Quote exclamation mark question mark quote. Buddha's Sengoku was silent, and his big mouth could not be closed for a long time. This must have been misheard. How about it, Mr. Sengoku? This method will definitely not arouse anyone's suspicion, right? Luo raised his eyebrows. Exclamation mark quote. Comma 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 comma. Then Mr. Sengoku, we will be enemies from now on, please give me some advice. Luo hung up the phone calmly. His eyes were deep and cold. Do you agree with world government's plan? Of course Luo doesn't agree, but if he doesn't agree, the result will not change. Of course Luo has the strength to directly oppose the 127 plan, and he can just leave Marine without hesitation. That being the case, might as well get some more benefits. I wonder if world government will really break with me because of the celestial dragons, or will it swallow its anger and agree to continue carrying out this mission? Luo thought curiously. It doesn't matter. Advertisement. Either the former or the latter. Luo has no intention of actually carrying out the task of world government. The former is just walking alone at most, but Luo is no longer what he used to be, and he no longer needs the protection of others. There is no feeling of guilt inside. Marine didn't give Luo much military rank or training. In terms of training, Luo only learned hockey's training methods from Zephyr Admiral. Apart from that, he never accepted Marine's teachings. Even if he was grateful, it would be to Zephyr, not Marine. But Luo didn't think he owed Marine anything. Luo gave Marine more, whether it was the improvement of guns or the significant power exerted in the war. Without Luo, Marine would have suffered a greater defeat if they faced off against each other. No matter what the world government chooses, it doesn't matter. It probably won't give me any good results in the end. Luo sneered, even if the world government temporarily tolerated it and agreed to continue carrying out the mission. Luo also knows that people like undercover agents never end well. In his previous life, he had seen too many undercover agents, whether they were undercover agents sent by the police to gangs, or undercover agents from the police who attacked gangs. Even if the mission is successful, the result will hardly be good. Luo believes that with the face-conscious approach of world government, even if it is implemented obediently, it will inevitably lead to the end of the rabbit. He is not willing to work hard and get nothing in the end. Hancock, Ain, you go ahead and go to Eni's lobby immediately, take away Nami, Nico Robin and Khalifa, and drive Arc Proverbs away. I will find you when things here are over, Luo said quickly to the two women. Good. Advertisement. Hancock nodded, glanced at Luo with concern, and then hurriedly pulled Ain, who was unwilling to leave because of worry, and quickly rushed out of the auction. Putting these little things aside for now, finding Straw Hat Luffy is the first priority. Turning around, Luo looked at Pluton Rayleigh, the only one in the corner who could remain absolutely awake, and walked over with a smile. I'm a bad old man. I can't do anything. You don't want a slave like me, right? Pluton Rayleigh laughed a few times, then turned and walked towards the back door. Pluton Rayleigh, you are my slave now, shouldn't you listen to your master? Luo said funny. Pluton Rayleigh was shocked as he left. He stopped and looked back helplessly. After all these years, does anyone still remember my name? As you can see, I guess I can't keep my identity as Marine, so there's no need to worry about the conflict between us. Luo shrugged and said, tell me one thing and I'll leave immediately. Oh, what's the matter? Where is Straw Hat Luffy? Luo's eyes were sharp, not missing any subtle expression of Pluton Rayleigh at this time. Straw Hat Luffy. Pluton Rayleigh frowned, remained silent for a moment and said calmly, I don't know. You really don't know? Luo looked at Pluton Rayleigh with a scrutinizing gaze. He was indeed a veteran and strong man. Although his expression changed to a certain extent, Luo was not sure whether what Pluton Rayleigh said was true or false. I'm very curious, Trafalgar Law. It seems that you are no longer a Marine. Even if you are still a Marine, with your strength, chasing after a newcomer like this. Is it too much? Pluton Rayleigh asked. Straw Hat Luffy, he has just set sail. Is it necessary to go so far? It has nothing to do with strength or status, it only has to do with mood. Mood. Pluton Rayleigh looked serious. He looked at Luo with some solemnity. Is he really a paranoid and crazy person at heart? Pluton Rayleigh knows that he must not provoke such a person, otherwise there is nothing he can do. Advertisement. It seems that we can only use the last stupid method. Luo slowly pulled out the knife from his waist. If Straw Hat Luffy is really related to you, what's more, he is hiding somewhere in the Sabayati archipelago, or is it far away from the Sabayati archipelago? Not far. Then. Trouble. Pluton Rayleigh exerted force, and the handcuffs made of fine steel broke instantly. He casually pulled out the sword hilt from the waist of a warrior behind a noble. As long as Straw Hat Luffy has a major relationship with you, Pluton Rayleigh, and starts a war with you, with his impulsive character, he can't turn a blind eye, right? Luo laughed. I really don't know where Straw Hat Luffy is. Pluton Rayleigh explained with a wry smile. I only believe in myself. Luo's whole body exuded a terrifying aura. How could you get into trouble with a red-haired guy named 2.9 who has headaches? He's in trouble, Pluton Rayleigh said with a nonchalant look on his face. The terrifying momentum caused the huge auction house to sway and make a Kazika's sound. Call out. Luo disappeared in an instant and appeared in front of Pluton Rayleigh, with a cold light flashing by. Chang. The moment the two swords faced each other, Luo's left palm was still aimed at Pluton Rayleigh. Room, Shinra Tianjiang. Boom. A terrifying repulsive force instantly hit Pluton Rayleigh with dilated pupils. As the floor collapsed, Pluton Rayleigh retreated violently and smashed the wall. It can be seen from the broken hole that Pluton Rayleigh, who was flying upside down, quickly stabilized his body in the air and landed steadily on the grass 100 meters away. Time. Thunder and lightning flashed, and Luo chased him out instantly. 179 Plan continues. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Marine Headquarters. Trafalgar Law, is he lying to me? Buddha Sengoku stared at the phone bug that had a busy signal. A fact that is too hard to accept. What kind of idea is this? Indeed, killing the celestial dragons will not arouse anyone's suspicion. If the identity of the celestial dragons is not considered, it is indeed the best way. But celestial dragons' world noble status. Let Buddha Sengoku instantly realize the seriousness of the matter. With Trafalgar Law's character, what he does is definitely what he did. There is no way he can fake it. But even if he betrays Marine for the sake of acting and for absolute reasons, he shouldn't kill the celestial dragons. Doesn't he know the celestial dragons' identity? Even if it's acting, it's enough to offend or even hurt the celestial dragons. Why kill them? There's no room for buffering. Could it be that Trafalgar Law has? The incident was too big. Buddha's Sengoku dare not make the decision. 22 Although he has resigned now, he has not yet completely decided who will serve as Marine Marshal. He is still temporarily in charge of the entire Marine. But even Marshal Marine can't directly make the decision. Quickly dialed 5 Elders number. Buddha Sengoku, has the decision been made about who will be the Marshal? And Trafalgar Law, hasn't he agreed to carry out the mission? Tell him not to forget his identity. This is an order, not a discussion. The overbearing voice of the 5 Elders came. Advertisement. The battle between Akainu and Shinji as marshals is probably inevitable. The winner will be the Marshal, and Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral, he is willing to accept this task. Very good. The 5 Elders couldn't help but smile. Tell him that as long as he executes the mission perfectly, as long as he secretly completely disrupts the new world, then after it is accomplished, any conditions can be raised and discussed. Buddha Sengoku smiled bitterly. I'm afraid that the world government won't want to do it. Taking a deep breath, Buddha Sengoku had to tell the truth. Trafalgar Law has agreed to perform the mission. He has thought of a perfect way to betray Marine and has already executed it. What solution? 5 Elders asked curiously. Kill one of the celestial dragons. Boom. Buddha Sengoku clearly heard the sound of a teacup falling to the ground. Sengoku, what did you say? Trafalgar Law killed a world noble. 5 Elders asked roaringly. Yes, this is his method. Buddha Sengoku smiled bitterly with ridicule. Is this really his method? He had long suspected Trafalgar Law's true purpose. That bastard, doesn't he know what the world's nobility means? He actually went to kill it. The angry five elders paced around the room irritably. Is he an idiot or ignorant? Buddha Sengoku remained silent. Waiting for the five elders to vent their anger is enough. Buddha Sengoku slowly said. Then, what should we do? How? Of course, send Admiral, capture him directly and convict him. The crime of killing the world's nobles is unpardonable. Five elders said coldly. Advertisement. As that's so. Buddha Sengoku sighed deeply. He knew that Trafalgar Law was not willing to perform the task at all. Is this to vent his dissatisfaction to the world government? Not only was the mission aborted, but now Trafalgar Law is also lost. Buddha Sengoku heart Shunin couldn't help cursing. Marine already suffered a big loss, but now it loses a top powerhouse. What's the point? Very dissatisfied. Buddha Sengoku was very dissatisfied with the five elders setting up this plan in the first place. But the loyalty to world government has long been engraved in the bones of Buddha Sengoku. Trafalgar Law, or the fact that he was not loyal to Marine from the beginning, did not bear justice. Although this task is indeed a bit difficult, it is not without the possibility of buffering. To break up like this, he clearly does not take Marine seriously. I know, I will immediately send Admiral to attack Trafalgar Law. Buddha Sengoku said solemnly. Since it cannot be avoided. Then you have to deal with it. Wait a minute. The five elders who calmed down suddenly stopped. What are the chances of catching Trafalgar Law? Trafalgar Law is not inferior to any admiral in strength. It takes at least 2 admirals to defeat him, but it will be difficult for 3 admirals to catch him. His ability is too weird and it is difficult to push him into a desperate situation. In other words, even if Marine goes all out, it can't guarantee absolute success. Buddha Sengoku's silence was his answer. As this definitely Trafalgar Law's plan, rather than his actual rebellion. 5 elders asked seriously. He did say that this was his method of rebellion. Buddha Sengoku said. Really? Advertisement. The 5 elders looked at each other. Hard to believe completely. But is there any way to absolutely prove that it is true or false? How about continuing with the plan? The 5 elders discussed quickly. No. If Trafalgar Law really intends to betray, the plan will never succeed. One person retorted. But now we can only believe in Trafalgar Law. We can only bet that even if 633 doesn't believe him, it will be difficult for Marine to catch him. The result will be the same. Why not choose to gamble? What if it is really his plan? Even if it is not, even if the plan fails, the result will not be worse. How can celestial dragons explain it? The 5 elders immediately fell silent and had a headache. Of course, send Admiral, that's what I'm giving to the celestial dragons. Soon the 5 elders came to a unified mind. Immediately use the phone bug to notify Buddha's Sengoku. Tell Trafalgar Law that the plan continues. Continue execution. Buddha Sengoku couldn't help but widen his eyes. What he was killing was the world's nobles. Could it be that the 5 elders' world government would choose to give in? How is it possible? But then I thought about it. Buddha Sengoku instantly understood what the 5 elders were thinking. Even if they go all out to encircle and suppress Trafalgar Law now, there is no guarantee of success. By then, Marine and the world government will not only lose an admiral-level powerhouse, but also gain an admiral-level powerhouse. But if the mission continues, even if Trafalgar Law truly betrays him, Marine and world government will not lose more. But if he is still a Marine at heart and completes this plan perfectly, then the world government will gain too much. 180 Admiral dispatched. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Understood. I will notify Trafalgar Law immediately and send Admiral immediately. Of course Sengoku of Buddha knows what to do now. Don't tell any Admiral about this yet, it's top secret. 5 elders said seriously. Other than you, Sengoku, who knows about it, not even the new Marine Marshal is allowed to tell. Buddha Sengoku was shocked. Although it is confidential, there is no need to hide it even from the next Marshal, right? Could it be? The call ends. World government. 5 elders looked cold. Trafalgar Law is too bold and reckless. He simply doesn't care about the world's nobles and world government. He actually relies on his own strength to do whatever he wants. Even if this is a plan, it is because of his recklessness. Indeed, his strength is needed now to give in temporarily, but the impact of this matter is too bad. There is murderous intent hidden in Five Elders' eyes. Even if he completes the mission perfectly, he must not admit his identity as a Marine, otherwise he will not be able to explain it to the world's nobles in the end. If he is the only one left in New World after completing the mission, he can be easily eliminated. Even if he didn't commit such a bold act as killing the world's nobles, we can't finally admit that he is a Marine undercover. Otherwise, if Dahai knows that we are using such a strategy, it will be too detrimental to the face of the world government. From the beginning of formulating this mission, Five Elders had this idea in mind. If a strong admiral could be sacrificed, all the reactionary pirate forces in the New World could collapse. Totally worth it. Very little is known about this matter, so even if Trafalgar Law finally reveals his undercover identity to the world, he doesn't have to admit it. Advertisement. We cannot let him understand our thoughts now. We must make him believe that the world government can agree to any of his requests, and let him believe that he will have supreme glory after success, otherwise he will not work seriously. When he succeeds, it will be him. The murderous look in Five Elders' eyes could not be concealed at all. Marine Headquarters. I don't know what Trafalgar Law really is. I can only find the answer in the future. It's a pity. Buddha Sengoku understood the true purpose of the Five Elders, with helplessness in his anger. The previous dissatisfaction with Trafalgar Law suddenly disappeared. Perhaps Trafalgar Law understood from the beginning that no matter whether he succeeded or failed in this task, there would be no good results, so he resisted like this. Buddha Sengoku slowly clenched his fists. Trafalgar Law, he takes seriously. And he is the person whom his adopted son Corazon values the most. How could world government be convincing if it started with the idea of burning bridges across rivers? Buddha Sengoku's fist cracked because of too much force. But he was powerless to change all this. Helpless eyes glanced at the three admirals in the distance. Finally, he locked on Kizaru. Kizaru, come here. Buddha Sengoku decided to send Kizaru out. The most important thing for Qingji and Akainu now is to decide who will be Marine Marshal. They should not be distracted. Moreover, he is aware of the grudge between Kizaru and Trafalgar Law. It can increase your persuasiveness and make others less suspicious. What's wrong, Mr. Sengoku? Advertisement. Kizaru, you immediately lead the fleet to the Sabayati archipelago. During the call with the Five Elders, the intelligence agency has obtained Law's location at this time. Go and capture Trafalgar Law immediately. Kizaru was dumbfounded and looked at Buddha Sengoku blankly. Just now, Kizaru was still praying in his heart that Trafalgar Law must not become an admiral. Are you going to catch him now? Why is that? Is Mr. Sengoku talking in his sleep? Or are you just teasing me? That's strange. Why Mr. Sengoku? Trafalgar Law killed a world noble in the Sabayati archipelago. What? Kizaru was so frightened that he almost jumped up and his eyes almost popped out. Really or not? Absolutely true. Kizaru's face twitched and he was so shocked that he couldn't recover for a long time. He actually killed the world's nobles. Of course Kizaru knew what the celestial dragons meant, and he also knew the temperament of the celestial dragons. With Trafalgar Law's stinky character, when he met the arrogant celestial dragons, there was a real difference between the two. It's easy for conflicts to arise, but I didn't expect that he would directly kill me. Isn't it too bold? Admiral is certainly not afraid of the world's nobility. But even Admiral would not offend the celestial dragons at will, let alone kill them. Now that you know it, prepare to carry out the mission. Buddha Sengoku waved his hand dejectedly. I feel a little disappointed with the world government that has always been loyal. Advertisement. Is it really okay to calculate such a plot against a hero who has just made great achievements? I understand. Kizaru couldn't hide the horror in his eyes, but he never took a step forward. Mr. Sengoku, do you really want to capture me? This is an order issued by the world government. Go and execute it. Buddha Sengoku waved his hand feebly. But, Kizaru's wretched old face was all wrinkled. What's wrong? Although I hate that guy, he is arrogant, but at least he has just made a great contribution to Marine, and his reputation within Marine is not low. Although Celestial Dragons is noble, the practices of Celestial Dragons are known to everyone, so they can really catch them directly. Go tell the world government these words. I understand. Kizaru nodded heavily. With a sigh, he turned around and walked towards the port. What's this? Although Zhao Chenjiao can teach that boy a lesson openly, why is he not so happy? Is it possible that no matter what, can't we all compare to the so-called nobles of the world? It is inevitable that there will be some feeling of sadness. Sengoku, you said Trafalgar Law killed the celestial dragons, and the world government issued an order to capture them. Suddenly, Garp appeared behind Sengoku, his eyes wide and shining. Garp, what is your wife doing? Hasn't that kid always relied on himself to bear justice? Hasn't he been lawless because of his status as Marine? Now he is also a sinner, so it is only natural for me to catch him, right? Garp couldn't help but laugh. Garp, you are not allowed to leave the Marine headquarters. Sengoku hurriedly stopped him. Sengoku, I promised you not to do anything to that kid before, but now that he has become a sinner, why can't I do it? Turning around, Garp rushed towards the port crazily. 181 The probability of survival is 0. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Chang Chang Chang. The afterimages of the swords faced each other quickly, sparks splashed around, and the sky was filled with cold light. In the confrontation between the top experts, every move contains shocking power. I was actually knocked unconscious. At the auction, the first person to wake up was the always arrogant kid, slapping his dizzy head. Can Conqueror's hockey alone make me comatose? He clenched his fists unwillingly. As the #1 supernova this year, he has his own arrogance. Even when facing the top experts, he thinks he is not much weaker. But now he finally understands what the gap is. Boom. The terrifying battle outside instantly caught his attention. Looking through the broken wall, he looked at the two fighting outside in horror. Who will Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral fight with again? What a terrifying air pressure. A slightly panicked kid hurriedly shook his unconscious companion beside him. Kira, wake up. Waking up all his companions, Kid hurriedly said. Go quickly, get out of here quickly. What's wrong? Kira asked confused. Who is Trafalgar Law fighting with? Didn't he capture the celestial dragons before we were unconscious? What happened to the celestial dragons? The corpses covered in blood in the ruins are eye-catching. Everyone in Kid looked a little pale. Did Trafalgar Law kill the celestial dragons? How is 867 possible? Is he crazy? Even the lawless Kid and others were left cold by the sight. It's absolutely going to be turned upside down. I can't stay here anymore. No, I can't even stay in Sabayati Archipelago anymore. Kid gritted his teeth and quickly rushed out of the auction with his companions, rushing to other islands. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law, is this going to break the sky? Kid, who was running away, looked back at Luo who was fighting with Pluton Rayleigh. His eyes looked a little unwilling. Kid has always believed that he is the strongest of the younger generation and the third supernova. You can see Luo. The gap made him unwilling. While he was still complacent about being the first supernova, he had already become the most dazzling powerhouse in the top battle. Facing the upcoming battle, he could only escape, but he was a participant. Facing Admiral, Kid can still remain arrogant. Even though he is stronger than me, I am still young. But facing Luo, he couldn't be arrogant. Walk. Run away quickly, CCAG, from here. Subsequently, more and more people at the auction woke up due to the earthquake. When they slowly woke up, they saw the corpses of celestial dragons in a pool of blood at a glance. Celestial dragons dead. Did the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral kill the celestial dragons? How dare he do such a thing? Isn't he afraid of Marine's pursuit? Something big is going to happen. Where are the people at Trafalgar Law? Looking around, there was no trace of Luo at the auction. Did he escape? Advertisement. Kill the celestial dragons. Are you going to die if you don't escape? But when the terrifying explosions came from outside, these people who were belatedly realized that Luo was outside and still fighting. Still here. Still fighting with others leisurely. Is he really not afraid of death? Everyone looked at Luo in horror. Don't you know the price of killing celestial dragons? Run away. The Admiral of Headquarters is coming. A large group of people fled frantically from island number 1. As they fled to other islands. This shocking news spread in Sabayati Archipelago. Fighting Daihatsu on top Kamui's Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral is in the Sabayati Archipelago. What? He killed the celestial dragons. After hearing this news, many people in Sabayati Archipelago showed excitement and couldn't help but smile. The people who were most severely oppressed by the celestial dragons were the people of Sabayati Archipelago, who made this place closest to the Holy Land. Many people cried with joy when they heard this news. Have those domineering celestial dragons also kicked the bucket? Do you think that Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral can be bullied at will like us? He is a super strong man, and all celestial dragons should be killed. Good kill. But after the excitement, there was panic. They know the horror of celestial dragons better than anyone else. The Admiral of Headquarters is coming, and this place will turn into a battleground. With the strength of Master Trafalgar Law, even the Sabayati Archipelago may not be able to survive the battle with the Admiral. Advertisement. Run away. Everyone on all the islands in the Sabayati Archipelago fled in fear. Even the pirates in the lawless land are running away in fear. Quickly load the ship. Although the coating has not been successful yet, please leave the Sabayati Archipelago first. Supernova Capone Beige ordered hurriedly. Captain, let's leave quickly, otherwise it will be difficult for us to leave during the war when the headquarters admiral arrives. A group of strangely dressed pirates looked at the leisurely captain anxiously. In the square, Supernova Buggy L. Hawkins was still looking at the cards in his hand with all his concentration. The anxious subordinates and the people fleeing around seemed unable to have any influence on him. The survival probability of Trafalgar Law is 0. Buggy L. Hawkins looked at the card in his hand in surprise. He looked at the result he predicted in horror. Trafalgar Law is so strong, even if the headquarters admiral arrives, the chance of survival cannot be 0. Why? Buggy L. Hawkins could not accept the predicted results. Although the admiral in this department is strong. But is the strength shown by Trafalgar Law weaker than admiral? Even if Marine sends 2 or even 3 admirals, the chance of survival will never be 0. As the Sabayati Archipelago showing signs of death, Buggy L. Hawkins finally stopped looking paralyzed and showed a hint of uneasiness. It's really time to leave. After quickly packing up the cards, he walked toward the port in a panic. That idiot Trafalgar Law. On a street roof, a beautiful girl sat carelessly on the roof. Looking at the people fleeing in panic below, she bit the leg of lamb and cursed. You are crazy, don't hurt us. A rude and arrogant girl, but she has a stunning appearance. The heart-shaped lipstick adds a touch of charm. Even if Hockey is a foodie, her points are not reduced. Supernova Jewelry Bonnie. 182 Let's wait for the news of Luo's death. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. Loud laughter came from a pirate ship in the crowded and chaotic port. Captain, I heard that you had a conflict with Trafalgar Law when you were in the Marine recruit camp. HMPH. Drake, who has become a supernova, had a cold look in his eyes. During the recruitment camp assessment, Trafalgar Law cheated to win. Damn it. Zephyr actually favored him. The rotten Marine is not worthy of lousy staying there. Thinking of all the recruiting camps, Drake couldn't help but burst into anger. But the battle he witnessed a few days ago completely extinguished the idea of revenge in his heart. The power of love gave him too much shock and fear. The unwillingness that had just arisen in my heart was powerless given the absolute gap. Unwilling. Drake is certainly not content. Entering the recruiting camp at the same time, Luo was far inferior to Drake at that time, but now, the gap between the two is heaven and earth. Ben was preparing to leave the Sabayati Archipelago and enter the New World. I didn't expect to hear such news suddenly, the best news. Drake's laughter never stopped. Can't that idiot Trafalgar Law still change his arrogant character? This time he can kick it if you dare to kill celestial dragons on the steel plate, the world government will never let him go. Step forward. Drake disembarks. Captain, the Admiral of Headquarters is coming, we should go. Advertisement. Let's go. Drake, who had landed on the island again, smiled sinisterly and said, Trafalgar Law is looking for death. How could I let go of such an opportunity? Of course I have to witness the scene where he was killed by Admiral and witness the moment of his death. Even if he so what if he is better than me now? He has no future, but I still have an unlimited future. But Captain, it's too dangerous. Drake walked towards the interior of the island without looking back. Trafalgar Law, you're done. Sabayati Archipelago is in complete chaos. And this news quickly spread outside the Sabayati Archipelago, shocking the world. Everyone who heard it was shocked. The battle on the top has just ended, but the heat wave has not dissipated at all, and Trafalgar Law, as the most eye-catching and most unexpected strong man in the battle, has attracted too much curiosity and attention. At this time add this news. It's enough to make anyone stunned. At the funeral of Whitebeard and Ace, a sad atmosphere filled the island, and everyone looked sad. What? After receiving the news, the red-haired man exclaimed, regardless of being rude at the funeral, Trafalgar Law could be so impulsive. Is he going to betray Marine and go against Marine? Red hair, what's wrong? Marco asked hurriedly. Something about the abominable Trafalgar Law was enough to attract too much of their attention. Trafalgar Law killed the celestial dragons in Sabayati Archipelago, and now Sabayati Archipelago is completely in chaos. The red hair said quickly. Advertisement. Is he crazy? Or everyone's first reaction after hearing this news is like this. Is he crazy? Ha ha ha. Okay. Josie, the captain of the 3rd Division, couldn't help but laugh. That guy was one of the main reasons why we failed in the battle at the top. He did it himself, no one can blame him. Deserved it. All the members of the Whitebeard pirates laughed happily. For them, the one they hate the most is Blackbeard, followed by Trafalgar Law, who shattered the last glimmer of hope of rescuing Ace on the court. Damn. Now there's something exciting to watch. Trafalgar Law was so arrogant before, now it's time for him to try to be surrounded and suppressed by Marine. All the members of the Whitebeard pirate group were laughing. It diluted the sadness just now. Many pirates also said excitedly on Whitebeard's tombstone, Dad, that damn Trafalgar Law will be buried with you soon. Ace, wait, we will wait for the news of his death together. Red Hair Pirates is slightly calmer. After all, they had a grudge against Trafalgar Law, but they didn't reach the point of becoming sworn enemies. Trafalgar Law has always been unwilling to let go of Straw Hat Luffy. Now that he has become the hunted, he wonders if he still has the energy to find Straw Hat Luffy. He can't save himself, right? Straw Hat Luffy can be saved. It is indeed good news. The red-haired man couldn't help but smile. Even if Trafalgar Law is not dead, there is no reason or energy to hunt down Luffy, right? Advertisement. Amazon Lily Country. Sister, will everything be okay? Everyone in the daughter country was panicking. Trafalgar Law is so impulsive. He has ruined his great future and may even implicate Snake Lady. Grandma Z was extremely anxious. I am afraid that Snake Lady will accompany him at all costs, and the country of Amazon Lily will be in danger. Dressrosa Country. Doflamingo couldn't help but smile ferociously. Trafalgar Law is really a master of seeking death. Does his strength make him arrogant? He actually went to kill the celestial dragons. He is really arrogant. As a celestial dragons himself, Doflamingo understands the consequences of this matter better. World government will never give up. Doflamingo couldn't help laughing loudly. I am afraid of Trafalgar Law, and I am not qualified to fight against the entire world government and the entire Marine. Quote. It seems that the young master doesn't need to take action personally. The cadres also smiled. Young master, can you prepare your family to search for the whereabouts of Op fruit around the world? Once Trafalgar Law dies, Op fruit will appear again. Well, we can make arrangements. Doflamingo nodded. If it were in other locations, even if it was encircled and suppressed, Trafalgar Law would not necessarily die, but in Sabayati Archipelago, it is too close to the world government and naval headquarters, and he has no chance of escaping. If there are too few, what's the use of having one person strong? Whitebeard is useless. Let us wait together for the news of Trafalgar Law's murder. The sea has not yet calmed down. The whole situation boiled over again, and all the eyes of the sea turned to Sabayati Archipelago, and they all focused on one person, Trafalgar Law. And now he. 183 No. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabayati Archipelago, Island Number 1. Clang clang clang. The swords faced each other, and the two swords clashed at extremely high speeds, reaching a point where it was difficult to see the sword edges. What are you doing again? Are you taking care of me, the old man, by never using your best abilities? I am Pluton Rayleigh, who Marine calls a monster. Pluton Rayleigh frowned and looked at Luo. The battle didn't last long, but it wasn't right either. He discovered that Trafalgar Law has always used swords to fight its enemies. Swordsmanship is very powerful, but now everyone knows that the strongest thing about Trafalgar Law is his various weird abilities. This is his real trump card. It's a bit ridiculous to be sympathized with and not be valued because of your age. Pluton Rayleigh switched from defense to attack. The offensive quickly improved. 197. Chang Chang Chang. Relying solely on swordsmanship and strength, Luo fell into a disadvantage. Luo has never given up on improving his most basic strength, and his swordsmanship is not weak compared to Dahai. But compared to Pluton Rayleigh, who can stand on the top of the sea with the power of swordsmanship, there is still a slight gap. Show mercy. Of course not. It's just that Luo's most important thing now is the cultivation of his own strength. Advertisement. Strength and ability are cultivated in different ways. Pure strength must be cultivated continuously, or one must improve oneself in fierce battles. Luo's purpose is very simple, which is to improve his strength and swordsmanship in battle. Clang clang clang. During the crazy battle, King Luo's phone rang. Do. Call out. Lightning teleports and quickly disappears hundreds of meters. Buddha Sengoku. Luo picked up the phone. Do you have the answer? Trafalgar Law. The plan continues. The voice of Buddha Sengoku came from the phone bug. Continue. Luo couldn't help but smile, with a hint of ridicule. Is he afraid that the 5 elders have now considered a plan to finally kill me? Is the world government trying to squeeze all my power? I have sent Kizaru here. He does not know the plan, so he will not do anything during the battle. There is no need for him to let go. Luo Aoran said. Disappeared in an instant and appeared next to Pluton Rayleigh, Shinra Tenjang. The terrifying repulsive force moved away. Tisk. Pushing the sword edge with both hands to block the repulsive force, Pluton Rayleigh was slowly pushed backwards. Time. The thunderous Luo appeared behind Pluton Rayleigh in an instant, and the sword edge carrying electric arc swept past. Chang. What's wrong? The sound of fighting caught Sengoku's attention. Are you pregnant? Advertisement. It's nothing, just keep talking. Luo talked at the same time, but did not stop his crazy confrontation with Pluton Rayleigh. Is it really nothing? Buddha Sengoku didn't believe it. The sound of the battle was too fierce. Could it be that Kizaru had already arrived? It was too fast. It's not much, I just want to compete with Pluton Rayleigh in martial arts. Luo said calmly. But his hands were not idle. Now he begins to use various powerful abilities. Op Fruit can be used in conjunction with Thunder Fruit ability in conjunction with his own physical skills, and can be used quickly to instantly reverse the disadvantageous situation just now. Pluton Rayleigh almost spit out a mouthful of old blood. Is this a competition of martial arts? Pluton Rayleigh. Buddha Sengoku's eyes widened and he exclaimed. Which Pluton Rayleigh? Did he appear? How could you have a conflict with him? These are all small things, keep talking about your business. Quote. Are you sure it's a small matter? Facing Pluton Rayleigh is a big deal for the entire Marine Corps. Is it really just a small matter? Buddha Sengoku feels more and more that he cannot keep up with the times. Okay. Sengoku, the speechless and choked Buddha, twitched his face slightly and coughed a few times. Then everything depends on Trafalgar Law yourself. How to do it, no one can teach you, so, everything heart. The call ends. God's sanction. A huge pillar of lightning fell from the sky. Everyone on the other islands was horrified. A huge thunder and lightning hit island number 1, exploded, and the smoke and dust covered the forest on island number 1. Thunderbird. Beast. Use all kinds of powerful lightning power quickly and attack Pluton Rayleigh crazily. Pluton Rayleigh, who kept resisting lightning attacks, had to rush to defend against Luo, who kept teleporting around him and attacking instantly. Advertisement. Tired of running for their lives. Although he has never been defeated, his old body can no longer adapt to such a fighting style. His breath was disordered and he was sweating, but Luo always maintained a relaxed posture. Sure enough, he is old and useless. Holding the sword in both hands, Pluton Rayleigh looked at Luo with a frown and a headache. His eyes were heavy. What a terrible young man. Even if he was once, there was no guarantee that he could be defeated, but now. He smiled bitterly. Isn't there any movement yet? Standing facing each other, Luo looked around, showing the maximum range of room space. What happened here should be spread throughout the Sabayati archipelago. The movement here can be felt throughout the Sabayati archipelago, right? Luo frowned slightly. Now that you know everything. But now he found no trace of Straw Hat Luffy. Is it true that Straw Hat Luffy isn't here? Luo looked at Pluten Rayleigh with a scrutinizing gaze. With Straw Hat Luffy's impulsive character, he shouldn't be able to continue hiding in the Sabayati archipelago. Before the war was over, Luo headed to the Amazon Daughter Kingdom. Without wasting any time, he arrived at the Sabayati archipelago as quickly as possible, but he was a little worried and was afraid of the Straw 3.0 hat. Luffy was taken away from the Sabayati archipelago by Pluten Rayleigh. But now Pluten Rayleigh is here, and it has only been a few days since the top battle. Luo K knows that Straw Hat Luffy's injury will not recover for a few days. Such an injury, King Rayleigh should not let him stay away from him. Then there is only one possibility: Straw Hat Luffy is not here with Pluten Rayleigh. Is there only the last possibility left? Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, and the chill in his eyes increased instead of abating. He had a good or bad impression of the Revolutionary Army, but if he was stopped, Luo would not care what the other party's identity was, and it didn't matter what his identity was. Revolutionary Army. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army seems to be. Luo tried hard to recall what the Revolutionary Army was doing, and what he decided must be done. 184 Admiral arrives. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. What's going on? Pluten Rayleigh looked at the calm Trafalgar Law in confusion. You stopped suddenly. Somewhat confused. Since you're not here. Turning around, Luo walked away. Since Pluten Rayleigh is not here, there is not much use in Luo's heart. If it were normal, he would not mind continuing to fight and refine his physical strength. But now, the time is not right. Is Kizaru coming? Luo said with a sneer at the corner of his mouth. If that guy Garp knows about this, he will definitely come back. Is the injury healed? I don't know if there is a chance to kill him. Now Luo must maintain absolute fighting strength and physical strength for the next battle, instead of wasting it on a meaningless battle. If Garp can be killed, after hearing the news, even in the Revolutionary Army headquarters, with Straw Hat Luffy's impulsive character, he will run here to die desperately. There was endless murderous intent in Luo's eyes. How could this be done? But it's simple. But Luo knew and was willing to kill Garp. Too difficult. The overall strength is 22. Now Luo is not stronger than Garp. Garp's endurance and physical strength are far beyond Luo. Opportunities can always be created. Luo K would not give up because the opponent was strong or almost slim. His bad mood during this period was all because of that guy Garp. An icy aura permeates. Advertisement. Stepping away from island number 1. Gone. Pluten Rayleigh looked at Luo's back blankly, and the corner of his mouth twitched. Isn't that a bit too cool? Just leave as soon as you say it. Fight as soon as you say fight. What do you think I am? True, but Pluten Rayleigh didn't stop. He was the most resistant to this battle in his heart. What's more, he knows better who it will be detrimental to if he continues to fight. Pluten Rayleigh, whose breath was not calm, smiled bitterly. As the younger generation so crazy and powerful now. There are more monsters than we used to. Hey. I don't know if they are recalling their prosperous years. Still sighing now. Hurry up. The Admiral of our headquarters is coming, and the Sabayati archipelago cannot be saved. Don't rob. Get on the ship one by one. A large number of people rushed to different ports. A large number of people were stranded in each major port. Some bad-tempered pirates directly forced a way to seize the ship and leave. This place will become hell soon. If you don't leave, it will be over. The streets were full of people evacuating in fear. I wonder where the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is. Luo, who was walking aimlessly, tried to remember, and it seemed that the original work had already explained it. But these details have long been forgotten. It seems that there is some white island in the New World. Luo rubbed his temples in distress. Can't he remember? I wonder if the world government knows. Advertisement. The crowds of people evacuating in a panic were passing each other one after another. Shouts, cries, and shouts filled every island and every street. Ordinary people could only move forward slowly with the flow of people, but the speed was too slow. Some powerful guys, or pirates, went on a rampage, knocking over a large number of people who dared to be angry but dared not speak out. Bang! A man with a bald head and tattooed scar knocked down dozens of people and went on a rampage. But suddenly he bumped into a young man walking with his head down in the crowd. The bald, burly man flew backwards with a bang, sat down on the ground, opened his mouth and yelled, Who the hell dares to be lousy's way? Don't you want to live? What's wrong? Luo, who was thinking about something, raised his head and looked around calmly. FTE. White shirt, black tie and black suit, a very ordinary outfit. But this face made everyone gasp, it was so familiar. These days are so familiar. Trafalgar Law. The noisy street fell silent for an instant, and everyone looked at Luo in the middle of the street with numbness. Is something wrong? Luo looked calmly at the bald scarred man who shut up. No. It's okay. The scarred man looked frightened and backed away in panic, without any trace of arrogance. Oh, advertisement. Continuing to lower his head and think about things, Luo passed by everyone indifferently on the street. It wasn't until it disappeared at the end of the street that there was no sound in the frozen street. It's actually Trafalgar Law, hasn't he left the Sabayati archipelago yet? Doesn't he know that the Admiral is coming? Many people were confused and shocked. You know that Admiral is coming soon, but you are still so leisurely. Are you not worried at all? We are afraid of the Admiral of our headquarters, but that is Lord Trafalgar Law. We are not afraid of him, so we have never thought of leaving, right? That's right, Trafalgar Law is a person that even the 4 emperors are not afraid of. Everyone stared blankly at the disappearing figure. There is fear, and there is also worship. Is he Trafalgar Law? Not as hockey as before, right? On the street roof, holding a barbecue in his hand, Jewelry Bonnie curled his lips and looked at the retreating figure 540. The battle at the top was so hockey, and now that I look closer, it seems to be very ordinary. Captain, it's time for us to leave. The Admiral is really coming. It's not us that the Admiral is looking for, it's Trafalgar Law. The Admiral is here, and he probably won't have the energy to deal with us. What's more, there are so many pirates in the Sabayati archipelago. As long as they are not discovered, there is no danger. Jewelry Bonnie shook her cheeks trying to solve the meat in the hands. Go, keep up. Quote. Along the roof, follow Luo in the distance. Captain, that's not what you said before. Are you following me? Isn't it too dangerous? Soon after, the Marine fleet appeared on the horizon, and the headquarters admiral arrived. Bang! A figure rushed directly into the sea, and a wave of water rushed towards island number 1. Trafalgar Law, what else do you have to say today? Garp disliked that the warship was too slow, so he directly moved forward by swimming. Did Mr. Garp go? Kizaru shrugged helplessly. Then leave it to Mr. Garp. Let's go to other islands. Mr. Sengoku also ordered us to capture those terrible supernovae in the Sabayati archipelago. 185 Mighty Kizaru. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. As the crowd evacuated, the streets seemed empty. Oh, that's strange, aren't you running away? The leisurely Kizaru looked at Buggle Hawkins curiously. Kizaru. Hawkins always had strange cards placed in front of him. With his face paralyzed, his eyes were slightly surprised. Trafalgar Law is on island number 1, why is it here? Someone took my job away. Naturally, I have nothing to do. I am idle, but I can't let you criminals go in vain. The lazy Kizaru always had a lewd smile. The pirate behind Hawkins had his feet shaking with fear. On the contrary, Hawkins himself looked at the cards in front of him calmly. Battle and defeat rate, 100%. It's strange, he's still so calm. Kizaru slowly raised his right foot, and light particles condensed on the heel. Have you ever tried the feeling of being kicked at the speed of light? Call out. In a flash, a light kick invisible to the naked eye hit Hawkins. Huh, it's so scary, but it's okay. Kizaru looked stunned. Oh, a user with special abilities. Then, a beam of light instantly penetrated Hawkins. Still nothing happened. Just a tiny scarecrow dropped from his sleeve. Ability to transfer damage. Light particles condensed on his fingertips again. Hawkins, whose face was paralyzed, had cold sweat on his forehead. The appearance of subduing the devil. His whole body was instantly covered with straw, and he held a 5-inch nail and quickly attacked Kizaru. Advertisement. The pirate with a bounty of over 100 million is really scary. The light particles quickly condensed into Kizaru. I wonder how many times you can deflect the damage. Whoosh whoosh. Laser beams pierced through the demon-conquering appearance, and the scarecrow quickly fell down. There were more than a dozen attacks in an instant, and in the last one, the demon-suppressing phase finally spurted out blood. Sure enough, The defeat rate is 100%. Hawkins fell to the ground helplessly, not unwilling but helpless. Why is the failure rate of the hexagram Trafalgar Law also 100% today? Hawkins never doubted the results of his calculations. There's no way it's wrong. But this time, he had some doubts about the calculation. 1. Who's next? Kizaru looked around lazily. Hey, isn't this Drake? Hidden somewhere, he almost wasn't discovered. Kizaru looked at Drake, who was hiding in the corner of the street, jokingly. Discovered. Drake's face changed with shock. He noticed the warship as soon as it appeared. He found Kizaru and followed him secretly. In his mind, by following Kizaru, he would naturally witness the battle where Admiral killed Trafalgar Law. Just didn't expect it. Kizaru's target is not Trafalgar Law. Captain, Admiral is too scary. Even Hawkins was killed instantly. Let's go. It's not safe to hide here. We may be discovered at any time. Drake has also been discovered. In the distant forest, the frightened pirates looked at their captain pleadingly. Shut up. Jewelry Bonnie scolded. His eyes couldn't help but look at the figure who was also in the forest a few hundred meters ahead, but that silhouette was sitting leisurely on the tree trunk, leaning against the cigarette in his hand, letting out the smoke. Advertisement. What? You still don't want to come out? Drake had no choice but to walk out with a heavy look on his face. I didn't expect that after leaving Marine, I would become a supernova. It's really amazing. Kizaru praised. It seems that I heard that you and Trafalgar Law had conflicts in the recruiting camp. Hey, it really can't be compared. Drake's face turned darker. This is the shadow in his heart. Kizaru, your mission is to capture Trafalgar Law, right? Isn't it a dereliction of duty to be so leisurely now? Drake reminded Kizaru. Yo, are you ordering me? You're not a Marine anymore. HMPH. Drake snorted coldly. Kizaru, you can't let Trafalgar Law go and come to deal with us, can you? What do you think? Kizaru moves at the speed of light. Really? Drake's expression changed drastically. Faced with Kizaru's speed, he couldn't escape even if he wanted to, so he had to face him. With a roar, he transformed into the form of a Tyrannosaurus. What a terrifying ability. Kizaru still had that lewd smile. The Marine headquarters must have ordered you, Kizaru, to deal with Trafalgar Law, right? Not us. We're wasting time here. Be careful, Trafalgar Law has escaped. Drake said. How to do it? I don't seem to be able to let you tell me how to do it, right? The fingertips quickly condense a large amount of light beams. Roar. In the distance, Kid and his group, who had just rushed into the island, looked at the explosion in the city. Advertisement. As the battle taking place here. No. Isn't Trafalgar Law on island? No. 1. Captain, what should we do? Our ship is docked at the port of this island and must pass through the city. What else can we do? Break out. It's best not to have a head-on conflict with Admiral. Kid gritted his teeth and moved forward. And this time the streets. Drake, in the form of a Tyrannosaurus, had fallen into a pool of blood and was killed instantly. Who is next? Kizaru's tone was full of contempt. Hey, is there a nice fish? No, we've been discovered. Kid and others were lurking forward, their expressions changed with surprise. Island number 1. Garp looked at the deserted island with a dark face. All that was left to him were broken traces of the battle. Not here. Garp clenched his fists. In his mind, Chunin couldn't help but picture scenes of the battle above. The fists clicked. Trafalgar Law, let you try the taste of being judged by justice. This is the sound of explosions coming from island number 23 in the distance. This is the island where Kizaru easily killed the supernova. Where, like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, Garp opened the nearest road in the forest in an instant, quickly passed through the islands, and approached island number 23 at an extremely fast speed. No one continues to throw themselves into the trap. Kizaru's eyes casually glanced at the wretched old faces of the fallen Kid and others and looked around. Is there no one left? Do we still have to search for them one by one? It's really troublesome. Take a step and walk forward along the street. 187 Destroy you on behalf of justice. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Is he a monster? Kid, who fell to the ground and was seriously injured, gritted his teeth and looked at Kizaru's back. Unwilling to do so. He is unwilling to give up. Arrogant and even arrogant. Although he is not arrogant enough to think that he is better than Admiral, in his eyes, he should not be inferior to Admiral by much. But the reality is cruel. He is the strongest among the supernovas, but in Kizaru's eyes, he is still a one-hit kill, and he is no different from Drake and the others. Damn it. Drake growled unwillingly. Distant in the forest. What a terrible admiral. Jewelry Bonnie's face turned pale, and she seemed to have no appetite for the food in her hands. Is this the highest combat power of Marine? Although I witnessed the battle at the top. But the battle between Admiral and 4 Emperors, although fierce, was too far for Supernova. It's hard to have too many feelings. But now, Jewelry Bonnie looked at the pirates of the same period who had higher bounties than himself, and were easily killed instantly. He couldn't help but regret a little. He regretted that he was too impulsive and should have left Sabayati Archipelago from the beginning. Now she didn't dare to make any move. Deeply afraid of being discovered. Isn't he afraid? Jewelry Bonnie looked at the still leisurely figure on the tree trunk in the distance. Advertisement. Although hidden, there is nothing to hide. It seems that no other admiral has arrived. On the tree trunk, Luo flicked the cigarette butt in his hand. Do we need to face Garp and Kizaru today? As expected, Luo's main reason for coming here is to investigate how many powerful men Marine has sent. The difference between 1 admiral and 2 admirals is huge, and can even lead to life and death. Although Buddha Sengoku said that the plan would continue, Luo couldn't completely believe it. What if Marine was here to paralyze him? Boom. Suddenly, a roaring sound came from behind the forest, and Garp, who looked like a humanoid Tyrannosaurus, was rampaging through the forest, powerfully carving out a path, and ancient trees continued to collapse along the way. Trafalgar Law. The sound containing anger and murderous intent echoed in the sky instantly. Luo in the forest did not deliberately hide his body. Garp at the rear quickly discovered that the violent momentum was rising, and quickly rushed to Luo where he was sitting under the ancient tree. When he showed his strength, he instantly destroyed the ancient tree at Luo's feet. Stepping hard, Garp jumped away as the earth cracked, and Armament Hockey's fist struck Luo. Do you still want to take advantage of the opportunity to make a sneak attack? Call out. Luo teleported away. The terrifying fist wind failed and hit the ground, creating deep pits and ravines, and all the ancient trees in them collapsed and turned into pieces. Too horrible. Jewelry Bonnie hidden in the forest couldn't help but feel numb. Advertisement. In particular, Garp had just rushed past not far from where she was hiding. His terrifying momentum made her face pale. Watching a video and seeing it with your own eyes are two completely different concepts. Former. Even in a fierce battle, he can remain calm, because he is too far away from himself. No matter how strong he is, he cannot harm himself, and he cannot actually feel the terror. Boom. The edge of the forest was instantly destroyed by Garp's punch. The cracks spread to the streets 1,000 meters away, and the houses were falling apart. Huh. Kizaru's eyes widened in shock. Vice Admiral Garp. And Garp's roaring voice still echoed in the air. Is Trafalgar Law here? Kizaru presented observation hockey. At the same time, he searched quickly and instantly found a figure suddenly appearing not far away. He couldn't help but have a headache. It's troublesome. Trafa, CCBD, Garo. Several supernovas lying in a pool of blood on the ground endured the severe pain and hurriedly raised their heads. And Marine Vice Admiral Garp. Vice Admiral Garp and Kizaru Admiral, did they join forces to suppress Trafalgar Law? Is this the reason why he entered the 100% failure rate? Hawkins always remembered the previous calculation, so it was like this, right? Marine Flag Garp Hero plus Admiral Kizaru, this strength is enough to fight any of the 4 emperors. But no matter how low the probability is, it shouldn't reach 100%. Hawkins still finds it hard to accept. Trafalgar Law, he's not crazy enough to fight against Kizaru and Garp alone, right? Kid's eyes widened in horror. He had just experienced firsthand the horror of Admiral. Garp is no less scary than Admiral. Are these 2 perverts actually prepared to fight against 2 people? Isn't it crazy? Advertisement. Have even Vice Admiral Garp been dispatched? Okay. Although he was seriously injured, Drake couldn't help but smile and looked at Luo with gloating. Trafalgar Law, what will you do today? Has Trafalgar Law been waiting here for Garp's arrival? Jewelry Bonnie, who has been following, knows more details. Different results can also be derived. No way. Is he really planning to? Jewelry Bonnie looked at Luo in disbelief. It was so crazy. Trafalgar Law, you have violated justice. I represent justice and I will kill you today. Garp, who walked out of the broken forest with a fierce aura, said majestically. Yeah. Luo looked at Garp mockingly and couldn't help but clapped his hands. That's really good, but I'm afraid you don't have the ability to use the Thor's spear. The room space almost completely covers the island. Luo Lidian moved very quickly to the sky above Garp, and the Thor's spear had been successfully condensed. Call out. It stabbed downward in an instant, and the pressure caused the earth to crack. Boom. The terrifying explosion ring with a diameter of several hundred meters instantly covered the earth and destroyed it. At the same time, air waves immediately filled the entire island, even the islands next to it were affected. The Admiral has arrived and the battle has begun. The crowds on other islands, or the figures on the hundreds of ships on the sea, were all shocked to see the huge explosion ring on the 23rd island, so terrifying. The explosion echoed through the sky. I wonder who will win. Both Admiral and Trafalgar Law are likely to win, right? I'd say it's a split vote. Trafalgar Law can't win. Suddenly such words appeared. 188 V's Kizaru ideographic, Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law can't win. Why? It's not just Admiral who's here this time, but also Vice Admiral Garp. Let's fight on top. Vice Admiral Garp hates Trafalgar Law. He will definitely not show mercy today. Trafalgar Law is in danger. No way. Looking at the matter, Trafalgar Law is fine for fighting on the top, but for meritorious service, Vice Admiral Garp won't avenge private revenge, right? If there is no public revenge, Vice Admiral Garp has already resigned and retired. There is no need for him to participate in the war today. Why did he come? The reason is not. It is very simple. So, Trafalgar Law is really dangerous. Is this guy stronger again? Kizaru narrowed his eyes slightly. He could feel that this move was more powerful, and the time to activate the ability was too short. It all proves that it is stronger than before. What a scary guy. Kizaru smiled helplessly. Although I hate this guy, it seems not worth it to have Marine lose so much because of a celestial dragons. It's a pity. Kizaru turns into light particles and moves at the speed of light. The ring of explosion has not dissipated yet. Roar. Came Garp's roar, and his violent energy tore open the explosion ring. Garp, whose clothes were a little tattered and had a bloodline on his mouth, rushed out angrily, and punched Luo, who had just landed. Boom. The fist wind plowed huge ravines in the earth. But Luo disappeared instantly. Sure enough, the injury is not healed. Luo Leng looked at the explosive Garp. It was just a test just now, but now he got the answer. Advertisement. The blood at the corner of Garp's mouth, Luo knew, was not caused by the blow just now, but caused an injury in Garp's body that had not recovered. You've only recovered 30 to 40% of your injuries, but you dare to come here. Does it seem like you really hate me, Garp? Luo sneered. That injury has long since recovered. Garp's muscles expanded rapidly, and he tore open his somewhat tattered marine coat, revealing a terrifying physique. Really? Luo slowly pulled out the blade. Have you forgotten? Doctor is my essential job, you can't hide it from me. Garp's face darkened. He admitted that his internal injuries had not recovered at all. During the battle at the top, Rona's sudden explosion was enough for Garp to sustain serious injuries, and then he suffered several full-force blows from Kaido of the Beasts. The injury is not minor. Even if Garp has good recovery power, it only recovers enough in a few days. It will take at least half a month for recovery to be complete. The strength is very strong, but the speed and flexibility are insufficient. Coupled with internal injuries, the overall strength is less than half of what he was in his prime. Luo looked at Garp with murderous intent in his eyes. In his heyday, Luo Wuwei Garp. But knowing that it is difficult to defeat, kill, there is almost no chance. But now is the perfect opportunity. If you want to kill me, let's see who dies first. Luo showed a terrifying aura. Arcs flashed all over his body, and even the ground beneath his feet was flashing with arcs that quickly collapsed. Call out. Suddenly there was a bright light behind Luo. Kizaru, who was moving at the speed of light, was behind Law in an instant. Trafalgar Law, are you going back with me, or are you being taken back by me forcefully? Kizaru condensed a large number of light particles on his fingertips and aimed at the back of Luo's head. It's probably Yuma too. Call out. The light speed laser shot out instantly. Advertisement. Shinra Tenjang. The powerful repulsion instantly scattered the beam and hit Kizaru. Everything on the surrounding ground was destroyed instantly. Kizaru turned into a large number of light particles and shot out, quickly condensing into humans in the distance. Boom. Garp came angrily. Gravity. The tip of the knife was pointed at Garp, instantly changing the gravity of Garp's body. More than 100 times the gravity was suddenly loaded on Garp's body. The running steps couldn't help but pause, and his feet couldn't help but bend slightly. Boom. Garp fell into a sudden pit. God's sanction. Boom. Pillars of thunder and lightning descended from the sky one after another, continuously bombarding the pits, further expanding the hole, and the earth's thunder and lightning flashed into scorched earth. In an instant, dozens of divine sanctions are bombarded at the same place. The power of one divine sanction may not be too important to an admiral-level expert, but no one can ignore the power produced by the superposition of dozens of them. Please give me flowers. Boom. A pit hundreds of meters deep appeared on the ground, with a piece of pitch-black scorched earth in the center, and a bottomless hole in the center, as if seawater was emerging from it. Directly penetrates the foundation of the island. Beams of laser light swept across the ground and quickly shot towards Luo. Call out. Advertisement. Luo disappeared instantly, and the laser beam continued to destroy the earth, creating a terrifying explosion ring. Boom. Wherever Luo went, he was quickly destroyed. That's it. Raiden moved and rushed towards Kizaru quickly. To fight against a very fast person like Kizaru, teleportation is not suitable. After all, the teleportation that Luo possesses is not to teleport at will, but requires the spontaneous use of abilities. Present spatial shift. Point 0. Although the time spent is short, it is obvious that the time wasted under Kizaru's attack is very long. Run away. Kid Drake and the others crawled away in fear. A single laser shot can kill them instantly, but now Kizaru is using lasers at extremely fast speeds, with dozens of lasers fired in an instant. They are not even qualified to watch such a battle now. Time. Thunder and lightning movement is the only pure speed in nature that can be compared with the speed of light. Call out. Kizaru moved at the speed of light to relieve the severe pain, and lasers continued to shoot out. Time. While the two were chasing each other, pure thunder and lightning shot out from Luo's fingertips. Lightning and lasers quickly confronted each other in the air. Arcs flashed and golden light shot out, and the earth was constantly being destroyed. Two extremely fast people. It was like two laser beams, one purple and one gold, passing quickly across the island. Damn bastard. Garp, covered in smoke and dust, roared and angrily came out of the pit. Call out. Luo, who was moving with lightning, appeared above him in an instant, with his palm facing Garp's head. Keep going, Shinra Tenjang. The terrifying repulsive force went from top to bottom, crushing Garp's body with a crash. 189 Will Garp die? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Shinra Tenjang. The super strong repulsive force crushed Garp. Along with the collapse of the earth, Garp's burly body quickly sank to the earth. Roar. Garp roared with all his strength, and he actually managed to resist Shinra Tenjang without hitting the ground. Chi-chi. Thunder and lightning broke out, and countless electric arcs flashed all over Luo's body, instantly condensing into the God of Thunder. The God of Thunder held the gun of the God of Thunder and stabbed from top to bottom with a hiss. Pierce the air. A bolt of lightning soared into the sky, instantly destroying the ground for thousands of meters. Destroying everything in layers of explosions. Run away. Kid and the others fled away in fear. The island shook violently, even causing several surrounding islands to tremble violently. Puff. In the 623 shattered pit, Garp spat out a large amount of blood, and even had blood splattered all over his body. His injuries were even more serious. The injuries he had suppressed all exploded at this moment, and the injuries were added to the injuries, which were more serious than the injuries he sustained in the battle above. Heavy. Damn it. Garp stood up unsteadily, still gaining momentum. But the blood at the corner of his mouth couldn't stop at all. There's not much harm left. Luo Leng looked at Garp. Although he still retained his combat effectiveness, such injuries were enough to reduce Garp's overall strength. There was a threat but not enough. Trouble. Kizaru has a headache. Advertisement. He looked at Garp helplessly. Mr. Garp's strength shouldn't be like this. Even if he fights with serious injuries, he shouldn't be like this. Because he was too angry and wanted to defeat Trafalgar Law so much, he lost his mind and was attacked by Trafalgar Law's Jushikar. Kizaru had a wrinkled face. I thought that with Garp, the battle shouldn't be too difficult. But now, Garp can't play a big role. Looking at Trafalgar Law, Kizaru had no absolute confidence that he could defeat him on his own. What else can I do? Kizaru could only attack. At the speed of light, he quickly moved behind Luo, condensed his lightsaber, and slashed at Luo at extremely fast speeds. Clang clang clang. The swords faced each other, and the sword energy tore apart in all directions. Kizaru used his extremely fast light speed to entangle Luo. The purpose is simple: let Garp buffer and recover a little from his injuries. Asshole. With a touch of blood at the corner of his mouth, Garp stared at Luo gloomily, but this time he didn't rush forward impulsively. The previous defeat and the severe pain after the injury finally made him sober. His poor health made him understand that he should be so impulsive again. There is a real possibility of total failure. Do you want to hold me back? Luo, who blocked all Kizaru's attacks, always focused on Garp. For what he did, Luo certainly knew that Garp's situation at this time was very bad. If there is no Kizaru now, there is a 90% chance that I will eventually kill Kazuo. But Luo also knew that although the injury was serious, Garp's physique could quickly suppress the injury. It would be difficult to defeat him after he recovered. Advertisement. We can't be held back by Kizaru. Luo understood that it would be difficult to seriously injure Garp so easily in the future. No one dared to underestimate the strength of Garp, who had regained his sanity. Thor. Taking on Thor form again. It is actually a very unsmart approach to use the low flexibility Thor against the extremely fast and maneuverable Kizaru. Thor's attack speed makes it difficult to attack Kizaru, but Thor's huge body makes it easy for Kizaru to attack. Although strong, don't you have rich combat experience? Do you only know how to use powerful attacks, but don't think about the most suitable fighting method in the battle? Kizaru smiled scornfully. If Luo had been relying on lightning teleportation to fight with him, he really had no good way to suppress Luo. But Thor. Moves that can compete with Whitebeard Kaido of the Beasts, Garp and others, but he didn't care. Boom. The God of Thunder struck out with a bang, and Kizaru, who was moving at the speed of light, instantly arrived behind the God of Thunder and swept past with the lightsaber in his hand. Whoosh. The lightsaber sliced Thor's back. Call out. The God of Thunder disintegrated. Luo disappeared instantly, and teleported to appear behind Garp, suppressing the injury. Not good. The smile that had just risen at the corner of Kizaru's mouth froze in an instant. He was still mocking before, but now he suddenly understood what Luo was thinking. So this is his purpose. Kizaru's face changed drastically, so he relied on the defensive power of the God of Thunder to use the time he gained when he resisted his own attack to move through space. Is it too late? They are hundreds of meters apart, and the short distance movement of light speed can no longer reach such a distance. You can only rely on the 8-foot mirror to move at the speed of light over long distances, but you don't have enough time. Advertisement. In close combat, space transfer is indeed not as flexible as lightning and light speed movement, but in medium and long distances, space movement has greater natural advantages. Luo uses thunder and lightning teleportation to fight against light speed teleportation, and will not be at a disadvantage at all. But it will get stuck. Luo's goal is not Kizaru in his heyday. Even if he fights alone, Luo doesn't have much heart to defeat Kizaru. Even if he finally defeats him, he will definitely be exhausted. There is absolutely no power to continue attacking Garp. Garp is Luo's goal. Teleport behind Garp. Garp's speed simply didn't support his escape. Phew. The whole body was hardened by the top armament haki. Time. The blade of the sword in Luo's hand flashed with thunder and lightning, and the high-frequency scalpel had advanced penetrating power. At the same time, the blade of the sword flashing with thunder and lightning was wrapped in a large amount of substantial gamma rays, and the two abilities were presented at the same time. Both the Gaoping scalpel and the gamma knife are good attack methods, but 3.7 is slightly less powerful against top experts. Although the high-frequency scalpel has strong cutting power, it does not do much damage. The gamma knife does the most damage. But it needs to penetrate into the enemy, but its penetrating power is not strong. It is difficult to increase the strength of the two abilities respectively. Luo's approach is to combine the two. Call out. The sword with two different abilities pierced Garp's back instantly. Armament hockey hardened and could not penetrate Garp's body, but it penetrated a few inches, which was enough. As long as it is inserted into the body, the power of the gamma knife can be fully exerted. Gamma rays rapidly attack Garp's interior. Don't die, it won't be easy to explain. Kizaru's face turned pale. Can Garp still bear it? He expressed doubts. 190 Complete Abuse Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Battle on top. Garp's body withstood the attack of 200 million volts of lightning, and every muscle cell suffered horrific damage. Then he endured several more crazy attacks from Kaido of the beasts, especially the last one, which was the strongest attack from Kaido with no defense at all. In his prime, Akainu withstood Whitebeard's full blow, and when Akainu was still defending with all his strength, the damage was enough that Akainu fell to the ground and was unable to stand for a short time. Kaido of the beasts may have slightly weaker attack power than Whitebeard, but the difference is extremely small. On the other hand, Garp, which has passed its heyday, is no better than Akainu in general. After the head-to-head battle, Garp was seriously injured. Today, I withstood several crazy attacks from Trafalgar Law. Now, Garp may be able to withstand the damaging power of the high-frequency scalpel, but how can he ignore the destructive power of the gamma knife? The high-energy rays of the gamma knife destroy the cells and internal organs in Garp's body very quickly. This kind of damage is irreversible damage. There doesn't seem to be much blood splattered all over the body, but the blood Garp spurts out contains a lot of tiny particles. Is it damaged internal organs? Or maybe it's flesh and blood? This injury made Garp's face look ferocious. The moment he turned around, a terrifying fist slammed into Luo's body. Stab. Thunder and lightning flashed a step earlier, and he came to Garp in an instant, drew his gun and fired. Advertisement. All 10 bullets in the silver pistol burst out. High-energy electromagnetic gun. 10 bullets flashing with thunder and lightning swept across the ground, instantly destroying the ground along the way. A broken ravine with a width of tens of meters extended in an instant in front of Garp. Bang bang bang. Several bullets burst out all over Garp's body in an instant. Fatal parts such as the forehead and heart are the key points to be attacked. Boom. The powerful force propelled Garp to fly backwards at high speed, splashing out a large amount of blood along the way. It hit the depths of the forest with a bang and exploded violently. The area covered by the explosion ring seemed to wrap up the entire forest. Jewelry Bonnie and others fled from the forest in panic. But now, who will pay attention to them? Jewelry Bonnie bypassed the main fighting force and rushed towards the distance. In the battle here, any small attack from both sides would be enough to instantly kill these supernovas. So strong, so scary. Jewelry Bonnie walked around and looked at the profile of Trafalgar Law not far away. Her pretty face couldn't help showing a look of surprise. Witnessed an even more terrifying battle on top. But it was not as shocking as seeing it up close and personal. Sure enough, is the distance too big? Kid gritted his teeth. Reluctantly clenching his fists, he could only be killed instantly by Kizaru, but he was able to resist Kizaru and Garp. Garp was a terrifying figure who had been standing on the top of the sea for decades. Such a figure could not withstand attacks. It shouldn't be. Hawkins shook his head in confusion. Not only did Garp and Kizaru fail to gain the upper hand, they actually fell into a disadvantageous position. In such a situation, Trafalgar Law cannot have a 100% defeat rate. Why did my calculations go wrong? Hawkins was confused and puzzled. Advertisement. Damn it. The most angry and unacceptable person was Drake. He was here, bearing great cost to watch closely, with only one purpose, to see Trafalgar Law defeated and even killed. But the result before him was completely opposite to what he expected. Why is that guy so strong? Drake's eyes were splitting. I was obviously stronger than him at the beginning, and I had been practicing hard, so why was he so strong? Yes, it's all because he robbed our op fruit that he is so talented. He is a robber, otherwise all this should belong to our family. Drake stared at Luo's back with resentment. I guess he's still alive, right? Luo quickly rushed towards the broken forest. Not willing to give Garp any chance to buffer. Such injuries are enough for Garp to bear, but it is too difficult to kill a top powerhouse. Whitebeard suffered more injuries and attacks in the top battle, but he was still able to persist for a long time. The physique of the top strong men is so pervert that no matter how serious the injury is, it will be difficult for them to die immediately. If this continues, Mr. Garp will die. Kizaru hurriedly moved at light speed and chased Luo. At the same time, lasers shot out quickly. Call out. The two horses rushed into the broken forest instantly. Poof. Garp, who was vomiting blood, stood up slowly while holding on to the broken tree trunk with unsteady steps. Bullet holes appeared on his forehead and chest, but they were not deep. The high-energy electromagnetic wave failed to penetrate Garp's body. Garp's hockey is too strong and has amazing defense. Advertisement. Why is this happening? Garp stood up with a confused look on his face. He never doubted his own strength, and his strength was proven in battle after battle. As for the strength of Trafalgar Law, he will not underestimate him. He is very strong, but it is definitely not better than his previous opponent Roger. He would not be so embarrassed when facing Roger. Why is he so miserable when facing Trafalgar Law? Why? Garp gritted his teeth, looking for reasons. Recall all the details of the battle with Trafalgar Law. Got the answer. For the first time, they fought in the city behind the Marine headquarters. That time Luo never had the upper hand and suffered injuries. This was the only time Garp hurt Luo. In the subsequent battles, Garp was at a disadvantage. The top battle was short, and Garp could attribute it to Sengoku restraining himself, allowing him to attack. But today, Garp still has Kizaru's help, so he can't blame others for the reason, right? Is it because I completely gave up my advantage? Garp said with a sullen face. His strength and hockeys were among the best in the sea. The speed is not slow though. But obviously compared with lightning and space transfer, it is not worth mentioning. As the way of fighting wrong. Garp understood his mistake. To deal with Trafalgar Law's ability, he should choose to remain unchanged in response to the ever-changing situation, and choose to prevent attacks instead, so as to prevent the team from being suddenly attacked. 191 Dismemberment. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Today, Garp was impulsive and chose to attack crazily and ignore defense. This gave Luo an opportunity. Then what's next? Garp calmed down completely. Now that he knows the reason, what will happen next? Call out. A lightning bolt rushed towards Garp at extremely high speed. The extremely fast Luo, the Thunder Dragon and Thunder Beast were faster than him. Garp roared away. Boom. Enduring the severe pain and suppressing the injuries in his body, Garp, who suffered a huge price, destroyed the Thunder Dragon and other attacks with one punch. Call out. Luo moved in space and came behind Garp. Shinra Tenjang. A strong repulsive force came. Push Garp forward quickly. But Garp, whose center of gravity shifted downwards in the horse stance, was pushed away, but did not fly away in an inverted roll. He was prepared in this way to withstand the repulsive force. Oh, have you finally sobered up and calmed down? Do you understand the reason for the mistake? If it was like this at the beginning, there really was no good chance, but now, you are so seriously injured, are you still qualified to defend yourself? Luo sneered. If you choose Garp, who is fully defensive in his prime. Even if he tried his best to attack, Luo was not confident that he could break through Garp's defense. Naturally, it would be difficult to seriously injure him. Advertisement. But anger and hatred made Garp lose his mind at first, or he always had a contempt for Luo in his heart, thus overestimating himself. Call out. Luo moved in space instantly and appeared in front of Garp. In an instant, he appeared as the God of Thunder, and the God of Thunder slapped Garp with his giant palm. Sudden appearance, sudden attack. But Garp, who was focusing all his energy on defense at this time, was already prepared. At the last moment, the fist blasted out with gravity. The air waves passed over the broken earth, lifting everything around and falling into the cracked earth. Garp vomited blood and retreated. The ground cracked and shattered with every step he took. Although he retreated, Garp was very steady every step he took. He could not stop, but he was still steady. Don't give Luo a chance to make a sneak attack. Has Mr. Garp finally calmed down? Is the situation still bad? Kizaru, who also came here, looked at Garp, who took dozens of steps back, and he continued to vomit blood while retreating. In his heyday, Garp could easily catch the Thunder God's palm without retreating. But at least Trafalgar Law can't easily hurt Mr. Garp anymore, right? Kizaru quickly came to the back of Thor, and countless light bullets burst out. If you have time, Thor can turn around and resist. But Luo now chose to waste the energy consumed by Thor and disappeared instantly. Resisting will waste more energy. Anyway, even if Logia uses his ultimate move, it will consume very little. The physical strength consumed by using Thunder God once is not as much as the physical strength consumed by using short-distance space movement. This is Logia's natural advantage. Call out. Luo only has eyes for Garp. Keep rushing towards him. Kizaru also moved at the speed of light. In an instant, just as Luo came to Garp, Kizaru also came to him. Advertisement. The sword edge swept towards Garp. The same laser shot towards Luo. Whoops. The moment when Jianfeng and Garp's fists collided, Luo's long-prepared ability was activated instantly, and space transfer occurred. Even such an abrupt transformation ability would cost Luo himself a lot of money, but it was worth it. Instantly transferred behind Garp, the sword edge passed by. Garp quickly withdrew his punch, perfectly controlling his power and not hitting Kizaru's body. But even if he wanted to take back the laser that Kizaru shot, he couldn't take it back. The laser shot instantly into Garp's abdomen. The tightness of sparks in the hardened belly of armament hockey saved Garp from being pierced by a laser. The blade of Luo's sweeping sword flashed with thunder and lightning, and he slashed across Garp's back with all his strength. Call out. A sword energy swept across the entire forest and even the entire island. Anything higher than the position of the sword energy was cut off, all the roofs of the streets in the distance were cut off, all the tree crowns were cut off, and the tops of the mountains in the distance were cut off. Kid and the others crawled to the ground in fear, watching the sword energy passing over the island in horror. They were so scared that their scalps went numb. What kind of ability is this? Isn't it pure sword energy? Kizaru was cut off, and the photons wanted to fuse quickly, but they couldn't melt, which made his face change greatly. He was sure that this was not pure power, but a more bizarre ability. It was as if there was some energy preventing itself from merging. This is the cutting power of Op fruit. What? Kizaru, who was still confused, suddenly contracted his pupils and looked ahead in horror. Mr. Garp. Advertisement. Garp lowered his head suddenly. Looking blankly at his disintegrating strength, the dismembered Garp seemed to collapse instantly like a pushed building block, and his body was scattered on the ground into more than a dozen pieces. Disintegrated. Not dead. Such ability. Kizaru looked at Luo in horror, his face changed drastically. The latter looked at Kizaru with a smile. Kizaru, thank you, without you, we would really need some means to achieve this step. What? Kizaru's eyes widened, and all the wrinkles on his face were stretched. Suddenly he wakes up. Did I help you? Kizaru suddenly thought of it and his eyes widened as if they were about to fall off. He got it. Because Luo suddenly disappeared from the flank, Garp had to withdraw his fist with all his strength, thus losing the opportunity to look back and block Luo. At the same time, because Garp had to block Kizaru's laser shot, his rear defense would definitely be reduced. Gave Luo a lot of help. The opportunity was rare. Luo Zaran went all out. At this time, Garp, who had been seriously injured and whose overall strength was not even 30% of what he was in his heyday, was unable to block Luo's biggest burst of Op fruit cutting power. Was disintegrated. Instead, it was disintegrated by a high-frequency scalpel and could not be reorganized in a short period of time. During this time, Garp was at the mercy of others. I can't let you really kill Mr. Garp. The semi-photon Kizaru came to Garp. If Garp is killed, the commotion within Marine will definitely reach an uncontrollable level, and the commotion at sea may not be less than if Huzi is killed. Kizaru, you can't protect him. Luo disappeared. 192 Undying Hatred. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Impossible. Garp is a strong man who once forced Roger, the Pirate King, into desperate situations many times. How could he be defeated by Trafalgar Law? Drake's eyes almost popped out of his head. So strong. No matter how strong Trafalgar Law is, it's impossible to kill Garp so easily, right? Kid, they are unbelievable. Garp is the hero of all Marines, and the biggest fear in the hearts of all pirates. How could such a character be dismembered? Call out. Luo rushed forward at great speed. Kizaru's sharp gaze seemed to penetrate through to the dismembered Garp. Kizaru, how can you protect me? Luo Lei's speed increased instantly. It's really difficult to protect. Kizaru was shocked. Garp was divided into dozens of pieces and scattered. It was impossible to take them all away. But how to protect? If you don't move, you will sit and wait for death. Although action is difficult to succeed, there may be a glimmer of hope. Kizaru hurriedly moved at the speed of light, blocking Luo's progress. He knew that there was no way to protect him, he could only hold back Luo's steps and delay time. Maybe there was a glimmer of hope. Knew that would be the case. Luo stopped walking in an instant, and the room space kept appearing. With a hiss, it disappeared instantly. Luo's space instantly transferred 340 to the front of Garp's head. He raised the edge of his sword, pointed it at Garp's big head, and strode away. Call out. Advertisement. Suddenly, the fleshy palm blocked the sword's edge and bounced it away. Is it you again? Trafalgar Law's expression was as cold as ultimate, and he looked coldly at the figure that suddenly appeared, Tyrant Bear. Battle on top. Although Straw Hat Luffy had a large number of people to help support him, Marco and other captains, Crocodile, the Demon King Ivankov, and the Sea Knight Jinbei, a large number of strong men protected him and evacuated. There were also Red Hair Pirates strong men who appeared. This caused a lot of confusion for Luo. But even with Red Hair, he failed in the end. What allowed Straw Hat Luffy to truly leave safely was the Tyrant Bear in front of him. And now, it was him again who killed Garp at the last moment. Only the Tyrant Bear, who also has the ability to teleport, can block it at the last moment, and only the arrival of the teleportation ability can keep everyone unaware. Are you going to protect Garp? Luo's eyes were cold and murderous. CCBG. Yes. Tyrant Bear said calmly. I'm afraid you can't protect me. Luo Bing said. Really? Tyrant Shang smiled confidently, turned around and said to Garp, if you want to travel, you want to work. When he saw the dismembered Garp, the pieces of meat were scattered in dozens of meters, not far apart, but not crowded together. Dismembered, not whole. Luo looked at him mockingly. It is indeed difficult to restrain the Tyrant Bear who also has the ability to teleport, and the time spent by the Tyrant Bear using the teleportation ability is less than that used by Luo to use space transfer. Advertisement. If Garp is the whole Tyrant Bear can be swatted away with one palm, allowing Garp to stay away from Sabayati Archipelago in an instant. Just like Straw Hat Luffy, Luo can't stop it. But now they are being quartered. Tens of dollars, that is to say, it takes a dozen times to fly. No matter how fast the Tyrant Bear is Luo's speed slow? If it is more than $10, you can always grab a few pieces. It seems that luck is not on your side every time. Luo sneered. Just now, Garp has the best chance to attack. But Luo did not choose to use Thor and other moves with extremely strong attack power, because Luo knew that even if Thor and Thor's gun perfectly cooperated with the strongest attack, it would be difficult to directly kill Garp. It is difficult to kill the top strong ones, even if the injury is extremely serious. But at that time, if Luo used his strongest moves to attack, Garp would definitely fall to the ground dying and be unable to stand up, or even fall into a coma and be on the verge of death. Korra finally chose to use the cutting power of Op Fruit. At that time, Luo's thinking did not include the appearance of the Tyrant Bear, but because even if Garp completely lost his combat effectiveness, after all, Kizaru was not slow as a whole, and there was still a slight chance of taking Garp away. Although the possibility is not high, it is inevitable that something will happen. So Luo now uses the cutting power of Op Fruit, and the dismembered Garp and Kizaru cannot be taken away directly. Nature is no longer possible. Now, the Tyrant Bear suddenly appears, unexpectedly, but what can he do in the face of the current result? It's so dangerous. Seeing the Tyrant Bear appear, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief. A smile couldn't help but appear on his lips. With Tyrant Bear's teleportation and his own light speed movement, he could always suppress Trafalgar Law, right? Advertisement. Trafalgar Law. A plain voice suddenly appeared. A figure suddenly appeared in front of Luo. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at the visitor solemnly. I didn't expect that you are here. Dragon. Garp, who had been dismembered, looked at the visitor with a dull head, his expression of despair and unwillingness glowed. Are you here? How could he not recognize it? This is his son. Leader of the Revolutionary Army. Why is he here? Kizaru's face changed drastically, and he looked at the visitor in horror. It's not good. Kizaru looked slightly pale. It's terrible, the leader of the Revolutionary Army is here. That's it. Luo smiled. He was confused. It is impossible for the tyrant bear and dragon to come here by such a coincidence. Even if the incident of Sabayati Archipelago shocked the sea now, even if it is known, it is difficult to come here in a short time, unless it is here by coincidence. But is it such a coincidence? Now it seems. There is only one result. After the Revolutionary Army disappears, the tyrant bear directly uses the shooting ability to let the leader of the Revolutionary Army, the dragon, arrive at the Sabayati Archipelago at an extremely fast speed. Are you here to save your father? Or are you here to avenge the dead Revolutionary Army cadres? Or are you here to protect the future safety of your son, Straw Hat Luffy? Luo asked coldly. I have never thought of becoming an enemy of the Revolutionary Army, but obviously, the Revolutionary Army has regarded me as their enemy. Do they have no choice? What do you think? Long's eyes looked murderous, showing a terrifying momentum. He has too many reasons to fight Trafalgar Law, any reason, and the haters are so big that they will never stop. 193 Kill Garp. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It doesn't matter. Luo shrugged easily. If you become an enemy, you will die. He doesn't care. Although it is the world government that is cheaper to fight against the Revolutionary Army, but so what? In Luo's mind, he never thought about creating any powerful force, or combining all his strength to fight against the world government, which has now become his enemy. Luo's idea and purpose are simple. Improve your own strength. Although no one can reach the sea now or even in history, he can resist the whole world by himself. The former pirate King Roger couldn't do it, and the so-called 4 emperors and 5 elders can't do it now. But Luo is confident in himself. After possessing the immortal body, possessing eternal vitality, and mastering the true space ability. Even if you are against the whole world. So what? Now, although he can't reach it, Luo believes that he has the power to protect himself and leave when facing anyone. What should we do now? Kizaru had a headache. Trafalgar Law is today's target. But now that the Revolutionary Dragon has appeared, he has always been the biggest opponent of the world government. What should we do now? He didn't know who to deal with. He hurriedly pulled out his phone and dialed Sengoku, which was connected to the Buddha. So many people protected Straw Hat Luffy before. You succeeded and I failed. Luo laughed at himself. Now you want to protect Garp and want me to fail again. Does it seem like I failed? Advertisement. His eyes became colder and colder. The cold murderous aura filled the entire sky. It's enough to fail once. It would be too embarrassing if it failed twice, right? Trafalgar Law's momentum rose to its peak. Then I'll kill you and it'll be over. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, looked at Luo indifferently, with a condescending aura. Is he the legendary leader of the Revolutionary Army? He's here. It's said that the leader of the revolutionaries is Garp's son. Does it seem true? The supernovas in the distance looked at this scene in horror. My scalp was numb and I breathed cold air. I see. Does this all point to my calculations? Hawkins suddenly realized. Trafalgar Law, the failure rate is 100%. With the Revolutionary Army, it is possible. After all, he is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. I'm sure he's dead now. That's the leader of the revolutionaries. Drake couldn't help but laugh wildly. How strong is Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Some people may know about Dahai, but few people present certainly don't know. But who doesn't know what it means to be the leader of the Revolutionary Army? Since he can lead the Revolutionary Army against the entire world government, his strength is absolutely super strong, reaching an unimaginable level. He is definitely stronger than Admiral, right? Otherwise, what qualifications do we have to oppose the world government? A group of perverts. It seems that the Sabayati archipelago will definitely be destroyed. Staying here is simply asking for death. Although Kid is very curious about what will happen next and wants to see it with his own eyes, but he does not dare to bear the price. Gritting his teeth. Let's go. What? Leader of the Revolutionary Army. That's right, Mr. Sengoku, what should we do now? Kizaru asked distressedly. The dragon actually went to Sabayati archipelago. Marine headquarters, Buddha Sengoku was extremely anxious. The situation had changed beyond his expectation and beyond his control. Kizaru, stop fighting Trafalgar Law for the time being. After all, this is still an internal matter. Fight. Now immediately attack the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. If you can't defeat him, You have to hold him back. Advertisement. Understood. Kizaru nodded. As he had guessed, the revolutionary leaders were the biggest enemies. Long looked at Tyrant Bear, who immediately nodded and said, "Understood, I will leave immediately with Mr. Garp." Leave. Luo sneered, how could he leave so easily? Trafalgar Law, stop. Kizaru moved in front of Luo at light speed. Mr. Garp is a Marine. Don't even think about attacking him again. Your enemy now is the leader of the Revolutionary Army. You and I are temporarily teaming up to deal with him, it's a win-win situation. Quote. Unnecessary. Luo disappeared instantly, appeared in front of Garp's head and stabbed with the sword. Chang. The dragon suddenly appeared here. How could it move so fast that no one could see it? He directly grasped the edge of the sword with the palm of his hand. This is a supremely sharp sword. It can cut iron like mud with its sharpness alone, not to mention that it also carries Luo's powerful sword energy. He was actually caught. It seems that he has not yet hardened with armament hockey. Please give me flowers. 0. Call out. Tyrant Bear clapped his hands, and a piece of flesh and blood on his abdomen disappeared instantly. Then the Tyrant Bear disappeared instantly and appeared in front of the second piece of flesh and blood. Dragon, give me time to count my breaths. Don't even think about it. Room, baton. The room space instantly covers thousands of meters of land and occupies most of the island area. Raise your hand. Advertisement. Thousands of meters of broken earth, countless boulder fragments flew away, and the entire earth was torn apart. Call out. 0. Luo controls everything randomly. Countless boulders shot out in all directions, and there were more than a dozen pieces of flesh and blood on the soaring and broken earth, and now they naturally flew in all directions. Not good. The faces of Tyrant Bear and Dragon changed in shock. Although the Garp blood clots were scattered just now, they were all within a few dozen meters, so it was much easier to protect them all. But now they are scattered in all directions. The area is too big. Can be difficult to protect. I will never let you leave. Long held the sword in his hand tightly. He didn't think that Luo could give up the supreme sword in order to kill people. Even if the swordsman died, he couldn't let go of the sword in his hand, right? At the same time, his 5 fingers were like dragon claws. Grab it from Luo's chest. Call out. Luo Zai let go of Long Na's angry eyes and let go of the 12 skills of the supreme sharp sword. The moment he was attacked, he disappeared instantly. Call out. Tyrant Bear and Luo appeared in one place almost at the same time. Dragon and Kizaru also disappeared, and they came here almost teleporting. Dragon grabbed Luo with 5 fingers, and Kizaru shot out lasers from his fingertips. They're just for a point. For the head of Garp, who is now being stepped on by Luo. Phew. Thunder and lightning shot out from his fingertips and penetrated Garp's head. I originally planned to destroy you and let you bear the pain of losing Straw Hat Luffy in the future, but killing Straw Hat Luffy is no longer to take revenge on you. You don't deserve it. For the sake of my mood, I decided to die. 194 You will die. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Time. The lightning is sharp and penetrates the head. You dare. Long's indifference, as if he had everything under control, finally turned into rage. Boom. The Tyrant Bear behind him slapped his fleshy palms from top to bottom, and the pressure cannon destroyed everything. Dragon and Kizaru attacked at the same time. The terrifying explosion instantly expanded hundreds of meters, and the broken earth suffered heavy damage again. Call out. A bolt of lightning cut through the explosion ring and flew away at high speed. A figure suddenly appeared, a huge fleshy palm pushed sideways, and when the lightning struck at the extremely fast speed, the lightning disappeared instantly and appeared not far away, condensed into Luo, and the Tyrant Bear disappeared again and appeared in front of Luo. Block the way. Are you finally angry? Are you not allowed to leave? 120. Luo Moran looked at the Tyrant Bear, and a trace of blood slowly flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Just now, he had to take action against Garp by withstanding the attacks from 3 people. So what if you get injured? After Garp died, he felt much better. He didn't care about his injuries. He was a doctor, so he was still worried about getting hurt. I'm really angry. Looking back, Luo Leng looked at the explosion ring, which contained an astonishing momentum that crushed the world. Luo had only felt this vast momentum in one person. That is the man with red hair who was known as the greatest hockey in the sea. The terrifying Conqueror's Haki is stronger than the Conqueror's Haki owned by Pluton Rayleigh Kaido of the Beasts. It is slightly inferior to the red-haired one, but its own momentum surpasses the red-haired one. Overall, in terms of pure aura, the sea has only the red-haired one. Is it comparable? Advertisement. Strong people who do not possess Conqueror's Haki also possess momentum, and momentum is one of the presentation methods of momentum equipment. No matter how powerful the red-haired man is, he is still a pirate, even if he is the Four Emperors. It is obviously difficult to compare the spirit weapon with the leader of the Revolutionary Army. The position is different and the momentum he possesses is also different. I actually killed him. Kizaru, who was moving at the speed of light, also walked out of the explosion ring. His pupils were dilated and he looked at Luo in horror. All along, he thought that no matter how crazy Luo was, he would never kill him in the end. That was Vice Admiral Garp, but our Marine hero, didn't he know what it meant to kill Mr. Garp? Kill Garp. In Marine, it's more serious than killing celestial dragons. Trouble. The situation was beyond the control of Kizaru, the Admiral. A terrifying momentum rose into the sky. The momentum directly crushed the explosion ring, and the terrifying momentum crushed the entire island, as if the air had solidified and everything had dropped to freezing point. The dragon is still standing at the original position. He held the head in both hands, Garp's head, his father's head, but at this moment Garp's head was penetrated by lightning, blood flowed, and he had no breath. Died. Marine hero Garp is dead, died in the Sabayati archipelago. Killer. Trafalgar Law. His eyes were wide open, and he seemed to still retain the unwillingness and anger before his death. Advertisement. Very good, very good. Long smiled angrily. His expression didn't seem to change much, there was no ferocious anger, but those deep eyes contained a murderous coldness that could freeze everything. The hatred for killing my father is irreconcilable. You will die. Wherever he looked, the aura was overwhelming, and the terrifying aura instantly crushed Luo's body. Horrible indeed. Many of the powerful men with a bounty of over 100 million could not bear such momentum. Although it was terrifying, Luo was indifferent. If someone could crush him and defeat him with momentum alone, that would really be Dahai's biggest joke. Very scary. Thousands of meters away, Drake and the others were pale, and the hint of aura that permeated them was enough to make their scalps tingle, and they could even feel the world spinning and their heads dizzy. No. Impossible, he actually killed Vice Admiral Garp. Did he really kill him? How can it be? Incredible. Even Kizaru Tyrant Bear doesn't feel real, let alone them, that's Garp. Not a cat or a dog. The matter is serious. Jewelry Bonnie's pretty face turned pale, and she backed away in panic. The sea will completely riot, let alone the Sabayati archipelago, and the situation will extend to the entire sea. Don't dare to stay. Who dares to stay here? Kizaru is not willing to stay here now, let alone them. Thousands of meters, very far. In their eyes, the entire Sabayati archipelago is not safe at all at this time. Advertisement. Let's go. Jewelry Bonnie hurriedly led his pirate group to leave the island. The terrible battle made them feel fear and fear from deep down. If you stay, the mortality rate is 100%. Hawkins looked at the cards in his hand and smiled helplessly. Although I really want to witness the final result and verify whether the calculation is correct, there is no need to risk your own life, let's go. Don't dare to stay either. Only Drake remains. He was the only one who had a reason to stay. But now, feeling the permeating aura, he was trembling all over. He became trembling, and glanced at Trafalgar Law bitterly. Humph, you are completely finished. Kill Garp. Marine will not let you go. Now the Revolutionary Army, the world government will not let you go, and the world government will not let you go. If you have offended the top power in the sea, there is no place for you in the sea. After you are completely finished today, the news of your death will spread throughout the sea. Too many words of ridicule and curses were thrown away. Immediately, Drake gritted his teeth and turned around to run away. He didn't dare to stay here anymore. Without Admiral strength, if you stay here, you are seeking death. 4.2. What to do now? Kizaru looked at Trafalgar Law and the dragon with a fearful expression. They are all sworn enemies. The Revolutionary Army and Marine were irresolvably hostile, and after killing Garp, Kizaru certainly knew that Trafalgar Law had become one of Marine's biggest enemies. All are enemies. What to do now? Kizaru is confused. But he just doesn't have the strength to crush both sides. He can't do it on one side, let alone both sides. Continue to kill Trafalgar Law. Kizaru looked at Luo. The main purpose today was to capture him. Now that Mr. Garp is dead in their hands, there is an irresolvable hatred with Marine. Deal with him, right? 195 Join forces. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Deng deng deng. Supernova hurriedly left the island and ran to other islands in a panic. Sabayati Archipelago. Too many people have fled, but in a short time, it is impossible for everyone to leave. There are not so many ships, and there are still many people remaining on other islands. People on each island were looking at the battle island in shock as violent explosions continued to occur. Still discussing and speculating on the outcome of the battle. Kid and the others, with lingering fears and frightened expressions on their faces, ran over in a panic, boarded their pirate ship, and hurriedly left the Sabayati archipelago. They did not dare to waste a moment. But Drake rushed into the crowd and stopped. Hear people talking in your ears. Most believe that Kizaru combined with Garp's combat power can defeat Trafalgar Law. But Trafalgar Law also has some supporters, just slightly fewer. Hearing these words, Drake smiled sarcastically and couldn't help but said, Trafalgar Law, he will definitely die. Don't look at me like this. Yes, I am not as good as him, but I am definitely not talking nonsense. Now the revolution, the leader of the army, Dragon, has arrived and he wants to kill Trafalgar Law. Do you think he deserves to live? Leave such words behind. Leaving Drake laughing all the way. At the same time, a group of dull people were left behind. What? Dragon, the most mysterious leader of the revolutionary army in the sea. Why does he want to deal with Trafalgar Law? It can't be true, right? It must be fake, right? Advertisement. If it's true, then Trafalgar Law really has little chance of survival. Many people who thought Luo still had a certain chance of winning nodded in approval. He was the leader of the revolutionaries. Although the authenticity of this news has not yet been confirmed. But this news has begun to spread, setting off waves of exclamations, which soon spread throughout the Sabayati archipelago and began to radiate to the sea in all directions. The leader of the revolutionaries has arrived. Marine headquarters, Buddha Sengoku had already known this news. He looked solemn. The mind thinks quickly. The goal of the leader of the revolutionaries is Trafalgar Law. There is no doubt about it. The reason is not important. The most important thing now is to encircle and suppress the dragon. Buddha Sengoku's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Although he is no longer Marine Marshal. But facing the world government's greatest enemy, the sea is the most dangerous enemy. Such an excellent opportunity is right in front of you, how can you let it go? If you can kill the leader of the revolutionary army under your leadership before completely retiring, it will not only solve the biggest threat to the sea in one fell swoop. It can also be remembered for eternity. Buddha Sengoku hurriedly ordered the two admirals of Qingji Akainu, who were already preparing to find a place for a duel, and ordered them to continue organizing the fleet and prepare to set off for Sabayati archipelago. Although the two wanted to quickly determine the winner and decide who would be the next Marine Marshal. But they couldn't refuse this order. Knowing that killing Long, the leader of the revolutionary army, is more important than anything else. Advertisement. Arranging everything quickly, Marine gathered together and quickly boarded the ship. Buddha Sengoku himself also walked to the port. With such an excellent opportunity, of course he went all out. At the same time, quickly report the news to the world government. The five elders were also shocked when they heard the news. What? The five elders stood up in shock. After being completely sure of the authenticity of the news, they immediately issued a serious order. Let Kizaru, Trafalgar Law and Garp immediately join forces to deal with the revolutionary army criminal dragon. He must be killed and gathered immediately. All marine combat power, go to the Sabayati archipelago and never let the criminal dragon escape. As long as the dragon is killed, the revolutionary army will exist in name only and pose no threat. I have arranged it this way. Very good. Five elders nodded with satisfaction and couldn't help but smile. I didn't expect the surprise to come so suddenly. At the same time, the bad news came suddenly. Kizaru was at a loss and didn't know which side to deal with, so he had no choice but to turn to Sengoku, the Buddha. No. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Buddha Sengoku shook his head and tried his best to deny. How can Garp die? But facts are facts. What should I do now, Mr. Sengoku? Trafalgar Law has killed Mr. Garp, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Long has been feuding with Trafalgar Law, and the Tyrant Bear seems to be on the side of the revolutionaries. What should I do? Kizaru requested hurriedly. Now in the fighting place, the terrifying momentum has made Admiral feel like a Hong Konger. Both of them took everything to the top. A shocking and devastating battle may occur at any time, and any choice may completely change the future era. Kizaru dare not make a decision. To actually kill Garp, is Trafalgar Law determined to oppose Marine? How could he continue to perform the mission? The grieving Buddha Sengoku slowly clenched his fists, and the terrifying aura soared into the sky. Trafalgar Law, how dare he? Advertisement. An old friend for decades. If you die like this, how can you not be angry? Unforgivable. He was murderous. Mr. Sengoku, I know you are very angry now, but can you tell me first what should I do? Kizaru asked anxiously. Of course, kill Trafal. The angry Buddha Sengoku roared directly, but his calmness stopped him from saying anything else. He knows. Trafalgar Law became Marine's archenemy. But Dragon is definitely more dangerous than the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Even in this situation, rationally speaking, he would first kill the Revolutionary Dragon and kill the criminals who caused the most harm, and then deal with Trafalgar Law. He was sure that the five elders would make the same choice. Buddha Sengoku forced himself to calm down quickly. There was a moment of silence. He said in a gloomy tone, deal with the leader of the Revolutionary Army first, but make sure Trafalgar Law cannot take the opportunity to leave. Wait for our support and catch them all in one fell swoop. No one can leave. He understands that if Kizaru joins the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Trafalgar Law, who has already fought a fierce battle, may not be able to hold on for long, or even until the arrival of the powerful Marine. Kizaru alone will not be able to stop the Revolutionary Army Dragon. It's better to let Kizaru join forces to hold down Long, the leader of the revolutionaries. There is definitely a difference in strength between the two sides, but the difference should not be big. In this way, neither Trafalgar Law nor Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, would want to leave. Understood. 197 Dragon's Ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabayati Archipelago, Island Number 23. Broken Earth. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, had no expression on his face. He collected the pieces of meat scattered on the ground and put Garp's body together on the ground. 2 or 3 pieces were missing, but overall it was a relatively complete body, so it was not a dead body. Luo looked at all this indifferently. He didn't take the opportunity to attack, nor did he take the opportunity to leave. The Tyrant Bear is on guard and wants to take the opportunity to leave. While calming down, Luo quickly recovered the energy that had been consumed in his body. His expression was solemn but undaunted. The next step is probably a tough battle, perhaps the most difficult battle. In Luo's eyes, the horror of the next battle may even surpass the battle against Whitebeard and the other 4 emperors. The explosive power of Whitebeard's attack is terrifying. But the speed is very poor, and the dragon's speed Luo has just seen, it is very fast, and the attack power is very strong. I haven't realized how strong it is, but it will never be weak. Bear. After assembling Garp's corpse, Long's voice was hoarse, as if he was suppressing endless murderous intent. Clear. The Tyrant Bear who had been watching Luo disappeared instantly and appeared on Garp's body. He slapped his fleshy palm hard and passed over the body. The body disappeared with a bang. This moment, the terrifying but seemingly suppressed atmosphere in the sky erupted like a volcano. It seemed like the whole sky was on fire. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, seemed to have turned into a mythical beast from the wild, and his expression was cold as he swept over Luo, as if the world had suddenly fallen into the ice and snow. Kill. The color of heaven and earth changes with a sound. Advertisement. With a cry of surrender, all souls surrender. Substantial sound waves, like shock waves destroying the earth, burst out towards Luo, with countless sharp wind blades embedded in them, rotating and cutting, covering up the harsh sound of breaking through the air. The surviving ancient trees and broken houses on the island. In an instant, it was riddled with holes, and turned into powder when the wind blew. Shinra Tenjang backquote. The terrifying repulsion is like an invisible wall protecting the surroundings. Clang, clang, clang. The terrifying sound waves hit the repulsive wall like a tsunami, and the island shook violently. Countless wind blades slashed at the repulsive wall. A series of sparks completely covered Luo's surroundings. Phew. A wind blade passed over Kizaru's face, and a subtle blood mark appeared, bleeding out. He didn't think so at first, but his expression changed in shock. The wind blade actually contains hockey. He quickly fired out countless light bullets, destroying the wind blades passing in front of him. The hurricane formed by the wind blade swept across the entire island in an instant. Everyone on the other islands can look at the island wrapped in wind blades in horror, and watch in horror as the mountains, forests, and cities quickly disappear. Everything is disappearing. It's like the end of the world. As Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, really here. Having witnessed the battle above, they knew that Trafalgar Law, Kizaru, and Garp had abilities other than what they saw in front of them, so was that news true? Shinra Tenjang 1, 2, and several Shenluo Tianjang are constantly superimposed. Resist everything. What a terrifying attack. While resisting with all his strength, Luo Yanyan quickly thought about the capabilities of the Revolutionary Army Dragon. Is this wind attribute attack a Logia wind devil fruit? Advertisement. The original story about Logia-style devil fruit did not appear. Possible. It's really scary. Remote Logia can actually contain hockey. If it's Logia, the fruit's abilities are even stronger than ours. Luo and Kizaru couldn't help but click their tongues. They both have top-tier Logia. As for long-range attacks, Luo has many abilities such as Thunder Dragon Thunder Beast God's Punishment, and Kizaru has many abilities such as Laser 8-foot Magatama. But they have a hard time getting Logia's ranged attacks to also contain hockey. They are capable of close quarters moves such as Thor's lightsaber light speed kick and other moves with hockey. Are the degrees of fruit capacity development different? Countless wind blades plowed the island completely, everything on the surface of the broken island disappeared, and the earth turned into powder. Call out. The tyrant bear teleported behind Luo, crushing down with his fleshy palms. A laser shot out quickly from a distance. Tyrant bear hurriedly aimed his palm at the laser. The beam of light shot out on the palm of his hand and bounced out like light refracted. Kizaru helped Luo deal with the sudden attack of the tyrant bear. Taking the opportunity, Luo shot out a bolt of lightning with his backhand, stabbing the tyrant bear and disappearing instantly. The tyrant bear who appeared in the distance flashed an arc on his right shoulder, and his clothes were torn, revealing his body made of steel parts. Teleportation is not absolutely invincible. As long as you take the opportunity and are not prepared, you can still hit. Call out. In an instant, Long Gigi rushed in front of Luo Gigi. The strong wind caused by the speed came like a tsunami. His right hand took the shape of a dragon claw and grabbed Luo Gigi quickly. Room. At the same time as he retreated violently, the sword edge discarded by the dragon in the distance instantly fell into Luo's hands, the supreme sharp sword. Advertisement. The blade swept across. Chang. A sharp sword energy passed behind the dragon, and the earth cracked rapidly. The dragon grabbed the edge of the sword with his hand again, and the ground under Luo's feet collapsed instantly, and the ground showed a huge pit in the shape of a dragon's claw. Thor. Thunder and lightning burst out. Luo's whole body was wrapped in electric arcs and he appeared as the god of thunder, and the god of thunder slapped the dragon with his giant palm. Letting go, the dragon took a few steps back and then charged forward again. The dragon's gripper and the thunder god's giant palm immediately confronted each other. The ground collapsed rapidly, even extending to the entire island. Terrifying air waves, Zhao Zhao, kept beating out, and explosions continued to occur around the two of them, and the explosions spread thousands of meters across the land. Neither retreats. Can physical skills and hockey alone stop the god of thunder? Luo couldn't help but clicked his tongue. Broken. The dragon grasped the hand, and the dragon's right hand was instantly covered with ferocious scales. With a strong grasp, the thunder god's giant palm was shattered. The dragon claw at this time is the real dragon claw, as if it is really the dragon's claw. Grab it forward. A giant dragon claw phantom appears. Boom. The dragon's claws hit the god of thunder, and a huge breath rose into the sky. The god of thunder kept retreating, and the earth shook and collapsed with every step. He took dozens of steps back and hundreds of meters before he could stop. The thunder god presented by Luo disintegrated quickly, and a trace of blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. This move, he felt, was no less than Whitebeard's full blow. Is it really a powerful pervert? 198 Revolutionary Army General Action. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Not Logia. Luo looked at Long's right hand. Being covered in scales is not something Logia can possess. Zone. Call out. The dragon rushed over at a speed that was hard to see with the naked eye. It rushed in front of Luo in an instant and grabbed it with its claws again. Shenluo Tianjiang. The powerful repulsion slapped out. Chi-Chi. The dragon's hands were covered with scales, and he stabbed forward with all his strength, directly piercing into the invisible wall of repulsion. He pulled hard with both hands, as if opening a door, and directly tore apart the Shinra Tianjiang. Then he stretched his whole body in and roared. Countless wind blades swept towards Luo instantly. Whoops. Luo disappeared instantly and appeared several hundred meters away, taking a deep breath to wipe away the blood from the corner of his mouth. He looked at the dragon solemnly. The dragon puts more pressure on Luo than Whitebeard and the red-haired ones. Although the dragon's attack power has not yet been felt to be more destructive than Whitebeard and the others, overall, the pressure is indeed greater. The dragon rushed toward Luo at extremely fast speeds, and the air waves formed a 483 line along the way. Thunder God's Spear. A thunderbolt arrow shot out instantly, destroying everything along the way. It collided with the extremely fast figure, and a huge thunder and lightning explosion ring filled the area of several hundred meters. Call out. A figure tore open the explosion ring at an extremely fast speed and rushed towards Luo at an extremely fast speed. His whole body seemed to be covered with scales. What kind of scales are these? Isn't the defensive power too strong? Luo couldn't help but gasped, and continued to retreat and distance himself. Advertisement. Luo is also very strong in close combat. But Luo was obviously not as good as fighting against such close-range kings as the red-haired and the dragon in front of him. While retreating urgently, thunder dragons and thunder beasts shot out quickly. Although they were easily destroyed and blocked by the dragon, they slowed him down and disrupted the battle rhythm he controlled. When a top warrior fights, his opponent must not control the rhythm of the battle, otherwise he will easily fall into a disadvantage. Boom. The two of them fought wildly, and every place on the island became a place for the two to fight. Tyrant Bear, don't move around. Kizaru moved at the speed of light and came to the Tyrant Bear, who was ready to take action. He focused a large number of light particles on his fingertips and pointed them at the Tyrant Bear. Bear, you are the 7 warlords of the sea. What we are doing today, you have to give me an explanation, right? 7 warlords of the sea cooperates with the world government. There is no need to explain to you, Marine. Shang said coldly. Kizaru looked cold. There is no attack. While preventing the Tyrant Bear from moving, pay attention to the combat situation. It's useless to stop me. The dragon will defeat and kill Trafalgar Law. The result is doomed. Tyrant Shang said firmly. It doesn't matter. Kizaru shrugged indifferently. Even if Trafalgar Law is defeated and killed, so what? Can a dragon do it in a short time? Kizaru thinks the current situation is just right. He stopped the Tyrant Bear so that Trafalgar Law would not fall into encirclement and suppression and would not be easily defeated, and he did not have to intervene in the battle with the dragon and let the dragon and Luo fight it out. No matter what the outcome was, it would be good for Marine. Even if Trafalgar Law is now at a disadvantage, Kizaru will not think that he will fail in the short term and can always support him until Marine arrives. At that time, they will be surrounded and suppressed directly. Advertisement. Are you waiting for Marine's support? Tyrant Bear lowered his head and looked at Kizaru with a hint of ridicule. Right. Do you think dragons are impulsive people? No. No. Kizaru's expression suddenly changed. The leader of the Revolutionary Army was certainly not an impulsive person. Becoming the most feared enemy of the world government cannot be achieved purely by relying on strength, CCBG. If Long were impulsive, he would be 4 emperors at best. It is impossible to build a revolutionary army that is feared by world governments. Since you are not impulsive. So when you arrive today, you must be prepared. After all, Sabayati Archipelago is too close to the naval headquarters and world government. This is not the sphere of influence of the Revolutionary Army. There are quite a few cadres in the Revolutionary Army. Tyrant Shang reminded him. Could it be that the cadres of the Revolutionary Army? Kizaru's face changed drastically and he quickly took out his phone. It's useless, we should have met the fleet sent by Marine by now. Kizaru put down the phone angrily. The cadres of the Revolutionary Army are indeed very powerful, but it's too fanciful to rely on those cadres alone to prevent Marine's support, isn't it? You don't need to block it directly. It's enough to block it for a certain period of time. Kizaru's expression changed greatly. Looking at Trafalgar Law, who was completely suppressed at this time, it would have taken at least dozens of minutes for Marine support to arrive, but now it is still blocked, and it will take an hour or two at the fastest to arrive. An hour or two. Kizaru looked at the fighting situation at this time. Advertisement. Can Luo hold on for an hour or two? Kizaru couldn't help but move at the speed of light, preparing to join the battle. He didn't care whether Luo was killed, but if Luo was killed soon, he understood that he alone could not prevent the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, from leaving. Then the mission fails. Kizaru, do you want to take action? The tyrant bear instantly stood in front of Kizaru and pointed his flesh palm at him. Don't act rashly. Oh, is it blocked? Trouble. Kizaru had no choice but to stop moving at the speed of light. He was able to stop the tyrant bear before. Tyrant bear also has ways to stop him. That kid has always been so crazy. He can't lose in a short time. It would be too embarrassing. Kizaru now only hopes that Luo can last longer, but looking at the current battle, he doesn't have much confidence in Luo. Call out. Thunder and lightning move quickly. The dragon is very fast, but cannot move as fast as thunder and lightning. Move hundreds of meters and instantly condense into Luo, then burst out a thunder dragon or other long-range attacks, and then move with lightning again. The dragon's fighting method can be said to be very simple. Rampant. Chasing Luo, all the attacks that came from him were directly torn apart and destroyed by him. The pervert is shocking. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly, and quickly thought about the various abilities and characteristics of the dragon in his mind, analyzed what fruit abilities he had, and analyzed the shortcomings of his abilities, wanting to find out how to restrain his calendar. It is extremely unwise to impulsively confront the peak powerhouse without knowing anything. Now Luo keeps attacking from a distance just to get more information about Long's abilities. 199 Slander. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Roar. The violent dragon roared, and countless wind blades suddenly appeared, cutting randomly anywhere on the island. There was no pattern to the wind blades. Does the scope exceed the room space? The current room space can exceed 6 kilometers in diameter. It can cover most of the area of the island, but now the entire island is completely covered by the wind blade. No one was spared, even Kizaru Tyrant Bear and the two had to withstand the terrifying wind blade, and each used their own abilities to resist. A large-scale attack method that does not distinguish between friend and foe. Trouble. Luo hurriedly stopped the lightning movement. Although lightning moves fast, it is difficult to defend while moving. At this time, the wind blade contains hockey. If you use lightning to move here, you will be killed by Ling Kai in an instant. Space movement. Luo looked around and smiled helplessly. No part of the entire island was spared. No matter where he moved, he would face the same result. Is there no other way? Shinra Tenjang. Luo knew that this was Long's way of forcing him to stop. There was no choice. If you don't block the wind blade, you will be seriously injured in an instant. When facing the dragon again, let alone the possibility of victory, it will be difficult to protect yourself. The terrifying repulsion resisted the wind blades raging randomly all around. Whoops. The dragon rushed at extremely high speed, and the wind blades along the way also slashed at him. It was a completely indiscriminate attack method between friend and foe, but the wind blades were blocked by the scales covering his body, and he ran rampant like a ferocious beast. Boom. An afterimage instantly hit the wall of Shinra Tianjang's repulsion force and tore it apart forcefully. Advertisement. Thunder God. Among them, Luo Zhao has already condensed into the form of Thunder God, holding the Thunder God's gun. The moment the dragon arrived, he instantly assassinated Tian Du. The dragon's claws grabbed hard and grabbed the Thunder God's spear. Boom. A wave of air burst out from behind the dragon, and a huge ravine appeared on the ground that connected to the sea. The wind blades along the way were instantly destroyed. Call out. The dragon was pushed back quickly. After stepping back several hundred meters, his feet quickly transformed into dragon claws, grabbing the ground vigorously to stabilize his body. Dragon Claw has been holding on to the Thunder God's spear, blood flowing out of the palm of his hand. The dragon, whose face was even covered with scales, looked at Luo in the God of Thunder, smiled coldly, stepped forward, and approached instantly with the flexibility that far surpassed the God of Thunder. The dragon's claws burst out, as if the huge dragon claws were grabbed from behind the dragon. Boom! Thor collapsed quickly. In the sunken island, a meteor shot out from the center instantly. It was Luo. There were still arcs of electricity all over his body. Call out. Luo flew upside down and flew directly over the island, crossed the sea, and shot towards other islands. What is that? There was someone in this house, looking at the falling meteor in the sky in horror. Time. The moment he landed, Luo hurriedly turned into lightning. Boom. It hit the street heavily and penetrated the street instantly, destroying the houses on both sides with great force, creating a terrifying ravine, and finally stopped at the end of the street. What did you say? Meteorite. Advertisement. These few people were lying on the ground, looking at the broken streets and cities in fear. In the ring of explosions, in the center of the shattered city, Luo slowly stood up, his broken black windbreaker rustling in the strong wind. It's really strong. A trace of blood slowly left from the corner of Luo's mouth, dripping on the broken ground under his feet, bright red and eye-catching. What happened? Could it be that the fighting on the nearby island has affected this place? The terrified people in the distance looked at the place where the explosion occurred. Island number 23. Did you lose? Kizaru's face changed with surprise. Wasn't the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, too pervert? Even if Trafalgar Law consumes a lot, it shouldn't be knocked away so easily. Kizaru doesn't think he is better than Luo. Is it because Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, is so terrifying? Kizaru looked at the revolutionary leader Long, who had also disappeared with fear. Whoops. He hurriedly moved at the speed of light and rushed to the nearby island, and the tyrant bear also took action. The island next to it, island number 24. The dragon instantly arrived at the end of the broken street. The scales on his body faded away, and the monster image disappeared, revealing its true form. It's Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. He's really here. The people looked at Long in shock. But not afraid. As everyone knows, the Revolutionary Army never harms the people, and the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, is even more kind. The revolutionary leader Long is here, so. The people looked at the place of explosion in horror. An enemy stronger than Whitebeard is really strong. Luo Moran's voice came from the explosion. The strong wind swept away all the smoke and dust in an instant, and Luo's somewhat embarrassed posture came into everyone's eyes. Advertisement. Sure enough, it's Trafalgar Law. So strong, has Trafalgar Law been defeated? Eyes widened, but no one seemed to have too much disbelief. 0. Huh. Luo let out a breath and looked at Long Leng. Luo admitted that Long was very strong, stronger than he was now, and his full-force attack was not only as good as Whitebeard and other four emperors' full-force attacks, but was even slightly stronger, and in terms of overall strength, it was more perfect and stronger than the four emperors. This is the answer Luo got from personal experience in battle. The strongest enemy Luo has ever encountered. Trafalgar Law, is it necessary to involve this island in the battle? Long asked coldly. Quote, question mark, quote. What's the meaning? You have already lost, but you are unwilling to admit your defeat. Long said with a hint of ridicule. Defeat. Luo admitted that he was at a disadvantage, but was it too early to lose? In order to win, you don't hesitate to drag this island into the battle and involve other innocent people, so you want me to be intimidated? Long said sarcastically. Luo's pupils tightened. He finally understood what Long meant. Is this slander? Long looked at Luo with a sneer, with murderous intent in his heart. Since you ruined my father's reputation by fighting at the top, you should also bear the pain that my father endured before you die. What? The people looked at Luo in horror. Trafalgar Law treats us as cannon fodder. Damn it. 200. If you feel bad, you have to kill someone. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. You actually treat us as cannon fodder. Asshole. The people looked at Trafalgar Law angrily. It's so abominable. Sabayati Archipelago was obviously dragged down by him today, but he still came to harm us. He was useless, and he actually used such insidious methods. Everyone present stared angrily at Trafalgar Law. They believed what Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, said. Before Luo today, he was Marine. Marine may have a good reputation in other places, but in Sabayati Archipelago, Marine is not willing to pay because Marine is an accomplice of celestial dragons. The people of Sabayati Archipelago are the most persecuted by the world's nobles. But now, Luo is no longer Marine. Killing the celestial dragons made many people in Sabayati Archipelago grateful and worship him, but it also affected Sabayati Archipelago. 360 deserves both honor and disgrace. Although Luo became famous throughout the world, he only became famous after the battle at Dingding began. He indeed gained many admirers who admired the strong. The Revolutionary Army is the biggest enemy of the world government. However, people in many places in the sea have a very good impression, especially in places like Sabayati Archipelago that have suffered too much persecution by the world government, and there is no shortage of admirers. Everyone knows that the Revolutionary Army will not harm ordinary people. Of course, the Revolutionary Army does not dare to harm them. The Revolutionary Army is powerful, but it is far inferior to that of the world government. Otherwise, it would not hide in secret. The Revolutionary Army can only continue to compete for the hearts and minds of the people. Advertisement. Only in this way can we compete with the world government. Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, has a high reputation in Dahai. At least in the eyes of these people, it is more credible than Trafalgar Law. Plus the current situation on both sides. Trafalgar Law was knocked back here, bleeding from the corner of his mouth and looking very embarrassed. In contrast, the Revolutionary Army Dragon was completely uninjured. In such a sharp contrast, it was clear who was at a disadvantage. I don't have enough strength, so I actually took advantage of the Revolutionary Army's practice of not harming the people and used us to achieve victory. It's despicable and shameless. Fortunately, I thought Trafalgar Law was not afraid of power and dared to resist the world government, so he deserves respect. I didn't expect him to be such a person. Words of ridicule and contempt filled Luo's ears. Laughed. A sneer appeared on Luo's lips. You guys, hurry up, Trafalgar Law has murderous intentions. Long said hurriedly. His momentum rose and he immediately came in front of Luo, as if to block his way. With me here, Trafalgar Law, you can't act recklessly, and you can't hurt anyone. Quick, let's go. Trafalgar Law's insidious plan is exposed, and he will definitely kill us. If we stay here, we will become his cannon fodder. Everyone ran away in fear. His eyes were full of contempt for Trafalgar Law, as well as admiration and respect for dragons. As expected of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, his magnanimity is incomparable, and he is so considerate of us. Advertisement. Yes. In an instant, everyone wanted to flee to other islands. Kizaru and Tyrant Bear came to the island and listened in surprise to the words of the people passing by. Even if he is angry, it should be Marine's anger, right? Trafalgar Law hasn't done anything to offend them, right? Broken streets. The Revolutionary Army Dragon always looked at Luo vigilantly, on guard. Until all the people left the island, Luo did not take any action. I underestimated you to be so calm. Long looked at Luo with approval. He originally thought that Luo would go crazy and kill those people. After all, once those people entered other islands, I's reputation would be completely ruined. Kill. I guess I won't be able to kill them all. It seems that you are hoping that I can take action and kill some, and you save some. By then, I will become the garbage spurned by everyone in the sea. Luo sneered. It's not a loss. Playing politics. Regarding the Revolutionary Army, Luo had no opinion before. Neither belittle nor praise. The Revolutionary Army's fight against the world government has indeed made many people worship Dahai, who admire the Revolutionary Army for daring to resist power. Although he never belittles, he never respects the Revolutionary Army. No matter whether the revolutionaries succeed or fail in the end, it is just that in his eyes. In the thousands of years of world history in previous lives, there have been too many revolutions. But what is the result? So what if the revolution is successful? Has the world changed in the end? The people at the bottom still live at the bottom. The revolutionary teams that once represented the interests of the people have only become new high-level people in the end, continuing to exploit the bottom class, and even getting worse. The world of pirates is more cruel than the previous world. This is a world where individuals are extremely powerful and the strong are respected. Revolution. What a joke. Advertisement. Luo does not believe that the Revolutionary Army is absolutely just. Want to change the world based on justice alone. Only a 3-year-old child would be so naive. Without the means and strength, the Revolutionary Army can reach this point. Any revolution is not bloody. There is a lot of blood and cruelty hidden in the secret. Therefore, Luo never believed that Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was an absolutely righteous person, and he was not shocked by his methods now. When are politicians heroes? Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, smiled flatly. You have seen it thoroughly, but what can you do now? It doesn't matter. I never live for others, nor do I live in the eyes of others. It doesn't matter how others see me. Luo shrugged. He doesn't care about other people's eyes. When I was in the underworld, I had to bear so many looks of contempt from others. 4.0, so what? But being slandered affects my mood to some extent. You're right, but it's a pity that after killing Garp, my mood got worse again. It seems I have to kill him again. Luo showed a creepy sneer. The dragon's eyes were slightly cold. The pressure is getting heavier and heavier. The murderous intention towards Luo in front of him became stronger in his heart. If this kind of character is not killed completely, he will definitely be like a mad dog in the future, biting the Revolutionary Army and not letting go. His behavior is crazy and unpredictable. He must be killed, regardless of personal vendetta or for the future. Long, the leader of the revolutionaries, would never allow Luo to survive today. You have to make sure that you don't die before you kill someone, right? Revolutionary Long was so murderous that his palms instantly stabbed towards Luo, and his scales quickly covered his palms. 201 The only loophole. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call out. The moment the dragon claws tore apart Luo's body, Luo disappeared instantly. How could Luo not be prepared for the dragon to be so close? The room space is always present, and space transfer is always ready. The distance between the two instantly reached 1,000 meters. The way we fought before was wrong. Luo looked at the dragon that was charging at a high speed. There were certain reasons for the previous defeat, the gap in strength, and the restraint of abilities. But with the ability to convert space, even if he faced any ability, he should not be completely restrained. And the gap is not that big. It shouldn't be so easy to fall into an absolute disadvantage. Of course Luo knew that his previous fighting method was wrong. Different opponents use different abilities and different fighting methods, everyone knows. The way you fight can determine the outcome of a battle. Like Garp before him, it was extremely difficult for Luo to defeat him, let alone kill him, but Garp lost his mind due to impulsiveness and abandoned his own advantages. And Luo knew that he was not too impulsive before, but because he was too vigilant and calm. He had always chosen passive defense and lost his advantages in speed such as spatial transfer 22. All wrong. Call out. Luo disappeared again, and the attack of the dragon that came suddenly failed again. But this time, the afterimage of Luo, who disappeared this time, flashed past in the distance, and instantly appeared behind the dragon, with the sword edge flashing with electric arcs sweeping past. Advertisement. Chang Chang. The black robe worn by the dragon was torn apart, but scales appeared on its back, and sparks flew out, blocking the edge of the sword. Call out. The dragon looked back and grabbed hold, and the huge dragon claw phantom grasped everything where Sui Luo was. Koro has teleported away. Whoops. The thunder and lightning moved quickly to the dragon's head again, and the thunder god's spear instantly burst into the dragon's body, and the ground exploded. Hundreds of meters away, Luo Leng looked at the torn explosion ring. The extremely fast dragon roared, countless wind blades instantly covered the entire island, and the urban forest quickly disappeared. The dragon, covered with scales, was not afraid of the damage from the wind blade and continued to rush towards Luo. Do you still want to rely on this move to limit my speed? Luo admitted that this large-scale indiscriminate attack method is the only way to effect his spatial transfer and electric teleportation. Rampage. The dragon opened a path in the raging wind blade hurricane and rushed towards Luo at high speed. Countless wind blades tore everything apart randomly. There is no trajectory to speak of. The wind blades are too dense and cannot be avoided at all. They can only be blocked. A wind blade cut towards Luo's head. Call out. Luo disappeared. Use space transfer. Is there any difference if it is transferred to other places? The stopped dragon smiled disdainfully and looked around for traces of Luo. Suddenly there was a terrifying sound of breaking through the air from behind. Advertisement. The god of thunder held the spear of the god of thunder and stabbed the dragon in the back. Chang. The violent air waves destroyed all the surrounding wind blades, and the collapsed earth was ripped apart by a pillar of air with thunder and lightning, tearing the island apart. Kick, kick, kick. During the explosion, Long, who had received Luo's strongest blow on his back, rushed forward with unsteady steps, and the ground cracked with every step. The dragon rushed forward involuntarily, turned around and roared, and countless wind blades instantly tore the thunder god apart. And Luo disappeared again and appeared in the distance. Shenluo Tianzheng repulsed the wall to block the raging wind blade. Are you injured? Long wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, and a hideous blood hole appeared on his back. The blood kept pouring out and dyed the scales red. A top admiral, the strongest blow, a sudden attack, who dares to say that there is no injury? Whitebeard didn't dare. Long, the leader of the revolutionary army in front of him, didn't dare. Roar. With a low roar, the violent wind blades cut through everything on the island even more crazily. The dragon's body is covered with scales, and the blood hole on its back is wrapped by scales, which quickly stops the bleeding and heals the wound quickly, with super strong recovery power. It should be Zone. Luo Leng looked at this scene. Although he had wind attribute abilities, he was definitely not Logia, let alone Paramecia. Except for the wind attribute ability, the rest is completely consistent with Zone. Whether it's the scales all over his body or his super fast recovery, it's one of Zone's characteristics. I don't know if it's a phantom beast species or an ancient species. Just because it's covered in scales, it's still impossible to determine the true animal form of the dragon. The violent dragon rushed towards Luo Ji quickly. Call out. Luo disappeared again and appeared behind the running dragon. Advertisement. The sword edge carried op fruit's weird cutting power and swept across it. Chang. Looking back at the last moment, the dragon's claws grabbed the edge of the sword, and a sword energy swept across the island, and countless wind knives were cut off. The sword edge turned. Then Luo disappeared instantly. Trouble. Long looked solemnly at Luo, who was blocking the wind blade attack in the distance with Shenluo Tianzheng. Did he find a way to restrain it? Tisk tisk tisk. It's true. How can Trafalgar Law be so simple? Once you calm down, even if the Revolutionary Army Dragon is 983 stronger, you can't help him. Kizaru said with a sigh. Only with the ability to move in space can we perfectly resist the dragon. A combo. Wind blades fill the sky. Very strong, and carries hockey. Logia can only block but cannot dodge. And if you block this moment, the dragon can rush over quickly and attack madly at close range. Although he has never experienced it personally, Kizaru can see that the close combat capabilities possessed by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, are extremely terrifying, no less than Whitebeard's close combat capabilities. Whitebeard's strongest point is its close combat ability. If approached by such a monster, it will be easily knocked away and injured. The dragon's combos can be said to be unstoppable. Have you been discovered by him? Long frowned and looked at Luo solemnly. Isn't it simple to be so young and have so much combat experience? Of course he knows his abilities. The wind blade has indeed blocked the land of 10,000 meters, and the area far exceeds the room space presented by Luo. It is impossible to teleport directly to a place where the wind blade has not spread. The thunder god move cannot resist the wind blade with hockey. Is there any difference if every part of the space is covered by the wind blade? There seems to be no difference. But there is one place that is not covered, which is the only loophole in this powerful combo. 202 How to Kill. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The only loophole. That is behind the dragon. He is running wildly, destroying everything along the way. Although the trajectory he passes will soon be covered by the wind blade again, soon it still takes time, even if it is short, and this short time is the only thing on the island. There has never been a place without wind blades. Even if other ability users find out, there is nothing they can do. But with space transfer, you can teleport directly to the dragon's back, and you can take the opportunity to attack the dragon without having to withstand the wind blade attack. If you don't restrict his space transfer ability, it will be difficult to attack him. Long frowned and thought deeply. The wind blade also dissipated quickly. He didn't move, of course there was no loophole, and his back was covered by countless wind blades. But if you don't move, what if you attack Luo at close range? Just rely on the wind blade. The wind blade carrying Haki is very strong, but not to the point where it can directly defeat Admiral. Space speed can only be resisted by using space speed. Knowing that relying on one's own speed alone, there is no good way to restrain Trafalgar Law. If a war of attrition. There is enough time, and Long believes there is a way, but there is not much time now. 1 or 2 hours, although it is very long, but 1 or 2 hours, he does not think that Trafalgar Law can completely reach its limit, then. Long can't help but look at the Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear nodded. He knew the dragon was in trouble. Advertisement. Bear, are you going to take action? Kizaru, the thunder god next to him, shot out instantly, and all that penetrated was the afterimage of the Tyrant Bear. Call out. Tyrant Bear instantly appeared behind Luo. The giant palm slapped out from top to bottom. Whoops. Luo also disappeared in the distance, but just after disappearing, Tyrant Neng appeared behind him again. They also have the ability to move in space. The Tyrant Bear's space movement ability is even stronger and simpler than Luo's. There is still a big difference in our abilities. It seems that my movement consumes less, but yours consumes a lot, right? No one can do anything about the constant space movement, but how long can you last with uninterrupted space transfer? Tyrant Bear appeared behind Luo again. Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. The ability to transfer space can be said to be the most expensive move among his many abilities. Pure attack moves such as Thunder God and Shinra Tenjang are more expensive. If consumed at this frequency, one space transfer per second would be thousands of space transfers per hour. Even in his heyday, it would not be possible, and now Luo's physical strength has been consumed by more than half. It's really troublesome. Luo stopped teleporting, and the Thunder Dragon blocked the pressure cannon coming from the Tyrant Bear. Luo has never been afraid of the Tyrant Bear. Even if he has more perfect teleportation, there is no need to compete with him in teleportation. It is enough to block his attack. But to block the Tyrant Bear's attack, you must consider the dragon not far away. He can take the opportunity to attack. So you can't be held back by the Tyrant Bear. Advertisement. It's a pity that the body of Kaido of the Beasts is not here. Luo smiled helplessly. The body of Kaido of the Beasts was on the bottom of the mezzanine on which ship Hancock and the others left on. No one knew. If only Kaido of the Beasts were here. Then everything is simple. Use Kaido of the Beasts to block the dragon, and I can deal with the Tyrant Bear leisurely, without any worries at all. If Luo's speed is restricted. Kizaru frowned slightly. He quickly compared the strengths of both sides in his mind. In close combat, Trafalgar Law is now far from the dragon's opponent. The only thing he can rely on is his speed abilities such as space transfer. Once bound, then the situation of being completely suppressed at the beginning will happen again. Being completely suppressed, I can only hold on for a short time. Kizaru smiled helplessly. He didn't want to get involved in such a battle. Both sides were enemies. It would be better for both sides to suffer losses, but not to intervene would not result in both sides suffering losses. Rather, one side loses and the other wins. And the winner can be determined in a short time. We must drag both sides until the Marine support force arrives. Kizaru hurriedly moved at light speed and stood in front of the dragon in an instant. The plundering dragon immediately stopped. Kizaru, your target today is Trafalgar Law, why do you want to stop me? But who made your revolutionary army grow so fast and make the world government so afraid? You are the biggest opponent. Kizaru still had a wretched face, and at the same time as he spoke, a beam of light shot out from his fingertips. Then I have to defeat you first. Dragon Claw held the laser in pieces. It's scary, but I am also the admiral of this headquarters after all, so I cannot be defeated by the enemy. Call out. Advertisement. The two fought. As expected, the purpose of Kizaru's action is to drag both of us here and not allow the Marine support to be determined before the victory is reached. Luo couldn't help but smile. We don't need to consider the dragon for the time being, then. Move sideways at will to avoid the pressure cannon fired by Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear's teleportation ability is too tricky. With him around, he is always a threat. Luo's eyes flashed with murderous intent. Even though Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, was so powerful, Luo had no fear in his heart. With the revolutionary leader Long and an admiral level of strength, you have to believe that you can easily protect yourself. But if you add the tyrant bear, it will be full of dangers. Find a way to kill him. With the ability to transfer space, Luo Zheng knew the terrifying power of space. It is never a good thing to let your enemy have a more perfect spatial teleportation ability than yourself. How to kill? The god of thunder moved, dodging the many pressure cannons that shot out quickly, and instantly arrived in front of the tyrant bear, sweeping past with his blade. Call out. All that was scratched was the afterimage, and the teleporting tyrant bear appeared not far away. Strength alone cannot kill the tyrant bear with teleportation, so what method should be used? Luo thought quickly in his mind. To defeat the tyrant bear, pure attack power is useless. No matter how powerful Whitebeard strikes with all his strength, he can't hit at all, so what's the use? No matter how powerful the attack is, it is only effective if it hits. How can we hit the tyrant bear that can teleport at will? Luo thought quickly in his mind. 203 Marine is coming. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Has the scope of the battle completely affected the two islands? If this continues, there will be no absolutely safe place in the Sabayati archipelago. It's only separated by a few islands. It's too close. The remaining people on several nearby islands began to evacuate to islands farther away. Go quickly. Sabayati archipelago is completely unsafe. People on Island 24 rushed to nearby islands in a panic. Keep yelling. What's wrong? Although the battle is fierce, there is still a long way to go before it can completely cover the entire Sabayati archipelago. Trafalgar Law, that bastard, shameless guy, he actually wants to use the lives of all of us in Sabayati archipelago to make the leader of the Revolutionary Army afraid. We have all become his cannon fodder. Let's go. No way. Why not? If it weren't for the protection of the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, we wouldn't be able to leave at all. We would have been killed by Trafalgar Law long ago. He is more hateful than a pirate. Real. It's absolutely true. In order not to be killed by Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, he threatened to hold everyone in Sabayati archipelago hostage. Hateful. Hurry up. Let's leave Sabayati archipelago quickly, so that we won't be threatened by him. Without any leverage, he will definitely be killed by the leader of the Revolutionary Army. That's right 163. Fortunately, I admired him before. I didn't expect him to be so sinister and shameless. He should be killed by Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Walk. News quickly spread to every corner of the Sabayati archipelago. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law, is he this kind of person? Pluton Rayleigh was considered the calmest person on the island. He looked at all the evacuated people in surprise. Use all means. Without a boat, they used wooden planks, tree trunks and other things to carry people, and quickly left the Sabayati archipelago. Too many ships stayed in the open sea and looked at the islands covered in explosions in horror. There are too many voices mocking and yelling at Trafalgar Law. Damn Trafalgar Law, go to hell. He will definitely die. God forsakes man. Boom. The place of battle. The sound of explosions is endless. The earth continues to collapse. Island number 24 has completely sunk into the sea, and now the battleground has extended to island number 25, which is almost on the verge of sinking. Islands measuring thousands of meters are simply unable to support such a battle. CCBF. Counting the original island number 23. At least 3 islands have become abandoned islands. Hasn't marine support arrived yet? If this continues, we will be in trouble. Kizaru, who was vomiting blood from the corner of his mouth, turned into a stream of light and flew backwards, with scratches on his chest. He was in a very embarrassed state, the injuries were not minor. To stop the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Dragon. It's not that simple, even Admiral needs to pay a huge price. Call out. The blade passed across and cut through the afterimage left by the tyrant bear. Is there no way? Luo looked at Tyrant Shang with sharp eyes. The latter was not absolutely uninjured. There was a knife mark on his left shoulder, revealing the steel parts that transformed the human body. It was Luo's masterpiece. It was a time when he took advantage of his unpreparedness and hit the tyrant bear. Advertisement. But it didn't kill him completely with one blow. The ability to teleport is too tricky. There is almost no way to kill the tyrant bear in direct combat. After fighting for a long time, Luo helplessly confirmed this. If you want to kill the tyrant bear, You can only succeed when he is completely defenseless. But in a battle, how can one lose their sense of defense? At most, it happens sometimes due to intention. When you are completely unprepared. Luo's eyes lit up. Dodge the pressure cannon fired by the tyrant bear that comes to you in an instant. During the battle, Luo focused more on the Revolutionary Army dragon. Although the tyrant bear's teleportation ability was weird, his attack power could hardly cause any harm to Luo. Kizaru probably won't last long, right? A long fight. The Revolutionary Army dragon did not fail to break through Kizaru's blockage. They broke through several times and attacked Luo. Luo was unable to kill the tyrant bear with one blow, and Long Yi, the leader of the Natural Revolutionary Army, was unable to kill Luo with one blow and achieved little results. Time passed slowly like this. The dragon's claws caught Kizaru's sweeping lightsaber. When the dragon was about to take the opportunity to attack, the tiny phone bug on his wrist heard a voice. Beep, beep, beep. Force Kizaru back with one move. Say. Revolutionary Army dragon's tone was a little low. Trafalgar Law hasn't been killed yet, and he's in a bad mood. Chief, we can't hold on any longer. The Marine fleet is too strong and we can't stop it. A panicked voice came from the phone bug, accompanied by the sound of the Emperor's explosion. I understand, you retreat immediately. Advertisement. Yes. Long, who looked even more gloomy, glanced at the time and saw that more than an hour had passed. It is indeed difficult for those cadres to persist. Are you running out of time? The dragon glanced at Trafalgar Law unwillingly, covered his body with scales and had dragon horns on his head, and rushed out in an instant. Kizaru quickly blocked the front and shot out lasers. Call out. The extremely fast dragon directly smashed the laser with its body and crashed into Kizaru. The latter vomited blood and flew backwards, turning into a large number of photons in the air. A terrifying momentum emerged. At the last moment, as it completely exploded. Luo looked at the dragon whose speed and momentum were even more terrifying. Quick space transfer. Luo's physical strength has almost reached its bottom. The battle with Pluton Rayleigh did not consume much, but killing Garp consumed nearly half of his physical strength. Now that he has been fighting for such a long time, his physical strength is almost gone. The erupting dragon still returned in vain, and was quickly stopped by Kizaru. Clang, clang, clang. At the last moment, everyone burst out with all their strength. Soon island number 25 was completely sunk, and the battle site turned into island number 26. In an instant, cracks spread throughout the island. 10 minutes passed quickly. A huge warship rushed towards the Sabayati archipelago quickly on the horizon. There were many traces of falling shells and the flag of the Revolutionary Army was flying. The battleship quickly approached island number 26. A cadre on the bow of the ship hurriedly said loudly, Chief, get on the ship quickly. Other warships have temporarily diverted the warship, and now we also leave quickly. 204 Lurking into the Revolutionary Army. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. P.S. Please give me monthly tickets and automatic subscription. Are you leaving? Long refused to stare at Luo in the distance. Clenched fists. If you don't leave, the Revolutionary Army will really have a full battle with Marine. Now is not the time to start a full-scale war with Marine. Shang, retreat. After a moment of silence, Long gave the order to evacuate. He glanced at Luo coldly. I'll let you go this time. Will you still be alive next time without any help? Long looked at Luo proudly. He couldn't succeed today because of the troublesome guy Kizaru. Otherwise, in Longyan, it would have been successful long ago. But next, will Marine Admiral still be by Luo's side all the time? Does he still have help? There are many opportunities to kill him. Really? Luo's cold gaze swept over the retreating dragon and Tyrant Bear. With Tyrant Bear around, it seemed so ridiculous to stop them. Let them go. But Kizaru wouldn't let them leave. Don't even think about leaving. Kizaru exploded, shooting out countless light bullets. The dragon, which withstood a large number of attacks, instantly jumped to the battleship hundreds of meters away in the sea, and the Tyrant Bear teleported directly to the ship. Withdraw. The battleship, which had turned around long ago, hurriedly rushed into the distance. If you leave, there is no way to explain to Marine. Kizaru jumped to a high altitude and fired countless light bullets towards the battleship, shattering the sea area hundreds of meters around the battleship. Advertisement. Call out. The dragon standing at the stern of the ship controlled thousands of wind blades and resisted all light bombs. The sky behind the battleship was completely covered by explosions. While continuously resisting the attacks of the two terrorist elements, the battleship quickly moved away from the Sabayati archipelago. Room. It's not good. Kizaru's face changed drastically, and he looked at the warship that was already 2 or 3 kilometers away unwillingly. I can only inform Mr. Sengoku. He hurriedly used the phone bug to contact Buddha Sengoku, but he could only use the warship in the sea. Interception. If the Revolutionary Army is handed over to Mr. Sengoku and the others, then Trafalgar Law must not let him take the opportunity to leave. Turning around, Kizaru looked around, his pupils dilated. Trafalgar Law. I obviously saw him not far away a few seconds ago. Why is he missing? Where did that bastard go? On board the Revolutionary Army battleship. Are the other battleship units okay? Don't worry, Long. We are not confronting the Marine fleet head-on, but are harassing the side. The losses are not big. Now other warships should also be free of the Marine fleet's entanglement. Let other cadres lead the fleet and immediately secretly return to the headquarters from different voyages. Don't gather together. The goal is too great to gather together. Yes. The orders are passed on. Revolutionary Long looked coldly at Sabayati Archipelago, who had only a small black dot on the horizon. Trafalgar Law, next time, will you still have such good luck? Murderous aura filled the world. Soon the revolutionary warship disappeared into the vast sea. In the sea, the battleship sailed quickly. Advertisement. Chief, shall we also return to the headquarters? On the deck, all the top leaders of the Revolutionary Army in the battleship were gathered. There are more important things to do now. Long Suren said. Quote. It's possible that Trafalgar Law is on our ship. He is definitely not a person who doesn't want to take revenge. His character is enough to support him in doing some crazy things. Moreover, he once had a precedent of lurking on the Whitebeard pirate ship. His abilities can also be magical. He lurked to the captain unknowingly. In order to prevent the headquarters from being exposed and for absolute safety, we must first thoroughly check the safety of the ship and determine whether Trafalgar Law is on the ship. Long said seriously. Isn't it possible? Trafalgar Law, could he be so crazy? Isn't he afraid of death? For the sake of safety, we must conduct a thorough inventory. Long said solemnly. Now everyone takes action. No place can be spared. There must be soldiers guarding everywhere. Make sure that there are people watching any blind spots at all times. Make sure that at the same time the battleship is seen everywhere. Yes. The senior officials quickly ordered the soldiers to take action. Remember, don't use any abilities. Dragon appearance observation hockey. As long as Trafalgar Law uses the space transfer ability, he will not be able to hide his aura, and he will definitely be discovered. Quote. Clear. Long couldn't help but reveal a sneer on his lips. As long as you're on this ship, Trafalgar Law, you can't hide. Once you're discovered, what ability do you have to protect yourself? Unless you take the initiative to jump into the sea. Quote. Thousands of warriors on the battleship took action. Please give me flowers. There are soldiers at the beginning and end of any corridor watching the corridor at all times. Soldiers are assigned to any room, and there are people monitoring any blind spots. Make sure again and again that there is no place to hide anyone. Many soldiers began to check the hidden blind spots. If they check a blind spot every day, the soldiers will be left here. Soon, it became clear that there were no secrets anywhere on the battleship, and no one was allowed to hide. This was a sign of strength in numbers. Have you found the enemy? No one is in room 1. Advertisement. No one is in room 2. No. 3. There's no one in aisle 16. Report the situation in turn to ensure that the soldiers are okay and that there are no outsiders on the battleship. Did you think too much? The final result surprised Long. Are you really overthinking it? But with such a search, it is impossible to hide people. Even if you use the space transfer ability without being noticed by yourself, you will be discovered by the soldiers guarding wherever you teleport. No soldiers were found to be attacked, and no soldiers discovered the accident. Condition. Isn't it because he is afraid and doesn't dare to get on the boat? Are he overestimating his courage? Long smiled disdainfully. Go back to headquarters. Yes. The battleship quickly returned to calm. The soldiers each returned to their own rooms. The middle-level officer already had an independent room. The middle-level officer who had been guarding the door calmly walked into the room and closed the door. A smile appeared. The smile was the same as the smile on the lips of the mysterious man sitting leisurely on the chair in the room. You're really cautious, much more cautious than Whitebeard, but it's a pity that it's a step too late. Luo leisurely lit a cigarette and looked at the middle-level officer in front of him who was completely controlled by his consciousness. He is Luo's clone. There was an internal response, and there was only one flaw in Long's perfect search method. The moment the clone got on the ship, he killed a middle-level officer without anyone noticing and occupied his mind with his consciousness. At that time, the dragon was still resisting Kizaru's attack and had no time to pay attention to the subtle changes in the aura on the battleship. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Where is Straw Hat Luffy? Right. A cold light flowed deep in his eyes. 205. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. The revolutionary warship quickly disappeared into the vast sea. In one of the cabins of the battleship. The revolutionary headquarters. Luo sat casually on the chair and quickly recovered his strength. There is no trace of Straw Hat Luffy in the Amazon daughter country and the Sabayati archipelago, so the only possibility is that it is at the revolutionary headquarters. The cold light in his eyes flowed, but there was no hint of murderous intent. Don't expose it next. Luo looked at the middle-aged man with a scar on his face in front of him. His soul had left his body, and his body was controlled by Luo's thoughts. Became Luo's clone. Don't let it be exposed next. Luo planned to stay in this room and wait to reach the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Trivial matters are naturally left to the 080 clone, who has the identity of a mid-level officer in the Revolutionary Army. Of course, it is simpler. For example, it is easy to get food and obtain some ordinary information. But when the clone goes out and greets anyone he meets, he will just say a few perfunctory words. Luo K didn't know about this clone's interpersonal relationship. Don't chat too much with anyone to avoid arousing suspicion. In the locked room, Luo hid his aura as much as possible from beginning to end, and often felt that observation Haki was sensing the entire battleship at will. As expected of the Revolutionary Army, and as expected of an organization that can give the world government a headache, it did not relax its vigilance even after a thorough search. Luo said with a smile on his lips, "It's a pity that it makes me feel very unhappy, but it doesn't matter whether you have a revolutionary army or not. It's justice. Hidden. Naturally, it is impossible to cultivate strength, and any cultivation may expose one's traces." Advertisement. Eliminate any mistakes and eliminate any possibility of exposure. Your physical strength will naturally recover slowly. With nothing to do, Luo began to recall the Battle of Sabayati Archipelago, recalling the details of the battle. The Battle of the Sabayati Archipelago and the Battle of the Top. Let Luo more clearly understand the manifestation of his abilities in all aspects, and naturally realize his own shortcomings. All in all, the strength is not enough. Luo frowned slightly. In the two battles, they fought against half of the top experts in the sea. Some had the upper hand, but others were at a disadvantage. With space transfer and lightning speed, there are too many ways to evenly defeat Whitebeard, Garp and other strong players who are not strong in speed. Movement speed has now become Luo's biggest trump card. But once you encounter someone with a strong speed, even if they are not as good as me, it will be a bit tricky. Luo rubbed his brows. The battle with the redhead and the dragon was recalled in his mind. The sheer speed of the two was extremely astonishing. In terms of pure speed, the two of them are the fastest powerful people Luo has ever seen. They are faster than Marine 6 styles and far exceed the speed of sound. Of course, it refers to the pure speed of the body, not the speed of the elements. Otherwise, Kizaru, who moves at the speed of light, would be faster. Super fast speed, coupled with top-notch close combat capabilities, is indeed very troublesome. Luo Changchang took a sullen breath. Has a variety of attack methods. But now he discovered that although he had many attack methods and many powerful attack moves, they were still not enough compared to the peak powerhouse. The Thunder God form is very strong, the Thunder God spear is not weak, and the Shinra Tenjang is also very terrifying. Advertisement. It's a pity that it's not as good as that. Once you get caught up in the red hair, Dragon and others, you'll be in trouble. Luo admitted that the two men's close combat capabilities were terrifying. Its speed and attack power are at the top of the sea. Once approached, it is difficult to use the speed of lightning. The speed of lightning is very fast, but the moment it turns into lightning only takes a very short time, but this very short time may be an excellent opportunity for them to take action. While the lightning is moving, its defense is extremely low. If the attack speed is faster, it will be difficult to get rid of the ability to use space transfer. This happens when fighting red hair. In short, the strength is not enough. Luo slowly clenched his fists. He hates this kind of battle and needs to constantly teleport to avoid direct confrontation. This is a sign of last resort. It's a sign of weakness. For example, taking advantage of his unpreparedness to teleport an attack, and directly crushing him head-on is the best way. Luo prefers the latter, but now he is not strong enough. My own strength is not enough, and I also lack powerful attack methods. Luo is not satisfied with what he has now. Whether it was Thor or other means of attack, it seemed to Luo that the power was still slightly lacking. Advertisement. There are big flaws. It seems that the level of cultivation is not enough and not crazy enough. There seems to be flames flickering in Luo's eyes. If it's strong enough, it's powerful enough. Why can't they block Long's full strength move head on? Why can they only rely on space transfer ability to dodge? Why can't they use force to repel them? We are all human beings, and no one is inferior to the other. Being weak now only proves that I haven't worked hard enough. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Carl, the leader, informed all middle and high-level officers to go to the conference hall. I know, I'll be here later. Luo said, controlling the clone. After the footsteps faded away and it was confirmed that no one was outside the door, the clone opened the door vigilantly, made sure again and again to quickly walk out of the room, close the door and lock it. In the conference room, all the middle and high-level officers on the battleship gathered here, nearly 100 of them. The clone sits inconspicuously on the edge. In the center of 4.0 is the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, and on both sides are the cadres of the Revolutionary Army. Today's battle is a little hasty. It is also the first time that our Revolutionary Army has fought on a large scale with Marine. It is indeed a bit impulsive. In the coming days, the world government should pay special attention to the Revolutionary Army and there should be a lot of actions. So next, the Revolutionary Army will temporarily hide in secret, stop any actions, and ensure that any base will not be exposed. Long said seriously. Yes. And Long, you issued several orders and determined the next route of the Revolutionary Army. The formal meeting ends. The atmosphere also relaxed a little. A senior officer stood up and said, Chief, Trafalgar Law can never let him go so easily, and Ivankov and the others can never avenge him. 206 Trafalgar Law, dead. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Trafalgar Law must be killed. The unforgivable sin. Members of the Revolutionary Army were angry. Everyone, please be quiet. Long pressed down gently with both hands. He suddenly became quiet. In the Revolutionary Army, he had supreme glory and absolute dominance. This time I lost. It is true that I underestimated my opponent and was too impulsive. Long Chi said apologetically. Dragon, you don't have to be like this. No one thought that Kizaru would actually help the enemy. If it weren't for Kizaru, Trafalgar Law, he would have died in your hands, the dragon. Tyrant Bear said. This time he just escaped by chance. Yes, the leader is strong enough to kill Trafalgar Law easily. He is just lucky. Trafalgar Law is just a young man who has achieved success. Whitebeard and the others don't even bother to fight, so they don't use all their strength. He is so arrogant to get these false reputations. How can he be the leader's opponent when comparing his strength? That's natural. Is he worthy to be compared with the leader? It was filled with such words for a while. The middle-aged man with a scar on the edge also said, Trafalgar Law is really weak and inferior. A smile couldn't help but twitch at the corner of his mouth, and his eyes slowly glanced at everyone as if he shared the same hatred as everyone else. The corners of the mouth have a very slight arc. Don't underestimate any enemy. Long scolded. He was quiet for a moment, and continued seriously. Trafalgar Law is very strong, but if he is alone, it is not difficult to kill him. It's just a defeat. He will definitely enter the new world. His character will definitely turn the new world upside down. It's very easy to find him, and then, you can kill him at any time. That's right, as long as his location is determined, he will be there soon. When I stop Trafalgar Law from escaping, the dragon will have no worries and can kill him. Tyrant Bear said. Advertisement. Naturally, the leader will take action at that time and will never fail a second time. He just got lucky the first time. That's when I realized that I'm so easy to kill. The scarred man glanced at everyone with a smile, and his eyes casually glanced at the center of focus, the dragon. Long looked proud at this time. As if he were the emperor who looked down upon everything in the world. Compared with the relatively calm battleship, there was a commotion outside. 10 minutes after the Revolutionary Army warship left, the huge marine warship quickly arrived at the Sabayati archipelago. As the battle so fierce, even Admiral looked at the broken islands in shock. Did it actually affect such a large area? The area of destruction was no smaller than the battle above. Kick, kick, kick. Buddha's Sengoku hurriedly led Marine towards the broken island. Where are the people? There is no movement on several broken islands now. It was a bit scary to be quiet. But the air is still filled with the breath of terror, the breath left over from the battle. Did you escape? Buddha Sengoku waved his hand, and hundreds of Marines dispersed. Call out. Golden light flashed in the distance, and Kizaru, who was moving at the speed of light, rushed here quickly. Mr. Sengoku, are you finally here? Were you unable to stop the Revolutionary Army warship? Buddha's Sengoku shook his head with a dark face. There were more than a dozen Revolutionary Army warships, but they were deceived and allowed the Revolutionary Army to escape. Advertisement. Damn it. Kizaru's wretched old face showed reluctance. Especially at this moment, the severe pain all over his body made him even more angry. After paying so much price, the damn revolutionary troops were still allowed to escape, so what's the use of trying to stop them? If I had known this, it would be better to just sit back and let the Revolutionary Army leader long fight with Trafalgar Law. Even if both sides would not suffer, at least one party would fail or even die in the battle, instead of losing his wife and losing his troops like now. Where are the Trafalgar Law people? And Garps. Garps. Buddha Sengoku clenched his fists, and the flames of anger burned in his eyes. Luo. Disappeared. Kizaru's face twitched. Disappeared. That's right, when I stopped the revolutionary warship from leaving, he disappeared at some point. Kizaru said with helpless hands, not daring to face Buddha Sengoku's extremely angry eyes. The ability to transfer space can indeed leave suddenly. Although exposed, he still maintains his sanity. Buddha Sengoku looked around and looked at the entire Sabayati archipelago. Are you still on the island? He gave a wry smile. If you wanted to leave, you should have left long ago. You wouldn't stay here waiting for us to catch you, right? Buddha Sengoku gritted his teeth. Does this mean that neither party has retained any of them? Has Marine completely failed? Mr. Sengoku, I think it is possible for Trafalgar Law to sneak into the Revolutionary Army battleship. Kizaru interjected. What are the credentials? There is no evidence, but Trafalgar Law must be in a bad mood right now. He never takes revenge overnight, and he will definitely not let the Revolutionary Army leave so casually. Kizaru said, spreading his hands. Oh. Buddha Sengoku's eyes lit up. Advertisement. It is the battle that is watched from all parts of the sea. After the battle ended, the people or pirates on the ship immediately noticed that the Revolutionary Army had left. Of course they saw it. What was the result? The Revolutionary Army left in such a graceful manner. It can't be that the Revolutionary Army was defeated, right? Kizaru Admiral also intervened to stop it, and Marine was not defeated, right? What about Trafalgar Law? Although there was no sound of fighting, no one dared to enter the Sabayati archipelago temporarily. Have been waiting nervously until the arrival of Marine's huge fleet. The Marine fleet left dozens of minutes later. It seems that Trafalgar Law was not noticed leaving. Did he die in the battle? Was he killed by the Revolutionary Army? Or was he killed by Marine? Or was he captured by Marine? Maybe he was killed by Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, right? Really? Such rumors began to be recognized by many people and began to radiate to further places. Soon it spread across the sea. What? Trafalgar Law was killed. Wen Wuji was moved by this. Did the top powerhouse who had just become famous wither like an epiphyllum in bloom? Is it too fast? When the news spread across the sea was shocked. The Revolutionary Army warship has returned to the headquarters. An island appeared on the horizon in front of the battleship. Has the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army arrived? In the room, Luo, who was back to his peak, had the coldest chill in his eyes. 207 Is Luffy here? Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Are you dead? Gia, you are so pitiful. Not only do you have to face Marine but also the Revolutionary Army. None of the 4 emperors have such treatment. Isn't it strange that you are dead? After hearing the news, Doflamingo couldn't help laughing. Look for Op fruit now. Yes. The cadres also breathed a sigh of relief. The family's archenemy was finally dead. It's just that he doesn't overestimate his own capabilities and dares to provoke so many enemies because he thinks he is powerful. If Luo doesn't die, who will die? The remnants of the Whitebeard pirates cheered and celebrated, and even held a grand party to celebrate. The red-haired man couldn't help but have a smile on his lips. He's actually dead. Dahai was shocked. That's Trafalgar Law, and he's actually going to die. Too many people felt that it was unreal. The impression Law gave them still remained when they were fighting against Daihatsu Kamui Haki at the top, but death was reported just a few days later. News. Difficult to accept. As Long, the leader of the Revolutionary Army, so powerful. Trafalgar Law is shamelessly taking advantage of people's lives, but he can't even save his life. What a powerful revolutionary army. Long became the most famous person in the sea. Stepping on Luo's body made him an unparalleled reputation at this time. The huge battleship docked. The Revolutionary Army headquarters has arrived. On the deck, high-ranking officers of the Revolutionary Army gathered together and ordered the soldiers to prepare to land. One of them, an inconspicuous middle-aged man with a scar, looked at the island in front of him calmly. White Earth Island Barudigo. Advertisement. As its name suggests, the entire island is a desert full of white soil and yellow sand. From the outside, it looks like a desert island without human habitation. Even if they pass by, no one will believe that this is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, an island that will not attract anyone's attention. Hide the battleship. After giving a few instructions, Long led the cadres to start landing on the island. Luo, hidden in the cabin, did not take any action, did not show the room space, and did not use observation haki, absolutely hiding his aura. The island of White Earth. A large number of warriors emerged and looked at the dragon landing on the island with admiration. The leader is back. The remaining cadres hurriedly came to Long. Have the other warships ever returned? Battleship number 3 and number 4 have returned. Battleship number 2 will return tomorrow. Battleship number 5 has no choice but not to enter the New World for the time being in order to hide. Long nodded, asked about the situation at the headquarters during this period, and walked towards the depths of the island. Has Luffy's injury improved? Behind a large group of officers, one of them, the scarred man, moved forward a lot without attracting anyone's attention. He clearly heard Long's voice, and the corners of his mouth showed a slight arc. Is Straw Hat Luffy really at the Revolutionary Army headquarters? The cadre looked confused. What's wrong? Long frowned and asked nervously. When I left, Luffy's injury had improved and he was awake. The doctor also said that he was past the critical stage. Did the injury change? That's not true. Straw Hat Luffy's injury has indeed improved a lot. The officer's expression became even stiffer. It's just what? Hesitantly. Say. Advertisement. I don't know how the Sabayati Archipelago incident was heard by Straw Hat Luffy. He took advantage of the doctor's attention and snatched a battleship and left the headquarters last night. The cadre said through gritted teeth. What? Anger flashed through Long Yan, and he reprimanded. Didn't I tell you that Luffy should not let Luffy know about any news from the outside world now, and let him concentrate on recovering from his injuries? The nurse accidentally made a comment and he overheard it. Then where is Luffy now? Long asked anxiously. He knew that Trafalgar Law was chasing Straw Hat Luffy in the sea. Once Luffy's whereabouts are exposed, there is no guarantee of safety. Aren't you here? The scarred man in the crowd frowned slightly. Have you left the Revolutionary Army headquarters now? My fists couldn't help clenching. Chief of General Staff Sabo has led several fleets to intercept. They should be able to stop Straw Hat Luffy. News should be sent soon. The slightly calmer Long nodded. Sabo's work is indeed reassuring. He will definitely be able to bring back Luffy. It is not easy to carry out large-scale operations now, so let's wait for news from Sabo. Yes. Long led many officers, and after passing through the rocky canyon, the basin inside the canyon was no longer a deserted land, but a large number of stone houses built into a city hidden in the depths. This is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. You can't see this place from outside the island, so it's very secretive. Straw Hat Luffy actually left the Revolutionary Army headquarters. Luo, who had been staying in the cabin of the battleship, rubbed his chin and thought quickly. Should he have heard about the situation in the Sabayati Islands and the news that his grandfather was killed? With Straw Hat Luffy's character, it is indeed impossible to be calm and forbearing, and it is reasonable to leave impulsively. Quote. Advertisement. But even so, the murderous look in Luo's eyes became even stronger. Straw Hat Luffy's current strength is far from comparable to that of Ace and Garp, but it does take the most energy to chase him down, but none of them have succeeded yet. The aura of the protagonist is quite scary. The less successful he was, the more murderous the look in Luo's eyes. He would never give up just because of a little disadvantage, no way. As God protecting him. Let's see how long Straw Hat Luffy can survive. The murderous Luo thought quickly. Zhao Nuo's Straw Hat Luffy will definitely go to the Sabayati Islands, this is completely certain. Quote. Now go to the Sabayati Islands to hunt down. It is very possible to find donkeys directly in the Sabayati Islands. But it's more likely that we didn't catch up. There's no boat. Luo frowned slightly. No matter how fast he was, he couldn't cross the entire sea, grab the boat and leave, and he definitely couldn't leave quietly. There will definitely be a big battle with the Revolutionary Army. Unfavorable. Waiting in secret. Straw Hat Luffy may also be found by the Revolutionary Army and brought back forcibly, so there are much more opportunities to kill him here. Luo finally chose to continue waiting. Straw Hat Luffy affects his mood. Now the Revolutionary Army has also affected his mood. Is it possible to simply leave like this? Just leave like this without making the Revolutionary Army pay any price. 208 Insult my personality and destroy your foundation. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Kill the tyrant bear first. Without him, everything will be much easier. Although it was the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, Luo didn't show any fear. In the dead of night, he disappeared from the cabin in an instant and appeared in a corner of the deserted island. Secretly and quickly lurked towards the Revolutionary Army headquarters city. Unknowingly, he entered the room where the clone was controlled by himself. From now on, Luo has been hiding in this independent courtyard, hiding in the darkness, not even going to the window, let alone using any abilities, just to avoid any possibility of exposure. The clone goes out every day to find out the news. Learned a lot of information about the Revolutionary Army headquarters. A few days later, a huge fleet approached the Revolutionary Army headquarters, and the fleet brought by Sabo returned. Long hurriedly came to the port to greet him, and there were dozens of officers who came at the same time, including an inconspicuous man with a scar. Sabo, is Luffy chasing you? Long asked hurriedly. The latter shook his head with a slumped face. I lost him, I don't know where Luffy is going now. Can you determine the general direction of Luffy's current location, or the island? Long asked hurriedly. As the destination the Sabayati Islands. As long as you know where Lu 450 flying is now, it's easy. The dragon couldn't help but glance at the tyrant bear. Advertisement. The latter smiled and said confidently, I can send anyone to anywhere in the sea. The ship Luffy sailed had no destination or direction at all. It was impossible to determine where he was now, but before he followed, he was further away from the red line and entered the middle of the new world. Long rubbed his brows in distress. The dragon doesn't have to worry, it's good news. As long as Straw Hat Luffy doesn't enter the first half of the Grand Line, his temporary safety is guaranteed. With Luffy's impulsive character, he will soon be able to cause trouble in the sea. Even Trafalgar Law knows about it, but you can reach Straw Hat Luffy faster and bring her back. Tyrant Bear said. The dragon nodded. It is indeed not easy to search for Luffy, world government and marine on a large scale now. They will definitely keep a close eye on us. Once exposed, we will be attacked wildly by them. Shang, your analysis is correct, we should continue to wait. Long patted Sabo on the shoulder. Don't worry, it's just Trafalgar Law. He has no right to hurt Straw Hat Luffy anymore. Unless he stays a coward forever, he will be killed once his traces are known. The scarred man left the army with a calm smile. And in the room, Luo frowned. Luck seems to be all on Straw Hat Luffy's side. He deserves to be the protagonist. Then let the Revolutionary Army feel the pain first, and then slowly hunt down Straw Hat Luffy. Luo thought about ways to deal with the Revolutionary Army for several days and nights in his mind. Let's take action tonight. In the dead of night, a figure flashed across the dark street, and the camera in his hand quickly took photos. One day and one night, all the iconic buildings of the Revolutionary Army headquarters were photographed, including many senior leaders of the Revolutionary Army. Once, he even took a certain risk to take the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long Du, in the photo. Night. Advertisement. Luo appeared quietly in a closed room. The blade of the knife in his hand stabbed the sleeping figure in the room. The heart-shaped soul leaves the body instantly, severing the connection between the soul and the body, and the sleeping person becomes a soulless living dead. Luo used his own consciousness to quickly control this clone. This very ordinary middle-aged man slowly opened his eyes. His expression was different from before. This was Luo's expression. Next, the clone walked out of the room holding a large number of photos. And this clone has a very important identity in the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, CCBB, that is, he is a leader of the huge intelligence agency of the Revolutionary Army. The Revolutionary Army's intelligence agency is very large. Without this huge intelligence agency, the Revolutionary Army would not have the qualifications to hide its headquarters for so long without being discovered by the world government. The Revolutionary Army Intelligence Agency also has important tasks. That is to use articles to collect people's hearts. What scares the world most about the Revolutionary Army may not be its power, but its ability to gather people's hearts. Even if the Revolutionary Army overthrows a kingdom, the world government can easily regain it. But before the Revolutionary Army overthrows a kingdom, it will secretly win the hearts and minds of the people of the kingdom. Only with the support of the entire kingdom can the kingdom be overthrown. Even if the world government takes it back, what's the use of having people's hearts on the side of the Revolutionary Army? The Revolutionary Army's method of winning people's hearts is mostly to use articles and photos to expose the ugliness of world government. At the same time, it will naturally promote the greatness of the Revolutionary Army. Therefore, the Revolutionary Army Intelligence Agency has a large number of machines for transmitting photos and so on. Advertisement. Sir, is there anything you can do at this late hour? The clone came to the intelligence agency, and the guard asked doubtfully. Several important messages must be delivered to the branch immediately. The clone said calmly. The doorman hurriedly opened the door. Remember, the news is important and no one is allowed to enter it for the time being. Understood. The guard nodded and waited for the clone to enter, then hurriedly closed the door. There is a deep door inside the intelligence agency. After the clone closes the room, he quickly took out the photo and put it on the machine. I don't know if Marine will send troops. In the face of this kind of evidence, there can't be any doubts, right? Copy all the photos and pass them to the intelligence agency at the Marine headquarters, and take the photo of the Revolutionary Army's dragon. And also there is a sentence. Headquarters of the Revolutionary Army, New World White Earth Island Barudigo. If you insult my character, then I will destroy your foundation and see who can't bear it. The clone sneered, a sneer of love. Turn around and walk out the door. Marine, who is in charge of the intelligence agency at Marine headquarters, looked at the sudden news in horror. The Marine Intelligence Agency accepts all information from the sea, and ordinary people can provide some information to Marine, such as where and what pirate group was discovered. This is. Marine looked at the printed photo in horror. What else is there to say? His face changed drastically, and he couldn't help but gasp. 209 Assassination of Tyrant Bear. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. This matter had long been beyond the capabilities of the Intelligence Department Marine, and he hurriedly reported it to the top leader of the Intelligence Department, Aokiji Admiral. Aokiji couldn't help but gasp. Unable to make the decision, I hurriedly spent the whole night to find the Buddha's Sengoku. The entire Marine headquarters senior management gathered together, and the formation was no less than the battle deployment on the eve of the top battle. If Marine doesn't come, the only choice is to announce the information here directly to the sea. Luo continued to wait leisurely. Plans to exterminate tyrant bears are temporarily suspended. Time passes slowly. Of course, the first person to know about the news about the sea is the intelligence force. The most important thing for the Revolutionary Army's intelligence agency is to monitor the movements of Marine and world government at all times. Any major trends will be reported directly as soon as possible. Marine sent a huge fleet into the New World. It is temporarily unclear who will lead the battleship. It is really rare for such a large fleet to enter the New World. What is the purpose of Marine? Members of the Revolutionary Army's intelligence department looked at the collected information with confusion. Report to the staff first. A sneer appeared on the lips of one of the members of the intelligence agency. Has Marine taken action? Sure enough, he can catch the temptation of the Revolutionary Army in one fell swoop. Even if he has to bear a huge price, Marine is not willing to give up. That's right. Then we can start the plan to kill the tyrant bears. Trafalgar Law, who is hiding in the doppelganger's house, is not deducing tonight's action plan in his mind. The top priority is to kill the tyrant Shang. If you kill him, even if you face the dragon alone, you will not be in danger. You must kill him with one blow. Luo knew that he only had one chance. If he failed, it would be difficult to kill him again in the future. Advertisement. Assassinate those with strong teleportation abilities. There are no second chances. Even for the sake of the future, Luo would not allow anyone else to have the same teleportation ability as him, as there was too much danger lurking. Moonless night. Luo lurked into an independent courtyard. He looked at the sleeping figure on the bed calmly without exuding any breath. He pulled out the blade in an instant, but there was no sound, no breath or sound. The sleeping figure on the bed frowned slightly as if he sensed something, and his eyelashes moved slightly as a sign of awakening. Call out. The sword edge stabbed out instantly. Who? The figure on the bed suddenly opened his eyes and looked at the sword tip in front of him in horror. Hurry to avoid. Whoosh. A cold light flashed by. The person on the bed rolled to the ground, and his body instantly reduced to more than a dozen pieces. Before the separated head roared, Luo hurriedly covered his mouth. As expected of a high-level cadre, his strength is slightly stronger than that of the ordinary elite Vice Admiral. He is not comparable to those rookies. He almost failed. Luo Qing let out a breath, and hurriedly stabbed the divided body with his sword through the air. The soul was stabbed out instantly. The head and cadre whose mouth was covered by Luo, and the angry eyes and ferocious face froze in an instant. Mind and body unraveled. Advertisement. It's so dangerous. Luo couldn't help but take a deep breath as he looked at the body that had been reassembled into a whole body. Fortunately, the target did not choose Tyrant Bear directly. The high-ranking cadre in front of me was slightly weaker than Tyrant Bear, but he was not able to take away his soul with one blow. He took the opportunity to escape and only decomposed his body. If it was Tyrant Bear, can leave instantly, and it's too late to decompose his body, right? The Tyrant Bear must be killed. Of course, you can only attack when they are not prepared. Assassination in the middle of the night while sleeping. It seemed like a good idea, but Luo finally rejected such a plan. They were all strong men. Although they were asleep, he knew that strong men were too vigilant. When the wind blows on the grass, you will wake up instantly. If it fails, Tyrant Bear can teleport away instantly. For safety, Luo Target finally chose the senior cadre in front of him. Although he is also a strong person, he cannot teleport after all, and his success rate is higher. The most important thing is that the high-ranking cadre in front of him has a very good relationship with the Tyrant Shang. If you die on your best friend, Tyrant Bear doesn't know if you will have a mental breakdown. You have to use your mind to control the high-level clone of the swordsman in front of you. According to the news, Marine will be able to arrive here tomorrow afternoon, right? There was murderous intent in his eyes. Please give me flowers. The next day, Revolutionary Army building. Long gathered all the middle and high-level cadres, dozens of them. A very ordinary middle-aged man, wearing a famous sword, sits in the third position on the right with an expressionless face. The first is Satsuma, and the second is Tyrant Bear. Tyrant Bear showed a rare smile and nodded to say hello to the swordsman. After sitting down, He put his hand on Zhonhao's shoulder. Advertisement. Excellent relationship. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long, was of course at the top of the list. He looked at everyone. Everyone should be aware of Marine's movements. Marine has sent a large fleet into the New World. The purpose is unknown, but don't be careless. Marine's target shouldn't be us revolutionaries, right? They don't even know where our headquarters is. Even if they want to deal with us, they can't do anything. That's right. Marine's target should be pirates, right? The four emperors or other pirate groups. Long also nodded in approval. The world government and Marine have not discovered the headquarters of the revolutionaries for more than 10 years. It is impossible to discover it now by such a coincidence, right? Although it is impossible to determine their current target through the Marine forward route, the Marine fleet seems to be getting closer to our headquarters, so we should not be careless. Long said seriously. To allow revolutionaries to develop so quickly under the full strength of the world government, Long's vigilance is essential. Then be prepared for battle and be ready for success. Tyrant Bear had a confident smile on his lips. Even if the Marine headquarters knows the location of our headquarters, even if they encircle and suppress us, with me here, Marine can't completely encircle and suppress us. Absolute arrogance. The Tyrant Bear with the ability to shoot away can indeed move all the revolutionary elites out extremely quickly, and Marine can't even think of stopping him. Of course, no one can stop the Tyrant Bear's ability. As long as the bears are around, we have nothing to fear from anyone. A proud smile filled the corners of Tyrant Bear's mouth, and the swordsman beside him slowly smiled and patted Tyrant Bear on the shoulder. What's wrong? Tyrant Bear's pupils suddenly dilated, and a sword edge instantly pierced his body. 210Y. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Although Marine's target cannot be determined. Although the fleet is getting closer and closer to our headquarters, in terms of route, it is more likely that the target is one of the four emperors, but the road is slightly closer and passes by our headquarters. What's more, even if Marine the target is really us, so why be afraid? Tyrant Shang's impassioned speech still echoed in the air. A trace of blood spurted out from his chest, and the bloody sword edge penetrated his body and pierced his chest. The bright red blood dyed the table red. So dazzling. Everyone in the conference room looked at this scene in horror. Incredible. Even the leader of the revolutionaries, Long, changed his expression at this time and stood up in horror. Why? Tyrant Bear, 520, looked at the sword with blood on his chest in disbelief, his eyes stunned and dull. Murderer. Revolutionary high-level cadre, Tyrant Bear friend. You. Revolutionary Long pointed a trembling finger at the clone. Because of his anger and confusion, even his lips were trembling, and finally turned into a roar. Ada, what are you doing? Why did Ada attack the bear? Why is this? The high-level cadre controlled by Luo is named Ada. All the middle and high-level officers looked at him in confusion. A scene that no one expected. Advertisement. Why? Everyone is asking, and Tyrant Bear is also asking, why? Why? Because of the bear, you are in the way. Evo sneered. The sword edge was slowly pulled out, bringing out a stream of blood. Tyrant Bear is a modified human being, not a robot. The robot has a whole body made of metal and has no real flesh and blood. But human transformation is based on partial transformation of the body. Most of Tyrant Bear's body has been transformed, and his flesh and blood have been replaced with a large number of metal parts. Tianluo spent a lot of energy these days to understand the internal structure of the Tyrant Bear. The purpose is to achieve a one-hit kill. After all, it is a modified person, not a normal person. The body structure is different from ordinary people. It would be a joke if it could not kill the Tyrant Bear by attacking the fatal points of ordinary people. A Tyrant Bear who is a reformer. Even if a limb is cut off, it can be easily restored by replacing it with new parts and structures. But even though he is not a robot, he still retains some fatal points. The brain stem in the head or the heart in the chest are still there. If these two places are severely attacked, they will still be killed. The heart is the most critical part of the Tyrant Bear. Not only is the heart, but the main energy body of the modified body is also guarded here. If it is pierced here, the most deadly part of the Tyrant Bear will be completely destroyed. The dragon's whole body exuded a terrifying aura. An icy aura rose into the sky, covering the entire Revolutionary Army headquarters. How could he not be angry? A senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army he commanded actually assassinated another senior cadre. This was the biggest scandal in the history of the Revolutionary Army. Ada, if there is no absolute reason, then. The dragon's hands were slowly covered by scales. 2. Advertisement. This matter cannot be trivialized. Ada, am I sorry for you? Tyrant Shang looked at his friend in disbelief, covering his chest, his eyes still began to blur, and other cadres came to help him to be sent for treatment. But the tyrant bear pushed everyone aside roughly and stood staggeringly in front of Ada. Tell me, why? Why did Ada do this? All the cadres surrounded Ada. I told you, you're in the way. Ada sneered. In the way. Others didn't understand, and neither did Long. His eyes became even more angry, and his violent aura seemed to be about to lift the roof. Is this the reason why you attacked the bear? Ada glanced at the dragon mockingly. The latter was shocked all over. Illusion. It must be an illusion. I feel that Ada looks very similar to that guy Trafalgar Law. It's definitely an illusion. Long shook his head in horror. How could his senior cadre be an enemy? Ada followed him 8 years ago. How could he become an enemy? But the temperament cannot change, it is clearly Trafalgar Law. Why is there such an illusion? Do you really want to know the reason why I killed the tyrant bear? Ada sat leisurely on the position in front of Long, on the main seat, and her eyes were naturally looking down at all the cadres of the revolutionaries. Ada, are you going to rebel? All the cadres stared at him with indignation. Light a cigarette lightly. Ada puffed out lightly, and the smoke floated in front of the dragon, and his cold black face became even more ferocious. Advertisement. Catch them and interrogate them again. The dragon's hands turned into dragon claws. It doesn't matter. Ada shrugged coolly. He didn't worry at all if he wanted to kill or behead him. Anyway, it was not his own body or his life, and it was also Ada who died. What does it have to do with Luo? By the way, I can tell you that Marine's real purpose is either the Four Emperors or your Revolutionary Army, and Marine already knows where your revolutionaries' headquarters is, which is here. Ada reminded me kindly. All the cadres widened their eyes in horror. The dragon's pupils couldn't help but dilate, and his eye sockets were about to burst. Ada, you are a Marine undercover, did you leak it? Tyrant Bear, who was on the verge of death, stared at Ada angrily, feeling betrayed. All the cadres of the Revolutionary Army were furious. What do you think? Ada glanced at the Tyrant Bear mockingly. 4.6 inches. This is the end of Ada. The dragon teleported to the front, and the violent air waves directly tore open the marble conference table. The dragon's claws instantly grabbed Ada by the neck and lifted it up forcefully. Long's cold eyes stared at Ada. Who are you? Who am I, dragon? Don't you really know? Ada's voice was hoarse because her neck was strangled. The dragon's pupils dilated to the limit. It's you. Long looked at Ada in horror. How could it be possible? Long Neng was sure that the Ada in front of him was a senior cadre of the Revolutionary Army, but his eyes and temperament completely changed. This scene made the experienced dragon feel numb. A strange and poignant scene. 211. Don't thank me too much. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. By the way, your ship is broken. Ada glanced at everyone with a stern look, then tilted her head and lost her breath. The heart is still beating and the blood is still flowing, but no one can feel any breath in his body, as if he is a body without a soul. This. Long let go and looked at the fallen body. His face was ugly, and he was ashen with horror. What on earth is going on? Even he felt extremely confused about what happened today. Shinra Tenjang. Suddenly, there was a violent explosion in the distance. No, it's the dock. Long's face changed drastically. It was true. Could there be any accomplices? Could it be? Send the bear to the medical room immediately, and the rest of the people will follow me. Long glanced at the tyrant bear worriedly, but everyone could see that the tyrant bear could not be saved. If there was technology like the Marine Science Force, maybe now, there may be a glimmer of hope if the bears are completely transformed into unconscious robots. But now 22. Not saved. Dragon, leave me alone, go quickly. Tyrant bear, who was unable to stand up and was leaning on the chair, was already as angry as a thread. Sorry. Long Yi gritted his teeth and rushed out of the conference room. Now is the time when the life and death of the Revolutionary Army is at stake, and no time can be wasted. Soon a large number of cadres followed Long and rushed out of the conference room. The conference room that was lively just now became deserted in an instant. Why is all this happening? Shang Muren looked at Ada on the ground. Until now, he didn't know why. Why exactly? Advertisement. Hysterical roars. It became the final voice of the tyrant bear. With regrets and endless doubts, the last trace of consciousness completely dissipated, and I refused to rest in peace. Inland Lake. A figure appeared almost out of thin air at low altitude in the center of the lake. Dozens of warships were parked around. The headquarters of the Revolutionary Army did not build a port on the shore for fear of being exposed, so the ships were docked in the inland lake. There is a river connecting to the sea, which is obviously safer here. Shinra Tenjang. The figure in the middle of the lake opened his hands, and the terrifying repulsive force instantly slapped away in all directions. Huge waves tens of meters high rose from the lake. The waves were pushed by the repulsive force and violently hit the surrounding battleships. In rough waves, all the battleships slapped against the shore and broke into pieces quickly, with countless pieces scattered on the water. All battleships were destroyed instantly. How dare you! The dragon exploded with astonishing momentum and rushed to the dock of the inland lake at high speed. His eyes widened and he looked at the figure sitting leisurely on the shore in horror. Behind the figure were countless broken ships. Not a single battleship was intact. The cause of destruction is complete. Not a single battleship could continue sailing. Trafalgar Law. Long's deep voice contained unimaginable murderous intent. Looking at a leisurely figure on the shore. Advertisement. Long understood that he was causing trouble and everything was his work. Although he still didn't understand why Trafalgar Law could control Ada, it was no longer important. It was just him who did all of this. The air seemed to be frozen with murderous aura. Long, the battleships have been destroyed by him, what should we do? The cadres were anxious and frightened. Marine is coming soon. Without the battleship, it is impossible to leave at all, or even go to sea to fight the Marine fleet. There are still several repaired warships in the dock, and some warships that are about to be built, which can last for a while. Long Yin said with a sullen face. Oh, I'm sorry, I have also destroyed those scrap ships in the dock. The old ones will not go away and the new ones will not come in. The Revolutionary Army does not need to care about these broken ships, right? They can just rebuild them. He looked like he didn't need to be too grateful to me. Long's dull eyes looked at the dock built next to it, which was already in ruins. Long was distraught and angry. The veins on his forehead bulged, and his whole body was trembling. The look he looked at Luo was already full of anger. What a tragedy. All the Revolutionary Army cadres turned pale in shock. Trafalgar Law, this is all your work, right? Long regret. Did Trafalgar Law really take the opportunity to sneak into the battleship and follow him to the headquarters? Why didn't he find out even though he had suspicions? Why weren't you more vigilant? If we had been more vigilant, perhaps such a tragic situation would not have occurred today. Yeah, Luo nodded without humility. Marine, you informed me, right? Long's eyes were bloodshot. Although I don't know what ability you used, you controlled Ada. You controlled him to kill the bear. That's right. Advertisement. If there's any swordsman with a sword named Ada, it's me. The dragon's body was covered with scales, and its violent momentum stirred the world. His eyes had turned red, he was angry, he hated. Not only were the two senior cadres Tyrant Shang and Ida lost at once, but the entire top cadres of the Revolutionary Army were barely more than two hands. If Ivankov, who died at the beginning, was added, it means that the three top cadres of the 273 Revolutionary Army died indirectly or directly. Luo's hands. This is sworn hatred. I didn't expect you to be so vicious. Long's red eyes stared at Luo violently. At this time, he only had murderous intent. Even the soul seems to be covered in murderous aura. Kill him. Avenge the bear and Ivankov. All the cadres were filled with murderous intent. There was no weakling here. The accumulated murderous intent was like a mountain of tens of millions of tons crushing directly. He must be killed. Sabo was also extremely angry. Even though it was the first time he saw her, it didn't stop the murderous rage in his heart. But Luo was unmoved and looked up at the sky. I estimate that the Marine fleet should be dozens of miles away, and it will be reached in half an hour at most. Long, you shouldn't be thinking about me now, right? The dragon's expression solidified. There was also a hint of panic in the eyes of the cadres. The leader of the Revolutionary Army, you will not be so impulsive and irrational, right? Now, when your Revolutionary Army's life and death are at stake, don't focus on a small character like me. Think about whether the Revolutionary Army still has a future. That's what you are now. Task. Luo stood up and stretched. Of course, if you are really angry, you can attack me. Just think of me as Marine warming up for you. 212 Marine vs. Revolutionary Army. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Call out. The dragon appeared in front of Luo instantly. The dragon's claw grabbed hard and tore up the afterimage left behind after the space transfer. The lake that had just calmed down in front exploded with a bang, raising a huge wave hundreds of meters high. It seems that I overestimated you. You are so irrational and impulsive. You don't even consider the future of the organization when life and death are at stake. Isn't that the same for you, Long? Are you so qualified to succeed in the revolution? Luo appeared hundreds of meters away like a teleport. Why? Sarcastically said. A dragon with red eyes. There was a hint of clarity in his eyes. But when he looked at Luo, his murderous aura was even stronger. Kill him. The cadres watched the leader take action. In an instant, several high-level cadres rushed over at extremely fast speeds, each bursting out with terrifying momentum. They were all strong. Stop. Long quickly came to all the cadres and stopped their actions. Chief, Trafalgar Law's crime cannot be forgiven, and he must be killed. That's right, kill him. The cadres were furious. Stop it all. Long roared. You think I don't want to? But there are more important things now. The Marine fleet is coming. Now we have lost all the warships and cannot evacuate. We must block the Marine fleet. Waiting for support from the branches related to the future and survival of the Revolutionary Army. We just need to kill Trafalgar Law before Marine arrives. Yes, if we join forces, how long can he last? There are many strong people here. Advertisement. There are many strong people within the Revolutionary Army. This is the headquarters, where a large number of strong people are gathered. There are more strong people within the Revolutionary Army than any other party, the Four Emperors Pirates. There are many strong ones who can stand up to Admiral in a short period of time. Long clenched his fists, but shook his head helplessly. If it were any Admiral, even one of the Four Emperors, Long would have the confidence to gather all the combat power of the entire Revolutionary Army, attack crazily, and kill an Admiral in a short time. It was not impossible. After all, the dragon's own strength is terrifying. But the opponent is Trafalgar Law. Long was helpless. Without the Tyrant Bear's teleportation to limit his speed, even if they join forces in a short time, it will be difficult to defeat Trafalgar Law. It is irrational to waste a lot of combat power of the Revolutionary Army without being able to win, and to waste the final deployment time. Hatred. Of course the dragon hates it. But the future of the Revolutionary Army is more important. If it loses today, the Revolutionary Army will really be finished. Trafalgar Law, the Revolutionary Army is incompatible with you. Long glanced at Luo with a violent look. There will be revolutionaries after today, and they are welcome to be irreconcilable with me. Luo smiled. Long's eyes turned cold. The cold murderous aura seemed to freeze the air. Immediately organize all combat forces and enter first-level combat preparations. Advertisement. Yes. The tens of thousands of fighting forces at the Revolutionary Army headquarters quickly gathered. Interesting. Sitting leisurely on the hilltop, Luo looked at all the fighting power gathered by the Revolutionary Army below with a smile on his face, looking at it from the perspective of a bystander. And all the fighting power gathered below. At this time, they all looked angrily at Luo, who was not far away from the mountain. Even the dragon's eyes were red. The damn guy was so arrogant. More than 20 kilometers of sea area. Dozens of marine warships form a huge fleet, which can be called Marine's largest outbound battle fleet. In the main battleship, gathering almost all of Marine's top combat capabilities. If all the information is true, and the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is really in Barudigo, the White Earth Island, then the Revolutionary Army should have understood that our Marines' target is them, so why hasn't there been any movement? Buddha Sengoku frowned and thought. Is the news false? Otherwise, the Revolutionary Army should evacuate frantically now and start breaking out. Otherwise, When the Marine fleet completely surrounds the White Earth Island, it will not be easy for them to escape. Is it fake? The admirals all looked at the photos on the table. After repeated confirmations by the scientific team, the photo is absolutely real and cannot be faked. It is indeed the White Earth Island. If the news is true, then there is only one possibility. The one who delivered the news is Trafalgar Law. Chunin, the Buddha's Sengoku eyes, couldn't help flashing a murderous aura, and it was he who killed Garp. Luo mysteriously disappeared after the Sabayati Archipelago incident, and then the Revolutionary Army headquarters was exposed. What a coincidence. This is almost certain. If it is Trafalgar Law, his biggest idea is naturally to let Marine completely wipe out the Revolutionary Army, then. Naturally, the Revolutionary Army will not be allowed to escape. Advertisement. Quote. Mr. Sengoku, are you saying that Luo might have delayed the retreat of the Revolutionary Army, or even directly destroyed all the warships of the Revolutionary Army? Probably. Sengoku nodded and began to issue combat orders. All fleets are docked 1,000 meters away from the island, forming an encirclement. They cannot land on the island without orders. Report. It was discovered that a large number of people appeared on the shore of White Earth Island, and a fort defense line was constructed. They were the Revolutionary Army. In an instant, the pupils of all the powerful Marines could not help but dilate. This news is enough to prove that this is the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army. Very good. Then today is the time to destroy the Revolutionary Army. Buddha Sengoku stood up. Destroy the Revolutionary Army and capture Trafalgar Law at all costs. That's it. Is the moneyed one here? Standing on the rocks, Luo looked at the horizon indifferently. At this time, dozens of small black dots appeared on the horizon. If his vision was sharp enough, he could vaguely see the outline of the warship. A huge fleet of dozens of battleships. Far away, the fleet spread out quickly, forming a huge fan shape, and then turned into a ring, surrounding the entire Sharad Island. Marine's strong discipline comes through. The entire fleet formed a perfect encirclement and advanced at the same time. The ferocious warships were already in everyone's eyes. Dozens of warships and a large number of turrets were aimed at the island. All docked on the sea thousands of meters away. Destroy the entire island. Buddha Sengoku waved his hand. Roar. The dragon commanding the battle on the island roared to the sky, soared into the sky, and his body instantly changed and expanded, turning into a huge monster and a ferocious beast from the wild. 213 A bloody battle with no escape. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Attack. Dozens of warships fired artillery shells at the same time, and hundreds of artillery shells bombarded the White Earth Island from all directions. There are too many shells and they are simply unstoppable. Revolutionary Army cadres also organized combatants to fire artillery fire. But there are no forts built outside the Revolutionary Army headquarters. For the sake of confidentiality, there are no man-made defense lines on the outside. Although many forts were installed in a short period of time, they were nothing compared to dozens of warships. What's more, the warship target is too small, and the island target is too big. The warship turret does not need to aim at all, just attack directly, and the cannonballs will land on the island. Marine's purpose is to completely crush the island. Marine does not care where the cannonballs land on the island. If this continues, we will be directly consumed by Marine. The Revolutionary Army cadres gritted their teeth. Faced with such a scoundrel dismissal from Marine. Without battleships, they could only be beaten passively. They were not even qualified to evacuate, let alone fight back. 1,000 meters away, a high-level cadre drew his sword instantly, and a sword beam tore through the sea and slashed towards a warship. Clang clang clang. A-190 Elite Vice Admiral jumped out, destroying the sword light that shot out with his sword edge. The distance is too far. If the attack is 1,000 meters away, will the remaining strength be enough to be easily blocked by a strong Marine? Not to mention ordinary soldiers, even high-level cadres were panicking at this time. They were completely at a disadvantage from the beginning of this battle. Boom. Cannonballs fell into various parts of the island and exploded, leaving the island riddled with holes and shaking violently. Advertisement. Keep attacking until the island is destroyed. Buddha Sengoku gave the order. As long as the headquarters of the Revolutionary Army is destroyed, even the most powerful members of the Revolutionary Army will be buried in the sea. How many people will be left? With the remaining few people, Marine can completely encircle and suppress them and win a complete victory. Long, if this continues, we will be completely defeated. The senior cadres looked at their leader Long anxiously. Long's eyes were bloodshot at this time. The hands clenched into fists trembled slightly. Marine is here prepared, and the shells it carries can definitely destroy the island. We can't wait. The dragon gritted his teeth. Roar. Especially when I saw a large number of soldiers dying in the CCCC shells, I was even more angry. He turned around and glanced at Luo with a cold and violent gaze. Roar. The dragon roared up to the sky and jumped into the high air. Several cannonballs bombarded him, and black smoke enveloped the area. It's the leader of the Revolutionary Army. Long, aim at him. Sengoku's order was instantly issued to all warships. All the warships' turrets changed direction and aimed at the dragon high in the sky. The counterattacks of the Revolutionary Army's forts were ignored by the Marines. The number was too small, and most of them fell into the sea halfway, while a few fell around the warships. A handful of cannonballs fell towards the warships, but the strong Marines easily blocked them. Fire! Boom! Hundreds of cannonballs shot towards the dragon in the air. Hundreds of artillery shells exploded in a place shrouded in black smoke at high altitudes, and the black smoke explosion seemed to cover the entire sky. Dead. Marine's eyes lit up. Roar. The loud roar of Haki's dragon came from the black smoke, and a huge divine dragon of tens of feet loomed in the black smoke. The cold dragon's eyes swept across the warship. Advertisement. Is it really a fantasy beast species? Luo Leng on the island looked at Haki's dragon in the sky. Roar. Along with the dragon's roar, the color of heaven and earth changes. The violent storm appeared instantly. The heavy rain fell on the sea like a waterfall, and the strong wind brought up waves tens of meters high. The calm sea suddenly became rough. All the warships were swaying in the huge waves. Marine on the deck hurriedly hugged everything he could hold around him and stabilized his body in fear. With the warship shaking violently, Marine could not reload and fire its guns, let alone aim. Room. Amidst the violent storm, a huge room appeared. A figure disappeared from the island in an instant. Mr. Sengoku, there are already warships sinking into the sea, and the wind is still increasing. If this continues, the entire fleet will sink into the sea. Marine reported in a panic. A dragon. The swaying warship had no effect on Buddha Sengoku. He looked coldly at Kamui's dragon. Is it really not that easy to completely destroy the Revolutionary Army? Sengoku glanced sideways at Admiral Qingji beside him. Freeze the sea. Mr. Sengoku, although the frozen sea stabilized the warship, the revolutionary soldiers were able to rush in front of the warship, which is equivalent to close combat. Qingji frowned. It was equivalent to hand-to-hand combat, and there was no trick in that. The competition is entirely about combat effectiveness. But we have no choice. Should we just let the warship sink into the sea in the strong wind? Understood. Qingji jumped out in an instant. The storm in the air had no effect on him. Cold air emanated from his body, and the moment his feet landed on the sea. Advertisement. The sea immediately froze beneath our feet and turned into ice. Ice Age. The rough land was frozen in an instant, stretching for 2 to 3 kilometers, and all the warships were embedded in the ice. No matter how strong the wind was, it could no longer rock the warship. As expected of the resourceful General Sengoku, resolute and decisive, the dragon showing off his power in the air was a little reluctant. It would be best if we could directly destroy the Marine fleet. But now this result is not bad. At least the Revolutionary Army will no longer be completely passive and has no strength to fight back. All warriors, attack immediately, the aerial dragon roared. Yes. The revolutionary soldiers hiding in Beidu continent roared to the sky, drew their swords and guns, and rushed onto the ice like a torrent. This is a war with no room for relaxation. This is a bloody battle that no one can retreat from. Either you die or I die. Just try your best. Fire. All the warships embedded in the ice fired at the same time, and a continuous stream of shells burst into the Revolutionary Army. Boom. There is no need to aim at an army of tens of thousands. Most of the shells fell into the crowd and exploded. Along with the ice slag, a large number of soldiers screamed and lay in a pool of blood. In an instant, the Revolutionary Army suffered heavy losses. Boom. Don't stop. You must rush to the Marine warship as quickly as possible. Dragon's bloodshot eyes roared. 214 When the matter is over, he brushes off his clothes and hides his body and name. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Boom. This is an extremely brutal sprint. It is a bloody road paved with bloody corpses. The Revolutionary Army had no choice. They would only die if they stayed on the island. Without warships, they had no advantage from the beginning and could only use blood to close the distance between the two sides. Kill. The tragic Revolutionary Army ranks are getting closer and closer to the warship. Prepare for battle. Tens of thousands of Marines on the warship began to disembark, forming an array on the ice, with countless guns aimed at the oncoming troops. Bang bang bang. In an instant, countless gunshots resounded through the sky, and Marine and the Revolutionary Army instantly suffered thousands of casualties. On the bloody road, the Revolutionary Army lost almost 10,000 people. This was an extremely terrifying bloody road. Kill. At the cost of 10,000 lives, the tragic Revolutionary Army finally collided with Marine. The two torrents crashed together like huge waves, and blood and flesh flew everywhere. What a terrible Revolutionary Army. All the cadres are monsters. Admiral took action. Report. G-65 warship, suddenly left. Suddenly a piece of news came that surprised Sengoku. How could it be? Isn't the sea frozen? And there is no order to evacuate. Buddha Sengoku looked back in horror at the warship that was already at the end. Already hospitalized. The warship is not slow, but it will never be able to get away so far in a short time. Advertisement. You left before Qingji froze the sea. Buddha Sengoku estimated the time for the warship to leave. Did he take the opportunity to leave when the dragon called for wind and rain? Is this to avoid the consequences of not being embedded on the ice? Contact the G-56 warship commander immediately. Are they running away from the battle? Buddha Sengoku roared. The commander refused to answer the phone bug. What? Buddha Sengoku clenched his fists angrily. It was unforgivable that someone would run away from the battle like this. Remember that all Marines on the G-56 warship will be severely punished after today. Buddha Sengoku cursed secretly, but the mission now is not to chase and kill, and there is no time to allocate troops to recover. More importantly, it is to destroy the Revolutionary Army. Sir Vice Admiral, did the Marshal really order us to perform a special mission? Marine on the G-56 warship looked back at the tragic battle on the horizon. How could he carry out the mission at the beginning of the battle? This is Mr. Sengoku's order. Am I still going to lie? Vice Admiral's eyes were sharp, and the pressure made Marine next to him tremble. The mission we are about to carry out is extremely important, and it is related to the final outcome of this battle, understand? Yes. All Marines on the warship stood at attention and saluted. Set me the boat as quickly as possible. Vice Admiral ordered. Vice Admiral, where are we going? Sabayati Archipelago. Quote. Question mark quote. Marine was stunned. What mission was he going to Sabayati Archipelago to perform? Does Sabayati Archipelago really have the key to victory in this battle? This is an order. Vice Admiral said solemnly. He walked towards the cabin and finally walked into the independent room of the warship's supreme commander. Beep, beep, beep. A mysterious man in the room played with the phone that kept ringing, with a faint smile on his lips. The smile on Vice Admiral's lips was the same as that of the mysterious man. Advertisement. Buddha Sengoku's phone number. Trafalgar Law stood up and stretched. Straw Hat Luffy, you'd better pray that you're not in the Sabayati Archipelago, otherwise, hold it in your hand. The last phone bug on the warship was instantly shattered and destroyed. I have nothing to do with your bloody battle. Luo clapped his hands and shook off all the fragments. The White Earth Island is no longer visible, but the terrifying explosion sound is clearly transmitted here. The battle causes huge waves in the sea, which can still be clearly felt from this place more than 10 kilometers away. The warships were shaking. Both sides with no way out, don't know how brutal the battle will become. Luo thought interestingly. This battle is not a battle on top. The battle at the top was finally stopped. But no one can stop this battle. The Revolutionary Army, which has no way out, can only fight to the death. The outcome depends on their lives. Luo Mo was not interested in staying and watching them fight. The outcome was pretty much predictable. No matter which side lost, the other side would definitely suffer heavy losses. There is no doubt about this. Please give me flowers. Luo had no intention of intervening in this battle from the beginning. Maybe intervening would make the fight less brutal. What's more, on the island, whichever side wins in the end, Luo will probably attack him crazily. Why go to a pool of blood and let them destroy themselves with their own strength? So the moment when the dragon shows its power. Advertisement. Luo instantly moved to a warship. The commander of this warship was just an ordinary Vice Admiral. He was quite powerful but had no resistance in his hands, and his mind was taken away without anyone noticing. Then replace it. Use the identity of Vice Admiral to order the warship to leave. Straw Hat Luffy. Luo's eyes flashed with terrifying murderous intent. The outcome of the Revolutionary Army will never be good. This place that affects my mood has been solved and my thoughts are clear. But Straw Hat Luffy is not dead yet, and there is always a knot in his heart. The less he kills, the stronger Luo's murderous intent becomes. Rumble. Marine's movements attracted the attention of the major forces in the New World from the very beginning, especially the four emperors and other forces. They were all shocked by Marine's actions and worried whether Marine's target was them. When the news of the battle between Marine and the Revolutionary Army spread throughout the New World, everyone stared blankly in disbelief. Marine found the Revolutionary Army headquarters and fought with the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The noise of this battle was so great that it could be felt hundreds of miles away. In an instant, everyone in New World knew about it. It's unbelievable. After hearing this, even the four emperors opened their mouths in shock and could not recover for a long time. Has this era gone completely crazy? Many people couldn't help but feel numb. In just 1 month, several earth-shaking events happened on the sea, including the Great War, the Sabayati Archipelago incident and the Great War at this time. Isn't that a rare occurrence in decades? At this time, the central figure throughout the 3 incidents was already far away from the center of the turmoil. That's the bow of the ship. Vice Admiral's pupils couldn't help but dilate as he looked at the island appearing in front of him, and Jong. 215 Blackbeard Pirates. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. A slightly deserted island. Ha ha ha. He laughed unpleasantly, and Blackbeard, who had rotten teeth in his mouth, looked at the tied girl in front of him with a lewd expression. Jewelry Bonnie, you are really weak. You are not qualified to be Lousy's companion. How about becoming Lousy's woman? Blackbeard stepped forward obscenely. A big ugly face came closer and closer. Get out of here, you fat pig. Although he was caught, Jewelry Bonnie did not change his rough character. A kick covered Blackbeard's big face. Ha ha ha, it's so fierce. It seems I have no choice but to exchange you with Marine. I hope you can be worth a warship in Marine's eyes. Blackbeard smiled obscenely. Surrounded by a group of evil pirates. Blackbeard pirates. In the sea, standing, 860, stood a huge black shadow, as huge as a mountain peak. Boss, the warship is coming. Blackbeard looked to the horizon curiously, and sure enough, a warship was heading here. This warship is exactly the warship controlled by Luo. What is that? Is it a human? It's too huge. Compared with him, the giant is just a small human race. Marine on the warship looked at the huge figure outside the island in horror. Seems no smaller than an island. It's the giant battleship San Juan Wolf, and it's the Blackbeard Pirates. The Blackbeard Pirates appeared in the battle on the top and have been known to the sea. Why are the Blackbeard Pirates here? Not good. Advertisement. Marine was terrified. This was the terrifying pirate group that finally killed Whitebeard, and they were once the 7 warlords of the sea, a top pirate group. Vice Admiral, let's go quickly. Marine panicked and said that a warship alone and such a force alone would not be able to fight against a pirate group as large as Blackbeard. Blackbeard, Vice Admiral, stood on the bow of the ship and looked at the island in front of him coldly. Keep moving forward and get closer to the island. But Vice Admiral, that's the Blackbeard Pirates. Marine said in a panic, our strength is simply not enough. This is an order. A rear admiral stood up and was also the deputy commander of the warship. Vice Admiral, please think deeply about this death order. What if it's my order? A figure instantly appeared behind Rear Admiral. The sharp blade was placed on Rear Admiral's neck. This is. Marine looked at the sudden appearance of the figure in horror. His pupils could not help but dilate and his body trembled. It's the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral. No, the Trafalgar Law Vice Admiral has rebelled. He is Marine's enemy. Why is Trafalgar Law on this ship? When? Trafalgar Law. Rear Admiral was horrified. Who in the Marines doesn't know Trafalgar Law? Who doesn't know his terror? But isn't it rumored that he is dead? Why is he here? Keep driving forward. When we reach other islands, I will let you go, otherwise. Luo's cold eyes swept across all the Marines. The Marines couldn't help but swallow in panic. Advertisement. The actual murderous intent made them afraid to speak. Captain, something is not going well. On the island, Van Oka, the sniper of the Blackbeard pirates, saw everything on the warship deck with his sharp eyes. Trafalgar Law is on this warship. Quote. What? Blackbeard jumped up in fright. Trafalgar Law. You read that right. That's right. Strange. Didn't Trafalgar Law betray Marine? How could he be on a warship? Blackbeard's face changed in shock, and his doubtful eyes were full of resentment. It was all that guy who made Lousy lose shock fruit. Countless mental arrangements were destroyed in one day. Hateful. Blackbeard is impulsive and arrogant, but he is no less capable of hiding conspiracy than anyone else. Retreat. It's not easy to fight Trafalgar Law now. Blackbeard gritted his teeth and rushed towards the depths of the island. That guy is not easy to mess with. Yes. The Blackbeard pirates immediately abandoned the tied jewelry Bonnie and retreated as quickly as possible. Trafalgar Law. Isn't it rumored that he was killed by the Revolutionary Army? Jewelry Bonnie's eyes widened in shock. Room. The huge room space is presented. A figure appeared out of thin air in front of the retreating Blackbeard. Blackbeard, is it necessary to be so anxious? Luo looked at Blackbeard with a chuckle. Advertisement. The latter's expression froze. Then came Blackbeard's usual disgusting smile. Ha ha, I know how a man like you, Trafalgar Law, could die in the Sabayati archipelago. I'm not dead. I guess many people in Dahai are disappointed, including you, right? How is that possible? Blackbeard retorted with a smile. There is no deep hatred between us, let alone Trafalgar Law. You are no longer a Marine. Is there really no hatred? You really don't hate me in your heart. Luo looked at Blackbeard, who was acting funny. If you don't know a lot of inside information, it's easy to be deceived by Blackbeard's perfect performance now. Of course. Blackbeard's smile was a little unnatural. I gritted my teeth with hatred in my heart. How could he not hate how much more energy he would need to put in to dominate the world without shock fruit? But now Blackbeard doesn't want to conflict with this pervert monster. I wanted to fight on top. I just wanted to send Dad off for the last time. Unfortunately, you didn't give me this chance. I'm somewhat resentful, but there's no hatred. Blackbeard grinned and spread his hands. Really? Luo narrowed his eyes slightly. Blackbeard, there's no need to act. You tried so hard to get Whitebeard's body, not to give him a ride, but to get his experience. Blackbeard's pupils couldn't help but dilate. Looking at Luo in horror, how did he know? Sorry, it seems that I disrupted your plan. Luo apologized. Don't worry, you are not willing to fight with me now, and I am not willing to fight with you. The dignified Blackbeard pirates are not that easy to deal with after all. Luo glanced at everyone. Although Blackbeard didn't get the shock fruit, he has the dark fruit and is extremely powerful. And the strong men such as Shiryu of Rain and others who escaped from Impel Down are not good people, and it is difficult for the top admiral to defeat the Blackbeard pirates. 216 Capture Ability. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. I have something important to do. Don't waste time. Use your ability to attract other people with abilities in front of me. I'll leave immediately. How about that? Blackbeard looked at Luo in horror. How come he knows everything? Even Dad and the others don't know this, how could he know? Ha ha ha. Blackbeard laughed. Chang. Shiryu of the Rain instantly pulled out the second-generation Kizaru and pointed at Luo, full of fighting spirit. The sniper's gun was aimed at Luo. The battle is about to break out. It's really Trafalgar Law. Jewelry Bonnie, who was bound not far away, looked at the figure confronting the entire Blackbeard in shock. It's still the same hockey. Haha, thief, put them all away for me. Blackbeard took a step forward, held down Shiryu's knife and gun with both hands, and walked towards Luo. It seems that you know everything, Trafalgar Law, and you know all my secrets. Terrible. 11. Blackbeard seemed to begin to seep black mist all over his body. But it doesn't seem to be the case, is it an illusion? Okay. I promise. Blackbeard grinned and said, Since you want to see Trafalgar Law, I'll let you see it. Oh, advertisement. Law looked at Blackbeard in surprise. I didn't expect that such an excessive request would be agreed to. Luo is not yet arrogant enough to think that his strength really makes the entire Blackbeard pirates fear him. But it seems there are no test subjects here now. Oh, by the way. Blackbeard looked back at Jewelry Bonnie, smiling evilly. What do you want to do? Jewelry Bonnie looked at Blackbeard warily. She felt something bad was about to happen. Trafalgar Law, see clearly, I can only perform once. Blackbeard walked towards Jewelry Bonnie with arrogant steps, a cold laugh on his lips, and thought darkly, I don't know if Trafalgar Law knows this secret, but since he is interested in taking away other people's abilities, then as he wishes, what if he knows how to take away other people's abilities? It's best to experiment by yourself. Is his body still able to withstand multiple abilities like Lousy's body? The evil smile on Blackbeard's lips grew wider and wider. In this way, Trafalgar Law can be killed easily, thief haha. Get away, you fat pig. Jewelry Bonnie stepped back in panic. But she was tied up too slowly and couldn't escape at all. Asking for help here seems ridiculous. Are you going to die? Jewelry Bonnie thought in despair. Blackbeard's evil hand was already grabbing at her. She had closed her eyes in despair. Let's find someone else. Zhongfeng suddenly blocked Blackbeard's big hand. But there seems to be no other ability users here. Luo couldn't help but glance at the strong men of the Blackbeard pirates. Wherever he looked, the expressions of the strong men changed in shock. Advertisement. But Luo's eyes finally shifted away from them. There is no shortage of capable people in the sea. It just so happens that you don't have a boat, so let's go together for the time being. Oh, Blackbeard rolled his eyes, not knowing what to think, and finally grinned. Haha, okay. Luo glanced at Jewelry Bonnie. Just as a look of gratitude appeared in her eyes, Luo suddenly grabbed her with a strong hand and carried her away from the island. Following behind are the Blackbeard pirates. On the warship, Marine was already panicking. Vice Admiral, give the order quickly, let's leave quickly, and then notify Naval Headquarters. It will be too late if we don't leave. But the Vice Admiral guarded the rudder of the ship, and his cold eyes swept over everyone Marine. In Marine's desperate and frightened eyes, Luo led the Blackbeard pirates onto the warship. Ha ha ha, Trafalgar Law, it seems that you kidnapped the warship. The look Marine looked at Luo was enough to make Blackbeard understand. He was disgusted and opened his hands to grab the Marine next to him. Be calm. A sword edge almost cut off Blackbeard's claws. It's just a trash Marine. If you want to kill him, kill him. Do you want to stop me for such a trivial matter like Trafalgar Law? Blackbeard said dissatisfied. I promised them that if they were obedient, I would let them go safely. Luo said coldly. The cooperation between us is only a short-term one, and we should keep our peace for the time being, otherwise it will not be good for anyone. Ha ha ha, that's pretty cool. There are members of different identities on the same boat, which is a very strange scene. The warship drove away quickly. With Luo's warning, Blackbeard and his group seemed to be more at ease, staying at the stern of the ship, and Marine did not dare to come near here. Advertisement. Call out. A few hours later, a pirate ship appeared on the horizon. I hope you have the ability. He gave the order to attack. In a very short time, the pirate ship was destroyed, and the strong men in the pirate group were captured. Fortunately, the captain of the pirate group was an ability user, a Paramecia ability user. Blackbeard, let's show it. Luo threw the ashen-faced pirate at Blackbeard's feet. Thief haha. 433 Blackbeard's cold gaze swept over everyone around him. Everyone else, get out of here. Only the Blackbeard pirates and Law were left on the deck, and of course that unlucky pirate. Watch it. Blackbeard began to seize the ability. Luo's eyes narrowed slightly, not missing any detail. After counting the breaths, the ability capture was successful, and Blackbeard also showed off his new ability, the very rubbish Paramecia ability. So simple. Luo was slightly surprised. A smile could not help but appear on his lips. As expected, the Dark Fruit ability is not required to capture the fruit. Dark Fruit may be able to steal other people's abilities more easily, but the method Blackbeard is using now does not use any dark abilities at all. It is so simple that it is unbelievable. But Luo believed it. It's not something you believe just because you've seen it with your own eyes. But from the beginning, he had a lot of ideas about taking away other people's abilities, combined with many details of the original work. It has been established before that dark fruit is not necessarily required to take away other people's abilities. In the original work, Chisa's Burgess alone wanted to seize Straw Hat Luffy's ability. Although he was unsuccessful, it was enough to show that he knew how to seize other people's abilities, and he was not an Esper. 217 The End of the Revolutionary Army. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. It's amazing, isn't it? Blackbeard stared at Luo closely, and found a look of surprise in the other person's eyes. He couldn't help but sneered, and said secretly, although I have given you the method, you will definitely not be able to help using it. I will wait for you when the time comes. Explode your body and die. Even the Marine Revolutionary Army can't do anything about this guy. I didn't expect that he would die under the conspiracy of me, Blackbeard, haha. Very good. Luo nodded with satisfaction. An island appeared on the horizon, and the warship docked. You can leave. Haha. Trafalgar Law, I wish you good luck. Blackbeard left the warship with a proud laugh. At this time, a sneaky figure also slipped under the ship, but was forcefully caught by Luo. Jewelry Bonnie, now you are my trophy. Let me go, bastard. Jewelry Bonnie struggled, and his somewhat shrewd personality was revealed. You have no right to refuse. Luo forcefully took her back to the warship. The warship set off again. But this time, the crowded warship seemed deserted, and all Marines also left. It was Luo who let them leave. Of course, the clone of Vice Admiral did not leave and was used as the helmsman. And in Marine's eyes, their Vice Admiral has rebelled. On the shore of the island, Blackbeard looked coldly at the warship disappearing into the horizon, and couldn't help laughing proudly. Haha. Thief, Trafalgar Law. I hope you disappear quietly into the depths of the sky and sea. Why compromise? I really want to fight Trafalgar Law. Shiryu said dissatisfied. It's not necessary. Trafalgar Law will be looking for death anyway. No one can resist the temptation of knowing how to seize other people's abilities. Greed will prompt him to use such methods and eventually seize other people's abilities. It's just a matter of time. When he takes away other people's abilities, his body will explode and die. Why bother fighting with someone who is bound to die? Blackbeard smiled proudly. Advertisement. I couldn't help but admire my own wit. But Trafalgar Law seems to already have two abilities, the Op Fruit ability and the Thunder Fruit ability. His body has broken the shackles of the sea. Shiryu of the Rain said silently. Blackbeard's proud expression froze, and he was dumbfounded. His eyes were glazed over. Fooled. Blackbeard made a pitiful voice. Damn Trafalgar Law, his body is also an alien, bastard, he actually tricked me into cheating. Damn it. Blackbeard was about to cry without tears. Trafalgar Law must be killed. The strong man in the sea can take away other people's abilities at will. I, Blackbeard, are enough. Blackbeard roared. How can others have this ability? I left a long time ago. Shiryu of the Rain said silently. It's too late. Blackbeard had a droopy face and was weak for many days. He kept muttering something in a low voice and mumbling something in his mouth. When he got closer, he heard all the curses and curses. Marine vs Revolutionary Army. It has already shocked the world. This news spread throughout the Great Route, and even the world was shocked by it. Even the four emperors and other major forces were horrified after hearing this and did not want to be affected. The sea is in complete chaos. Advertisement. Does the sea have a future? The people, who were completely shocked by such earth-shattering battles, were already numb. The numb people began to panic. Could the sea still withstand such madness? The super-strong storm seemed to never stop after the battle from the top. No one knows the outcome of the brutal battle yet. But many people saw the continuous marine fleet heading to the New World. In just a few days, nearly 100 warships sailed to the Revolutionary Army headquarters, and almost all the combat capabilities of the major marine branches were dispatched. In this battle, Marine fought far more than the battle on top. Marine holds nothing back. He almost had the idea of completely destroying the Revolutionary Army at the expense of the entire Marine. Even the world government sent many warships. The world government has also invested a lot of fighting power. The Revolutionary Army was not completely passive. After leaving some fire in the hidden bases of the Revolutionary Army in various places, almost all combat forces and a large number of warships were sent to the New World, where life and death were at stake. How dare the Revolutionary Army have any reservations? All the forces accumulated over more than 10 years were sent out without reservation. The Revolutionary Army was prepared for the worst. For a while, hundreds of miles around the Revolutionary Army headquarters, almost everything turned into a battlefield. The Marine fleet and the revolutionary warships that came to support were engaged in crazy battles all over the sea. The entire sea area seemed to be dyed red with blood. Advertisement. This battle. Both Marines and revolutionaries invested hundreds of thousands of troops. This is an epic-making battle. At all costs, the Revolutionary Army must be completely destroyed. Marine can still be rebuilt after crossing. Such an opportunity will never come again. In world government, the five elders directly issued a death order, and even Marshal Kongu led the fleet there. Rumble. The White Earth Island was completely reduced to ruins. The dragon, who was covered in blood, looked around blankly. He was seriously injured and looked at his companions around him with grief and anger. There were only 2 or 3 senior cadres left, and all of them were seriously injured. The tens of thousands of elite combat power in the headquarters were now only a few thousand people. The king is good. This is the backbone of the revolutionaries. This battle has completely consumed all the revolutionaries' reserves. Is it over? Long, who was bleeding from the corner of his mouth, looked desperate and angry. Fierce fighting has raged for days and nights. Marine also suffered a heavy blow, with more than half of the elite Vice Admiral killed and wounded, all admirals injured, and even Buddha Sengoku himself injured in battle. Hasn't the support from the branch arrived yet? Long looked at the horizon expectantly. Now to support them in continuing the fight, they were waiting for the rescue of the branch warship before they could evacuate. However, after waiting for days and nights, there was no support. The marine area of the Institute is completely blocked. Are the revolutionaries finished? Long closed his eyes weakly and roared to the sky. The roar containing endless murderous intent spread across the sea. Trafalgar Law. Kill. 218 Foodie Jewelry Bonnie. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Asshole. Let me go. Why are you catching me? Jewelry Bonnie struggled. Remember, you are my trophy now. Luo said coldly. The spoils of war. Jewelry Bonnie's small mouth grew into an shape. When did I become your trophy? You were captured by Blackbeard, and I rescued you from Blackbeard. Aren't you my trophy? What? Jewelry Bonnie looked at Luo dumbfounded and said angrily, so you are such a man. Fortunately, you were pretty good before. Huh, you just saved me once. I will save you in the future. You can do it once, I can go now. The debt is not settled like that. Luo grabbed her back and said, for me, grudges never stay overnight. Since I saved you, you have to pay. Now you belong to me. Question mark quote. ... Jewelry Bonnie blinked her big, dull eyes. I am sure Luo is not joking. Then compare the strengths of both sides. Jewelry Bonnie sat there carefree. Since you won't let me leave, you have to solve my problem. I'm hungry. There was indeed a gurgling 260 sound. I'm hungry. Let's go cook. Then you just go cook. Hurry up. Jewelry Bonnie suddenly looked at Luo dumbfounded, not believing that he could cook, and then looked at the only third person on the warship. Vice Admiral doesn't look like a man who can cook. Advertisement. He jumped up immediately. You won't let me cook, will you? What do you think? No, I don't know how to cook. Jewelry Bonnie shook her head desperately. Whatever you want, I'm not hungry anyway. Luo casually shrugged. Jewelry Bonnie pointed at Luo angrily and looked at his back with gritted teeth. Finally, with a droopy face due to unbearable hunger, he walked towards the kitchen, muttering bad words about Luo all the way. Fortunately, I thought he was quite hockey and manly before, but I didn't expect such a nasty guy. He kept murmuring curse words and making hard-cooked food. Finally successful. Wiping away her sweat, Jewelry Bonnie proudly looked at her masterpiece, a large table of food, almost all of which was meat. It's starting. Suddenly, he grabbed the roasted leg of lamb faster than her. In her dull eyes, the leg of lamb was put into Luo's mouth. As expected of a foodie, it tastes good. Luo Duan approached half of the food and turned around and walked out the door. Wait a minute. Jewelry Bonnie hissed and stood in front of Luo. Her eyes were fixed on the food in Luo's hand, and her straight eyes made people hairy. That's mine. Didn't I leave so much for you? Luo pointed to the food on the table behind him. There was still a lot left. That's not enough. Jewelry Bonnie was already swallowing hungry saliva. Not enough. Luo looked curiously at her belly and slender waist. These are all mine. Jewelry Bonnie looked directly at the food in Luo's hand. Advertisement. Grab it as soon as you reach out. It's not enough to do anything anymore. Is saving your life not worth this little food? Luo disappeared like a teleport, appeared behind Jewelry Bonnie, and walked out of the door leisurely. What a disgusting man. Jewelry Bonnie stamped her feet, gritted her teeth and stared at the departing figure. What a disgusting man. Along the way, with Jewelry Bonnie, you can't even think about food. No need for supervision. Foodie Jewelry Bonnie will also be crazy about making food. Although every time she was on guard against thieves, Luo appeared on time every time she just finished it, and then left gracefully with her angry eyes. Stealing people's food is like killing their parents. It is inexcusable. In the dark night, Jewelry Bonnie sneaked into Luo's room, showing a devilish smile, looking evilly at the sleeping man on the bed, and then slowly took out the iron rod. Knock you out first, then I'll see how can you steal my food. The iron rod hit hard. Boom. The wall shattered and a figure flew out. In the ruins, disheveled Jewelry Bonnie sat in the debris with a confused look on her face. What happened? Her big black eyes looked along the broken wall to the man who was still sleeping in the house. Is it haunted? Jewelry Bonnie couldn't help but tremble. He took the iron pipe and sneaked into the house again. Damn man. Go. Boom. A broken hole appeared in the wall again. In the ruins, Jewelry Bonnie was completely stunned. It's too bullying. He covered his face and sobbed and ran out. Advertisement. Back in the room, Jewelry Bonnie was still unbearably angry, and her stomach growled again. You must hold it back, you must not take advantage of that man. But in the end, he still slipped into the kitchen obediently. I'll let you grab it. Jewelry Bonnie is crazy about adding some weird seasonings to the food she makes, which is absolutely dark cuisine. But the color and fragrance are normal. Come and grab it if you can. Jewelry Bonnie placed all kinds of food on the dining table calmly. Just as a devilish smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, a figure suddenly appeared with a hiss. Jewelry Bonnie hurriedly put away his devilish smile, then showed angry eyes and protected the dining table like a calf. These are all mine. What's yours is mine. Luo reached for the food. No, absolutely not. Jewelry Bonnie hugged Luo's arm tightly, lowering her head, and a devilish smile appeared on her lips. Eat, eat, eat you to death. Luo's hand did not stop because he was hugged, and still grabbed one piece of food. 2, 3, 5. Quote. Jewelry Bonnie, who was smiling smugly, was momentarily stunned. How could you take those pieces of food? Why can't you take it? Didn't you always take food from the outside before? Why did you take the food from the inside this time? Jewelry Bonnie looked sad. The outside was dark food, but the inside was normal food. All normal food was taken away by Luo at this time. Can't you change the taste? No, those are all mine. The arrogant Jewelry Bonnie snatched them crazily, and his whole body hung on Luo's body. Phew. As usual, Luo disappeared instantly and walked out of the door leisurely. No. A miserable voice came from the kitchen, accompanied by gurgling sounds. I can't live anymore. Woo woo woo. 219 I wish you good luck as a man. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Sabayati Archipelago. Because the war had just ended, it was a little deserted, and there were very few people on the streets. As Straw Hat Luffy here. In front of the number 1 island where the warship docked. Get off the boat with me. Luo forcefully took the reluctant Jewelry Bonnie to the island. Room. The room space almost completely wraps up Island No. 1. Island number 1 now only has an abandoned auction house, deserted, and was searched at an extremely fast speed. No. Walk towards the second island. No. Island number 3. No. Island number 4. Not sure. Hey, who are you looking for? Jewelry Bonnie asked curiously. Straw Hat Luffy. Straw Hat Luffy. Jewelry Bonnie's eyes widened in surprise. Although she has never met him before, she knows that Straw Hat Luffy is also this year's supernova, and after the battle, Straw Hat Luffy has become famous. And as long as you have witnessed the battle at the top, everyone knows about Law's pursuit of Straw Hat Luffy. Advertisement. Are you still chasing Straw Hat Luffy? Jewelry Bonnie looked at Luo in horror. When we fought together, we had different stances at that time. Marine and pirates were naturally at odds with each other. Now you two are no longer at odds with each other, right? And a big shot like you actually went after a newcomer. Are you sure? Of course. Luo nodded. Jewelry Bonnie swallowed with fear. Taking the warship, she also learned from those Marines that Trafalgar Law might have left at the Revolutionary Army headquarters. The battle between Marine and the Revolutionary Army had nothing to do with the man in front of her. She never believed it. It's so scary. Jewelry Bonnie moved a few meters away from Luo. The little face looked pale with fear. I attacked him sneakily. He won't retaliate against me, right? It's over. Even if he escapes, he will probably be hunted down. Island number 10 does not have it. There is no Island 11. Island number 23 was quickly searched, and it was now on the verge of being shattered. It was clear at a glance that the ruins were deserted. Islands 24 and 25 have been sunk. Island 26 has none. An hour later, Island number 36 was searched, and there were already some people here. Walk through the streets while quickly searching the entire island. Is he Trafalgar Law? The street-like figures looked at the passing figures in horror, and hid in the room in panic. Didn't you say Trafalgar Law is dead? Advertisement. Why is he here? What happened? Island 36 has none. It took several hours and a lot of energy to search every island in the Sabayati archipelago, not even the marine base. There was no one there, not even Straw Hat Luffy. Trafalgar Law appeared in the Sabayati archipelago news and disappeared without a trace. Many people have seen it with their own eyes. The Sabayati archipelago, which had just calmed down, was once again in an uproar. At this time, Luo pushed away something in the deserted bar. Welcome. What would you like to drink? A mature woman at the bar turned to look at the door, her pupils tightening. He looked at the man sitting in front of the bar with a frozen expression. Hey, although Marine is fighting against the revolutionaries now, after all, the Sabayati archipelago is too close to the world government and has now been exposed. Aren't you afraid of the world government? Do you still want to drink leisurely? Jewelry Bonnie looked at Luo speechlessly. Luo looked at the woman behind the bar with a smile. I searched the entire Sabayati archipelago, but Pluton Rayleigh was not there. Why? Luo smiled lightly. But the coldness in his eyes was very strong. Who knows where I've gone, and I often don't come back for half a year or a year, said the woman behind the bar, Shaki. Let me guess where they went. Luo supported the bar and smiled. Straw Hat Luffy came to Sabayati archipelago. With his character, he will definitely make some noise. Pluton Rayleigh knew about him immediately. Arriving, for his safety, Pluton Rayleigh took him away, right? Shachi's expression obviously changed, although he quickly returned to normal. Maybe. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. A glass of sake, thank you. Let's have some meat by the way. The portion is larger. She has a big appetite. Luo suddenly ordered wine and food. It's hard to understand his thoughts. You ordered it for me. Jewelry Bonnie looked at Luo in shock, so good. Regarding the food, she was instantly motivated. Less pepper, less salt, and, it's better to hurry up, thank you. As soon as she mentioned food, her stomach began to rumble again. Okay, wait a moment. Shachi was also stunned for a moment. He glanced at Luo in surprise, then turned and walked towards the kitchen. Drinks and food were quickly served. What on earth does he want to do? Shachi, who was sitting in the corner, looked at Luo who was tasting the wine in confusion. As for Jewelry Bonnie, who was feasting, he was completely ignored. Thank you for the treat. Luo put down the wine glass, took out the money and put it on the table, then pulled Jewelry Bonnie, who was still eating like crazy, and walked out the door. Wait a minute, the last bite, really just the last bite, no, my meat. Carrying the lifeless Jewelry Bonnie, Luo stepped out of the door. Looking back, he glanced at Shachi with a smile. It seems that your man, Pluton Rayleigh, is also trying his best to protect Straw Hat Luffy. This matter has nothing to do with you, but whoever protects Straw Hat Luffy is my enemy. I wish you the best good luck to you man. Smiling makes one's scalp hairy. Shachi stared blankly at the retreating figure, and sighed for a long time. That guy Rayleigh, I don't know whether what he did was right or wrong, hey. My mind couldn't help but recall Luo's last look. Shachi even sighed, we're in trouble. Walking out of the bar, he threw Jewelry Bonnie on the ground, who was lifeless and seemed to have lost all energy. Let's go. I won't leave. Jewelry Bonnie kept staring straight at the bar, licking her lips. The next person turned into a lioness and roared at Luo. Do you know, I only have one last bite to finish. The last bite, you took away my hope. 220 Escape. Previous chapter. Next chapter. Advertisement. Pulling the roaring Jewelry Bonnie, he walked towards island number 1. It took half an hour for her to regain her composure and slowly forget about the last bite of uneaten meat. Hey, maybe that woman just now knew where Straw Hat Luffy was and really just left like that. Jewelry Bonnie asked curiously, doesn't it fit your character? Pluton Rayleigh told her that she was harming him. Pluton Rayleigh is not that stupid, and even if she knows the location, do you think she can get it by other means? Do you think she is afraid of death? More importantly, this matter has nothing to do with her. Luo said calmly. Strange man. Jewelry Bonnie looked at Luo with a frown. He is obviously a guy who must avenge his revenge, even a crazy guy, but he still has persistence and a bottom line. Oh, I see, as long as I don't offend you, as long as I don't block your way, you won't take action, right? Jewelry Bonnie suddenly understood Luo's character. Then I'm innocent too, can you let me go? But you pissed me off. No way. It's you who bullied me. Talk back to me now and you've offended me. Returned to island number 1 and did not leave immediately. Use the phone bug to notify Hancock and the others to meet at the Sabayati archipelago. While waiting for Hancock and the others to arrive, they also waited for the arrival of Straw Hat Luffy with a glimmer of possibility. Luo cannot guarantee that the previous speculation that Straw Hat Luffy was taken away by Pluton Rayleigh is 100% correct. Maybe Straw Hat Luffy has not arrived yet. During the 2 or 3 days of waiting, Luo kept cultivating his strength to the extreme. The battle made him understand his shortcomings and improve himself all the time. 3 days later. Advertisement. A warship appeared on the horizon, as well as a strange warship, Arc Proverbs. Waiting for Hancock and the others. But there was no Straw Hat Luffy waiting. Have you really been taken away by Pluton Rayleigh? Luo Shuangshuang narrowed his eyes slightly, and said with a cold light, what a terrifying halo of the protagonist. More than half of the strong men in the sea are helping him. Isn't even luck on his side. The terrifying murderous intent soared into the sky. What's wrong? Jewelry Bonnie, who was waving her cheeks and eating delicious food next to her, was startled by the murderous look. Feeling Luo's amazing murderous intent, she hurriedly shook her head and explained, I didn't offend you, I really didn't offend you. After a few struggles, she handed the food to Luo reluctantly, I'll give it to you at the worst. Gone. After getting up, Luo looked at the Arc Proverbs on the shore and stepped forward. I don't believe that Straw Hat Luffy really can't be killed, he said with murderous intent. But Luo knew. The trace of Straw Hat Luffy was temporarily lost. The whereabouts of Straw Hat Luffy could be deduced before, but now he was taken away by Pluton Rayleigh. There is only one possibility. Take Straw Hat Luffy to an uninhabited desert island, teach him Hoki's training methods, and improve his strength. And a desert island. The sea is endless, and the number of known desert islands reaches 3 digits, while more desert islands have not been discovered or have not been named. If you have been hiding on a desert island, hard to find for decades. Advertisement. Of course, Luo K doesn't believe that Straw Hat Luffy will stay on the desert island for decades. If he can remain anonymous and hide on the desert island for a lifetime, then he is not Straw Hat Luffy. Although I have lost the way to search directly, but Luo took Jewelry Bonnie aboard the Arc Proverbs. Luo, are you okay? Hancock checked every part of Luo's body inside and out, and then breathed a sigh of relief after confirming that there was no injury. There was a rumor in the past that Luo you were killed. I am really. How could I die if I was afraid of death? Luo comforted him a few words and looked at the other people on the deck. Ain stepped forward with a confused expression. Luo, did you really kill Vice Admiral Garp? Right. Luo nodded. Do you blame me? Or do you think I did something wrong? No. Ain shook his head hurriedly and said aggrievedly, That's not what I meant. It's just that there are many people in Marine now. It doesn't matter. I'm no longer a Marine anyway. Luo Satan said. Ain, come with me. He nodded blankly. The other women on the deck did not take the initiative to come forward. Instead, they looked at Luo with some fear. Nami and Nico Robin were crowded together, hiding in the corner, especially Nami, who couldn't help but tremble in fear when she looked at Luo. Khalifa looked equally confused. Even now she is still a little confused. Room. Luo transferred the body of Kaido of the beasts on the bottom floor of the nearby warship to the Ark's Proverbs. When placing the shell of Kaido of the beasts, suddenly, 3 sneaky figures were spotted slipping under the boat. Follow the arms that grow on the boat and slowly climb down. Advertisement. Landing. Free. Jewelry. Bonnie couldn't help but smile. Next to them, Nami and Nico Robin also hurriedly ran towards the depths of the island. Hurry up, or he will find out. Call out. A figure instantly appeared in front of them, blocking their way. How to leave? Well, I'm hungry, let's go find something to eat. Jewelry. Bonnie laughed dryly a few times, turned around slowly and walked towards Ark Proverbs with a slumped face. What about you? Luo looked at Nami and Nico Robin calmly. Nami hid behind Robin in fear, but Robin looked at Luo calmly. 4.7. You can leave if you want. Luo smiled lightly. Really? Nami couldn't help but asked in surprise. Now that I'm gone, it has nothing to do with me. It's not my person, and I don't have to think so much. I just used you to attract Straw Hat Luffy to show up. Luo smiled and said, but Nami couldn't help but tremble all over. Whether you want to stay or not, it's your choice. Luo walked towards Ark Proverbs. Robin, what should we do? Nami looked at Robin for help, and the latter could only smile bitterly. Let's go. Turning around, Robin walked towards the warship. Without any force to force them, the escaped trio came back obediently. Call out. Ark Proverbs quickly left the Sabayati archipelago and headed for the depths of the sea.